Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Please take your seats. Members, I have been notified that with the fact from the 25th of May, Mr Doug Beattie has resigned as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office. I have also received notification from the nominating officer for the Ulster Unionist Party that Mr John Stewart has been nominated to fill the vacancy of Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office, also with the fact from the 25th of May. I am satisfied that the requirements of standing orders have been met. Next item is the matter of the day. Mr Gerry Carroll has been given leave to make a statement on the decision not to prosecute Black Lives Matter protesters, which fulfils 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I remind members they will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Gerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for selecting this matter for discussion today. Said, power concedes nothing without a demand. The only reason that the prosecutions have been dropped into those who attended the June 6 Black Lives Matter protests is because people refuse to accept this double standard at play. Activists and members of the BAME community refuse to accept that it should be another for others who wanted to protest or gather in large numbers. They refused to accept that people couldn't protest in a safe and socially distant manner at a time when police violence in the United States had reached new brutal levels with the killing of George Floyd last year. So I want to pay tribute and recognise the role of those who gathered on that day to stand up against racism and police violence, to recognise the role of the stewards and the activists on the day who made it safe and socially distant protest that was recognised by the PPS and many others observing the protest. I want to recognise the role played by the North West Migrants Forum, United Against Racism, and the many organisations who stood against the disgraceful decision to consider prosecuting 14 suspects on the day. We also have to condemn, Mr Speaker, the role played by the entire executive throughout this scandal. We had ministers rushing through legislation at the last minute to allow for the prosecution of people who attended these protests. Afterwards, we had ministers having the gall to defend those actions that were later described as discriminatory, disproportionate and in breach of human rights. We had the Justice Minister describing the actions as proportionate, and since the decision not to prosecute, which I absolutely welcome, as do many others, there has been radio silence from the Justice Minister, and really does speak volumes. The whole executive, Mr Speaker, needs to issue an apology as to how people were treated on that day. Urgently, the fines need to be dropped, and Black Lives Matter then, they matter now. So I think this is a welcome decision, this is an important decision, but it's something that people shouldn't have to face. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Mervyn Storey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And no one should be surprised that this motion, matter of the day, comes to the House and that it is cloaked in a sense of injustice. But it is also an opportunity to attack the police. The police have had, in the last year, the most difficult of jobs to carry out, not least because of the pandemic that we endure. And I would be amongst those who have been critical of police action. And where I will be critical, I will always set it in the context of first and foremost saying there is only one law and order, there is only one organisation that is legally bound to ensure the upholding of the law. That is the Police Service of Northern Ireland. There is no institutionalised racism in terms of the actions of the police. And I met with the representatives of the Black Lives Matter organisation from Londonderry some months ago, and I underlined the issue that there was no, as they had described, institutionalised racism. But I have to say that it is shameful that there has been those who have used the system and the circumstances to take the opportunity, whether in attacking the police, or whether that be verbally, or whether that be physically, in the circumstances and situation that we have found ourselves in the last number of months. No one should be above the law. And surely what should have been the parameters for us all, whether it was attending a protest against an action that people felt rightly very concerned and aggrieved about, but there is no equivalence between the actions of the police service in the United States and what happens with our police service in Northern Ireland. The Police Service of Northern Ireland is the most scrutinised police service. Some of us would take the view probably over-scrutinised in regards to these matters. But whether it be a protest or whether it be a funeral, no one should try, as some have done, to circumnavigate the law, ensure that their issue, whether it is the issue of the events concerning the death of George Floyd, or whether it is the funeral of Bobby Storey, to use those as a method and a means to say that their issue is more important than the livelihoods, the health and well-being of us all.
Thank you, and I call Emma Sheeran.
Maggot Kincorlia, and I want to thank the member for bringing this matter of the day. We in Sinn Féin welcome the recommendation by the PPS not to prosecute Black Lives Matter protesters for their attendance at anti-racism protests last year. The PPS rightfully recognised that the protests were organised in a manner to minimise risk of transmitting the virus at the time, and the protests related to a matter of increasingly important social concern. The Police Ombudsman found the PSNI's response to the protesters was disproportionate. The Chief Constable has apologised, and the PPS has recognised that the prosecution should be dropped. These protesters had been unfairly treated, and the fines that they paid should be reimbursed. And this provides us with an opportunity to look at how the PSNI deal with human rights matters, and they should look at their training programme for officers to ensure that these mistakes aren't repeated, and that ethnic minorities that have made their home in the north of Ireland are treated with the most respect and dignity that they deserve. We know that 2020 was a terrible year for us all in many regards, but the pandemic did bring a sense of community to many of us. And I sometimes felt that the challenges of COVID gave us all a spirit of goodwill towards each other and forgiveness, and people were looking out for everyone in their communities. And in that context, to see somebody murdered in the street by the organisation that was supposed to protect him was all the more shocking, and obviously it was a hark back to a darker time in our international memory. We in Ireland don't need to be told how damaging police brutality is. We don't need to be told how lasting its impact on communities is and the damage that it does to confidence in policing and government in general. And we know that racism, just like all forms of discrimination, is hugely damaging, not just for those who feel the very explicit brutality, such as that witnessed on the streets of Minneapolis last year, but also in the subsequent prejudice and bigotry that is allowed to go unchallenged. And when a community such as the Black American population receive that systemic abuse and it goes unchallenged and is justified, it has lasting impacts for us all. So, Cormac.
Cormac, thank you, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for accepting this matter of the day, and thank you to the member for West Belfast for bringing it to the Assembly. I and the SDLP welcome the fact that 14 Black Lives Matter protesters will not face prosecution as a result of the events of June the 6th last year. This, of course, comes after, as has been previously mentioned, a clear statement from the police ombudsman that the approach to policing on that day was unfair. There are two important bits of context as we understand this, in order to understand what happened last year. One, the death of George Floyd prompted a global focus on long-standing and, yes, international issues around racial injustice, inequality and discrimination, structural racism. Those are issues that face all of us. They aren't issues, it is important to say, that are simply unique to the United States. Yes, they are distinct and have been a significant part of the history of the United States, but they aren't irrelevant to this part of the world either. It was mentioned earlier on the fact that Frederick Douglass spent time in Ireland, including this part of Ireland, Mr. Speaker. He certainly did, and he talked about racial discrimination and other forms of discrimination that existed in Victorian Ireland. We kid ourselves if we think that those issues, those prejudices and those sicknesses don't affect us here in this part of the world. Last year, we were moving out of the initial phase of the pandemic. There were rules around restrictions on numbers of people. Those rules were, as has been previously mentioned, both confusing to people trying to organise legitimate and peaceful protests, as this was, and also, it should be said, to the police who had to enforce those regulations. That is not, however, a justification for some of the disproportionate actions that were taken. So it is right that no prosecutions are going to proceed. I am glad for those who were taking part in peaceful protests that day that this will not, that these prosecutions will not proceed. And let me state again something which is particularly important to me, because I proudly represent, I would say, the most diverse constituency, if not just in Northern Ireland, but in the whole island of Ireland, South Belfast. If we are not willing to stand in solidarity with people of colour here and across this island who want to stand against structural racism and systemic discrimination, then we're not about changing this society and making it better for everyone. I'm proud that in my constituency we have people of colour, people from all over the world, and they have faced not just discrimination but significant attacks in the last few months, and they haven't always been served as well as they could have been, it has to be said, by the police. I am reassured that the Chief Constable is taking these issues seriously, but we shouldn't be casual or relaxed about it, and I will be following up them. So I'm glad that these prosecutions are not being made, and thank you for accepting the debate, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Meg Nesbitt.
Mr. Speaker, I declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board of Northern Ireland, and I thank Mr Carroll for bringing this matter of the day to the House. It seems to me over the last 50 years that the police, whether it's the RUC or the Police Service of Northern Ireland, have come under constant scrutiny, criticism and censure for the way the police just about every aspect of human life. But over the last 18 months, it also strikes me that every time they have come under public scrutiny, it has been about an incident that has been related to the COVID regulations, be it funerals, be it the anniversary event at Sean Graham's Bookmakers on the Ormeau Road, be it the swimmers at Helen's Bay, the so-called Helen's Bay Watch, or indeed Black Lives Matter. And doesn't this raise the question of whether there is a systemic problem within the PSNI, or indeed a systemic problem within the criminal justice system? I am certainly, in my role on the Policing Board, struck by the relationship between the Chief Constable and the Director of Public Prosecutions, perhaps signalled in the letter that Mr Heron wrote to Mr Byrne on the 2nd of April with regard to one particular funeral. This seemed to highlight certain tensions or perhaps differences in interpretation with regard to the COVID regulations. And it seems to me that the interpretation of the regulations is key to what is going on here, because is there a right answer in dealing with this pandemic? I think probably not. I think there are just a huge number of judgment calls to be made by organisations like the police and by individuals like the Chief Constable. And the fact is, Mr Speaker, the pandemic has presented us with unprecedented challenges. Unprecedented challenges. And in fact, it has upset the balance that we cherish between freedom of assembly, the right to get together, and other rights, such as the right to protest. And I think everybody who has spoken about the regulations from time to time in this House has made clear that while they support the regulations, they do so very reluctantly because of the impact it has on that fine balance. So perhaps the best thing we can do as an Assembly is acknowledge what has happened in terms of no prosecutions, look to see if there are lessons to be learned, and to move on, to use the current phrase, to build back better.
Thank you. And I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I start on behalf of the Alliance Party by adding to the thanks expressed to Mr Carroll for bringing the matter of the day to the House. Mr Speaker, the PPS decision not to prosecute the Black Lives Matter protesters exercising their human right to protest in Belfast and Londonderry last June is the correct path of action. The demonstrations, as we all know, were peaceful and conducted in a manner which sought to minimise the risk of transmission of COVID. Work now has to be done, Mr Speaker, to improve relations with the police, build back confidence and trust in policing all communities in Northern Ireland. At the Northern Ireland Policing Board, my membership of which I should declare also today, and in this House and in public, I have previously questioned the difference in policing approach on two types of demonstrations on two separate Saturdays on the 6th and 13th of June 2020. It is perfectly valid to make the point here again today that consistency in these matters is the key, both in terms of policing approach in the first instance and in terms also of building and maintaining that confidence in policing. We know, Mr Speaker, there are legislative and process limits in relation to what the Department of Justice, the Department of Health, Police and indeed the PPS can do in respect of the rescinding of fines already issued. The Justice Minister, who was referenced by Mr Carroll in his remarks, has explained this situation publicly. She has also defended the right to peaceful protest in speaking publicly, both as a Minister and as a party leader. Mr Speaker, it's been said here before, and it's something else that's worth repeating. Policing is a very difficult job at the best of times. It is especially so during a public health pandemic, policing in unprecedented policing circumstances. And so it has proved to be. We must now, all of us in this House, and particularly those of us who serve on the Policing Board, do all that we can, working together to build back confidence build on that confidence, work with the police for the good of all of the people of Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Mr. Carroll for bringing this as a matter of the day today. The policing of the Black Lives Matter protests has had a deeply damaging and corrosive effect on the relationship between police and our minority ethnic communities. And the Black Lives Matter protesters engaged in social distancing, yet were met with a firm response, with numerous fines handed out. And therefore, the PPS decision that we saw last week not to prosecute is entirely welcome for those who have been subject to investigation for nearly a year. And the operation and the decision-making from the outset was deeply flawed. And I appreciate that the PSNI have admitted that they got things wrong and have offered an apology a number of times. But the Police Ombudsman report on an investigation into the police policy and practice of protests in Northern Ireland was published in December last year, in response to the handling of the protests held in Northern Ireland on the 6th of June. And I note that these actions as well were subject to a policing board review and report in November 2020, which made a number of recommendations, and I hope that the members in the policing board will continue to hold them to account on that. And it includes the future police considering adopting a human rights-based approach to the policing of protests, which would involve a balancing of competing risks and rights. So I appreciate that there's an apology, but we do need to do much more. I would like to see a mechanism created by which fines accepted on the day or paid to date can be refunded or donated to charities and those working with minority ethnic communities in Northern Ireland, given the PSNI confirmed to me that no such mechanism existed in the regulations that the FPNs were handed out on that day, and that this could only be set aside using Regulation 12 by a direction of the Magistrates' Court. So I would urge anyone with the powers to do so immediately. And I would also like to pay tribute to all those people and groups on the ground who advocate and support for BMA communities in Northern Ireland and those who stand up against racism. Their voices and actions are essential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Steve Egan.
And join my comments as well, and thank you, Mr. Carroll, for bringing this matter before the House today as well. Indeed, may I make a declaration of interest of Chair of the All-Party Group on Ethnic Minorities. And I think anybody who has seen what's happened over the Black Lives Matter protest and what has been happening in Northern Ireland shows the degree with which our much valued ethnic minority community here feel as if they have been undermined, and there seems to be one law for them and one law for everybody else. And the anger and frustration within this community is palpable. But there is another significant issue as well. Many of these people come from societies that are not as open as ours, where trust in policing and the justice system is, to say the least, minimal. And by coming here, in many respects, they feel as if that the justice system here and the policing system here is not of the same standard as they have been led to expect that other people in Northern Ireland would expect to be given to them. And we have heard many comments from people today about what's happened at other events that have happened in Northern Ireland. And we know the issues of those. But I know the palpable anger there is within our ethnic minorities community when they look at what was happening around the Bobby Storey funeral and other issues as well. Why were they being treated significantly differently? What was the issue? Were they seen as an easy touch, or something that policing would be in such a position where they would put them in a position where they would feel again that they were under threat and concern? And I do make this call to the Justice Minister as well, is we do need to have dedicated hate crimes legislation in Northern Ireland. We don't have the time probably to do it now as private members to get it across the line, but I call upon the Justice Minister to try and get hate crimes legislation on the statute book as quickly as we can. Because for all of our ethnic minority communities, we need to be sending from this Assembly a very strong message that we support you, we value you, and we do not see you in being any way as being different. And the rules and regulations should apply equally across the board. And for those people, and I think I welcome the fact that what's now happened with the PPS and the apologies coming from the Policing Service of Northern Ireland. Those are well overdue, but we as an Assembly need to reflect and make sure we send a strong message from here how much we support our ethnic minority communities and what a valued part of Northern Ireland society they are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And members, that concludes this item, this matter of the day. And Mr Pat Sheehan has been given leave to make a statement on the appointment of a special envoy to the United States, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I would remind members they will not take any points of order until this item of business has finished. Pat Sheehan, I call Pat Sheehan.
I was with some surprise over the weekend that I heard Trevor Ringland had been appointed as a special envoy for the North to the United States, and that he had been appointed by Brandon Lewis. One would assume when an appointment of that nature is taking place that there would at least be some sort of consultation or discussion with the democratically elected executive here. But no, and it's an indication of the level of arrogance and disrespect that the British Secretary of State shows for the executive and for the devolved institutions here, that there wasn't even a hint of consultation or discussion around this appointment. And it's all the more surprising because the executive already has a permanent diplomatic mission in Washington, DC, that is very effective engaging with the US administration, with Congress and with the Irish-American community. And I listened to Trevor Ringland on Radio Ulster this morning, and it was a bit of a car crash interview because he didn't even know what his job is. He wasn't sure who his employer is, but he was happy to say that he would represent the views of everyone here in the North. Well, he won't be representing my views at Corla, and he won't be representing the views of Sinn Féin in the United States, because we already do a good job at representing our own views, and we don't need a unionist there pretending that he's going to represent the views of Republicans, because that's not what he's going to do. And this comes on the back of another Whitehall department saying that they're going to open an office here in Belfast. And there's absolutely no need for that. Sorry? And there's absolutely no need for that. But again, it indicates the level of arrogance and disrespect that there is for the institutions here, and can only serve in the long term to undermine these devolved institutions. And we as a party will be challenging Brandon Lewis at the earliest opportunity to explain this appointment.
Thank you, and I call Jonathan Buckley.
Mr Speaker, and can I begin by welcoming the appointment of Trevor Ringland? I think it's a hugely positive story. It's hugely positive that anybody would come from these shores to represent the views of our people in a positive light. I think by listening to Sinn Féin and indeed Pat Sheehan, it seems a wee bit of jealousy that somebody else has turned up to the party in the United States to maybe articulate an opinion which is shared by us all. For too long, Mr Speaker, Sinn Féin have very much had it their own way in the United States. A one-sided narrative about what happened in the past and a one-sided narrative about what's happening now. I, for one, as a member of the Democratic Unionist Party, and I feel as somebody that shares the views of many in our society, that they are welcoming this appointment of Trevor Ringland to, and I quote what his purpose was, because I did not listen to a car crash interview this morning. I listened to a man that was very much stepping up to the forefront to go to the United States to try and sell our story, portray Northern Ireland in a positive light, is what Mr Ringland said, by telling them about cross-community projects or talking up money-making opportunities that can be had in the province. We know there's a huge interest in the United States to engage in Northern Ireland. There is a massive amount of goodwill throughout the United States to help and support us as we go along our journey. But that can only be done if we hear views from all sides of the argument. And I'm afraid the Sinn Féin rhetoric this morning and their views in relation to this appointment, they're not to be surprised but they are deeply saddening for many of us across this chamber, because what we need to see now is renewed engagement with the United States. We have heard much misrepresentation by those elected officials in the United States regarding our position on the protocol. That is something that Sinn Féin have went about their business for some time, to undermine this place and to undermine the unionist community that contain within it. So I look forward to Trevor Ringland representing the facts to the United States. And I know, and I will put on record, and many had the opportunity to do so, but I do pay a tribute to the work of the Northern Ireland Bureau throughout some very difficult times, and in particular the work of the late Norman Houston, who was an absolute stellar of an ambassador for this place. And I know in many of the conversations that I had with him, he always said the United States is always open to listen to voices from here. And wherever those voices come from, I will welcome, and I will welcome the fact that we are now in a position whereby positions can be put on the record to United States governments and officials, whereby we all feel that we have a voice at the table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, the last thing I think on anybody's mind is to make this debate personal, and this debate could easily be seen as a personal attack on Trevor Ringland, and I have no wish to be part of that at all. But I want to express my party's very serious concerns that once again the Secretary of State is doing things on the hoof without structure or process. This is really not good enough. He is not some old-fashioned British governor of a British colony. He's the Secretary of State, and we're the Legislative Assembly. So where was the advertisement seeking applications? Where is the job description? What is the job specification? What is the structure of accountability? Where is the transparency? Mr. Speaker, what was the process? I wasn't even aware that there was a vacancy. I was not aware that there was a vacuum. And our party were completely blindsided, as were all parties in this Assembly. And I believe that's disrespectful to this Assembly. And can I also put on record our deep appreciation to the work of the Northern Ireland Bureau. It has proven to be an excellent conduit for developing trade relations here in Northern Ireland, and I have no doubt Trevor Ringland will fit somewhere into the existing structures. But quite clearly, this has all been done in a rush and on the hoof, as I've said. So the appointee himself, quite clearly, was not given a detailed job spec on his new portfolio. The British government is really quite shabby when it comes to their engagement with this administration. Having said that, I offer Mr. Ringland my best wishes for his new role, whatever that appears to be.
I call Steve Egan.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I thank Mr Sheehan for bringing this matter to the Assembly today, but not necessarily in the manner to which he's done. First of all, may I make a declaration of interest? Trevor Ringland and I have served for a long period of time. We served on the board of the British-Irish Association. And I have never met anybody who's been better at putting forward a good case for Northern Ireland, but indeed for fostering not just north-south but east-west relationships. He has been absolutely outstanding, whether working with the International Fund for Ireland or for Corporation Ireland or for the vast raft of activities being there about representing all the communities in Northern Ireland. I have seen him in Washington. I have seen what he's done. And the fact that he is there representing Northern Ireland as an envoy is something that should be welcomed by everybody in this Assembly. And indeed will be welcomed by everybody in Northern Ireland, and particularly amongst the Northern Ireland business community, because of his strong links to not only businesses, but also his great understanding of the Northern Ireland business landscape. And the fact that he will be in the United States 4 to 6 times a year, being able to represent those views across the United States, not just inside the Beltway, but in other areas, I think that is a great opportunity for us and something we should be working to support. And indeed, the fact that we do have a Northern Ireland envoy, I think, sends a very strong message to the United States that the interest of our country, the United Kingdom, has in fostering relationships with the United States of America, means that we have decided, our nation has decided, that we're sending an envoy there. And I think that is a very positive development. It's a positive development for everybody here in Northern Ireland, and it's something we should be seeking to support. But there are some other issues here that we need to sort of address as well. And I've heard, and I know the great work that the Northern Ireland Bureau has done. But sometimes when you go to the United States, sometimes you think you're working into a parallel universe. Because another declaration of interest here, 2/3 of my family are from the United States. But they're not from Washington, or they're not from New York. They come from that sort of middle America. They come from Georgia and Tennessee and areas like that. But those people, they don't see Northern Ireland in the same way it's been presented in many times in New York and Washington. They see Northern Ireland as a great place to do business. They see Northern Ireland as a great place to come and visit. They see Northern Ireland as a great place that has opportunity. And that's who Trevor Ringland's going to reach out to. And I think that is one of the things we need to be supporting as well. And I look forward, as time goes on and when COVID restrictions are released, to be able to get back to the United States and pass that positive message myself back to the United States, because Northern Ireland is a great place to do. And we, as the Ulster Unionist Party, really thank Trevor Ringland for what he's about to do, and we wish him very well.
Thank you, and I call Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, the Alliance Party is not opposed to this appointment. The Secretary of State, of course, is free to do as he pleases within the confines of his role as Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. But I think we should somehow express some surprise and concern that there has been no consultation with the Northern Ireland Executive with regards to a very sensitive and perhaps even quite challenging and difficult role for anyone to play representing Northern Ireland on the big international stage of the United States of America. The individual will have to work very hard with the Northern Ireland Bureau to represent Invest Northern Ireland, to represent the political views of this chamber, and we've heard how difficult and diverse they are here today in respect of being that voice that can be respected in the United States coming from Northern Ireland. They will have to try and project the politics of Northern Ireland to the United States of America. So I think that the Secretary of State perhaps has acted in some haste in respect of this. He's perhaps acted injudiciously by not consulting the Northern Ireland Executive or this Assembly. And indeed, like many of these appointments that are made by the UK Government, they are done with little transparency and little openness. Yet this is the government that requires, and rightly requires, this Assembly and this legislation in Northern Ireland to be very open and very transparent in respect of all of its public appointments. So, while I wish Mr Ringland well in the appointment which he has, I trust that he will be sensitive to the voices that he has heard in this chamber today, and that he just doesn't represent one voice of one political party in the United Kingdom when he stands in the halls of business and politics and commerce in the United States of America. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. I welcome the timely appointment of an envoy, and I note in the manner in which Sinn Féin raised this issue. It's in the old vernacular of not a unionist about the place approach, and they don't want to see any challenge to the Sinn Féin monopoly of misrepresentation in the United States. So it's a good move. I'm sure Mr Ringland will not always please me in what he says, but it's important that Northern Ireland is so represented. And of course, the thing that I find quite staggering in this debate is the total lack of recognition that international relations is not a devolved matter. It's a matter exclusively for the Secretary of State. And all this whinging about not consulting with the executive, he had absolutely no need to. It's not a devolved issue. It's a matter totally within his competence. And of course, he had consulted with the executive. It would have been bogged down in months of disagreement. So I'm glad he got on with the job and did it. And I wish Mr Ringland well in that regard. I also think it's important that it's an appointment made in this our centenary year. And indeed, of course, today, though we're not marking it in any way shamefully in this Assembly, is the 100th anniversary of the very first day that the predecessor legislature of this place met in Northern Ireland. And I do want to salute the men of that generation who settled down and made provision and bedded in Northern Ireland in very turbulent years. And many have much to be thankful for in that regard. They were neither flip-floppers nor rollovers, but they did a good job. And I want to put that on record. And it is to the shame of this House, Mr. Speaker, that all these events have been brushed under the carpet, no centenary stone, not even a rose allowed to blossom, and no flag in this building today marking the 100th anniversary from when the legislature of Northern Ireland first met. That is a calculated slight and one that I repudiate.
I call Matthew O'Toole. Sorry, I call Gordon Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to welcome the appointment of a special envoy for Northern Ireland to the United States. Ms McLaughlin had said she doesn't want to make this personal. I do want to make it personal because I want to congratulate Trevor England on that appointment. He's from East Antrim, from Larne, and we're very proud that he's going to be taking up that post. And we want to wish him well because the United States is a hugely important partner for us here in Northern Ireland. There are very strong social and economic ties that we want to see continue and that we want to see develop as well. So I want to wish him well and say that he has the support of myself and my party as it seeks to promote Northern Ireland and defend its interests in the United States. It's already been mentioned today about the Executive Office's office in North America. It serves North America well, looking out in particular for our economic interests, but as Mr Allister has already stated, international relations are for our government to oversee, and I think that this is a positive move, and I just wish it had been welcomed by everybody across the House here today. But I understand why Mr Sheehan is disappointed, because Mr England's not going to be going over there and saying that Northern Ireland is a failed state, because it's not. He's not going to be going over there and saying it's an occupied territory, because it's not. He's not going to be over there saying that Northern Ireland is only represented by Sinn Féin, because of course it is not. I welcome the balance that he will bring to the discussions that take place there, and that I think is to be welcomed. And in particular, Mr Speaker, I think it's important at this moment in time that we have somebody over there from the UK Government's position explaining a little bit more about Northern Ireland, because there's been, I think it's fair to say, more than a little bit of a lack of understanding about Northern Ireland, and in particular about the Good Friday Agreement and what the Good Friday Agreement actually says, and how the protocol is actually damaging to the Good Friday Agreement, something which is clear for us all to see, yet continually fail to be grasped or acknowledged at any way by so many members in this House. So I think it is a good day for Northern Ireland. I think we should always welcome the fact that there are people over there who love Northern Ireland, who want the best for Northern Ireland, being over there defending and promoting our interests, and it's something that should be strongly welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think it's first of all worth saying, to go back to what my colleague Sinead McLaughlin said, that at a personal level many people admire Trevor England's record in peace building, obviously his record on the rugby pitch, but also his record in multiple areas of peace building, Cooperation Ireland, various funds, British Irish Association has been mentioned. He clearly has done a lot of work in that area and is well thought of. It is, however, important to put on record to clarify a few things about what has been said today. It's been said repeatedly that Mr England is being appointed to represent Northern Ireland's interests in North America, in the United States specifically. That's not what the press release says that announced his appointment. It said that he was there to represent the UK Government's interests on Northern Ireland in the United States, and those are, I'm afraid, quite distinct and different things. So while I don't mean to carp or impugn Mr England or his record, let's be absolutely clear. Representation for Northern Ireland and the power-sharing executive and this institution is through the Northern Ireland Bureau in Washington DC, and I'm pleased to see the number of people who have reiterated the great job that it does. It does a job in a very unique and occasionally difficult context. The wonderful late Norman Houston has been paid tribute to. That, I'm afraid, is not what this appointment is. So it is completely reasonable for people in any part of this House to ask real and substantive questions about what Mr Ringland has been appointed to do, and to point out that, as it were on the radio this morning, he himself didn't appear to be entirely clear about the nature of the role. It has been said the Secretary of State is entitled to appoint whomever he likes. It's also been said by a couple of people that the Secretary of State is responsible for international relations in Whitehall. I'm sure the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and Dominic Raab would have something to say about that. I would also say that it's been stated in slightly contradictory terms that Mr Ringland will be will be a trade envoy. I think, given the amount of interest that Invest NI clearly have in Northern Ireland's dual market access, its access to both the European single market of £500 million and the UK market under the protocol, that large European— I hear sighs from a sedentary position. I'm afraid some people don't like the truth of the opportunities of the Brexit they forced on us, but the first thing that lots of business leaders in North America will be saying to Mr Ringland is, I hear Northern Ireland's in a unique position. I hear it as access to 2 major markets. Is that what you want to pitch to us? Is that why you want us to invest? What will Mr Ringland say then? If he's willing to say, yes, invest in Northern Ireland because the protocol offers us access to 2 major markets, good on him. I'll support him in that. But if, as he did this morning, he's going to dissemble and continue UK government lines on the protocol, I'm afraid it's not going to be a good thing. So I wish him well. We have concerns about this appointment. He is clearly a person of substance and a good person, but we have concerns about the way this appointment has been made. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Mike Nesbitt.
I think this is a very clever move, Mr Speaker. It's the business equivalent of the reverse takeover, when the smaller organisation makes the move. So rather than waiting to see what Joe Biden's administration is going to do, the Northern Ireland office has gone first. And I applaud them for that imaginative thinking. I should also declare an interest in that Trevor Ringland and I were colleagues during the 2010 general election campaign. I wondered if that was going to be the elephant in the room, but Mr Sheehan has said quite clearly he doesn't want a unionist representing him. The only problem I have with that is that this is a consociational arrangement for government, and I have to accept some days I'm going to be represented by a Republican, some days by a member of the nationalist community, sometimes by a member of the DUP, and I will leave it to your imagination to figure out which I would find least agreeable. Mr Ringland supports the Union, as does the UK government, in just the same way as the Government of Ireland supports constitutional change. I don't think this needs to be an issue, because whatever your constitutional preference, surely what we need to do is make Northern Ireland work. And that's going to be measured in a variety of ways, including the quality of our public services and attracting inward investment for the United States. I think we can all agree is no bad thing. So Mr Buckley says perhaps the problem here is that Republicans have had it all their own way for too long. I would gently suggest to Mr Buckley we also need to examine unionism, put a mirror up to ourselves. Because if we do what we have done before, such as Ian Paisley and Jim Molyneux cancelling their trip to America in February 1994 because Gerry Adams had been granted a visa to appear at the same conference, you cannot then turn round and accuse the White House of being green in their Irish politics. Well, you can, but frankly it's bonkers. We have to have a presence. Engagement is key, whatever your constitutional preference. And Mr Speaker, the point has been made, why were the devolved administrations not consulted? Let me give you a theory. I'm going to speculate, but maybe the Secretary of State and his advisers looked at New Decade, New Approach and saw a commitment to appointing a panel of experts to advise the ad hoc committee on a Bill of Rights, a committee that has now met for over a year and is still awaiting the appointment of that panel of experts. And maybe he concluded that to consult the Executive Office would be the equivalent, the political equivalent, of putting it into a cosmic black hole from which nothing, not even light, ever emerges.
Thank you. And I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I wasn't going to speak on this matter today, but much has been said about the connections between the US and Northern Ireland, and including the Northern Ireland Bureau. And it would be wrong of me not to mention, just in the spirit of today, about an exchange programme that I was involved in a few years ago, which was funded by the US State Department. And many youth voices from here and in the Republic of Ireland were flown out, and we spent nearly 4 weeks travelling around the US, speaking to people, learning more about each other, and been part of the project. And nearly 30 of us were there, and I'm pleased to say I continue to keep in touch with these people and share our experiences. We shared our experiences about the George Floyd protests that were discussed earlier on, and about the impact of riots and youth and education and food poverty, and all these shared interests that we have between here and the US. And I'm pleased to say I keep in touch with all of these people from Washington, from Minneapolis, from Oklahoma, and the friendships I made in the process. And it's this kind of relationship that should be continued and fostered, and shared understanding and peace building. And it's these, I speak on this today with these sentiments in mind. And I do have to say I was surprised to learn of this appointment, like others have said. But then again, we are used to surprises coming from the UK Government and from the Secretary of State. And questions have been and are going to be asked on the process of the appointment, and that's okay. But I want to declare, though, I have worked with Mr Ringland before in my constituency, and he is an absolutely outstanding member of our community in terms of, especially when it comes to local sports. And I appreciate how hard he works. And I just want to say I do wish him all the best, and it is with those sentiments in mind that I say that today. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes this item of business. Moving on, Ms. Kellie Armstrong has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Kellie Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to present this petition today, calling on the Minister for Health to support carers by reopening all respite and day centres across Northern Ireland, and to make good on his announcement made in January about a COVID carers payment. Mr Speaker, the postcode lottery, the partial opening of services for people with disabilities and older people, is not working. They and their carers are past breaking point. This Carers Week, I am here on behalf of the 1,100 petition signatories and on behalf of the thousands of carers to ask why we are still being denied support. If pubs can open, why can't respite care? This morning, Carers NI launched their Breaks Not Breakdown report, confirming the impact the pandemic has had on carers, and they confirm, and I read from their report, caring for a family member, friend or neighbour can be challenging and often comes at significant personal cost. Without sufficient support or meaningful breaks, it can take its toll on carers' emotional and physical health, their ability to work, and also have a knock-on effect on their long-term finances. For carers, a break is time off from caring and a chance to do things they would like to do but can't do while they are caring. Everyday things such as catching up with friends, going for a walk, or simply catching up on sleep. It could be for 30 minutes, an afternoon, or a week. A break could be provided by accessing care service such as replacement care, sitting services, a day service, or through support from family and friends providing either respite or essential care. Over the past year, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on carers' ability to access breaks. Not only are the majority of carers, that's 81%, providing more care than before the pandemic, their responsibilities have grown as the support they used to rely on has been reduced. Many carers have been on call all day, every day in the past year, on duty, never getting a night's sleep, and with no time to themselves or proper time with family or close friends. Many spent that time shielding in isolation with the person they care for, and many are now suffering with depression. Unsurprisingly, many carers are now exhausted and worried about how they will continue to care without increased support. The Carers Northern Ireland research shows the impact of reduced support from both services and family and friends has had on carers' health and well-being. It demonstrates that without the right interventions, there could be significant carer breakdowns. We cannot allow this to happen because this will have a massive negative impact on our health service. Mr Speaker, carers are asking for help, I hope this petition does not continue to fall on closed ears. Thank you.
Thank you. And normally I would invite the member to bring her petition to the table and present it here. However, in light of social distancing, I would ask the member to remain in her place and make arrangements to submit the petition electronically to my office. I thank the member for bringing the petition to the attention of the Assembly. Once received, I will forward the petition thereon to the Minister of Health and send also a copy to the committee. The next item of business, members, on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. As with other similar motions, it will be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Ms Joanne Bunting replace Mr Keith Buchanan and that Mr Trevor Clark replace Mr Gary Middleton as members of the Business Committee.
I call Keith Buchanan to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is a motion to suspend standing orders 10.2 to 10.4. Clerk, please read the motion.
That standing orders 10(2) to 10(4) be suspended for the 7th of June 2021.
I call the Minister of Finance to move the motion.
Moved. Can't call it.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. As there rise from all sides of the House and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is therefore agreed. And members, the next item of business is a motion on the supply resolution for the NI main estimates 2021 to 2022. And I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the motion relating to the supply resolution for the Northern Ireland main estimates 2021 to 2022, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
I call the Minister of Finance to move the motion.
Moved. Can't call it.
Thank you, Cormagan. And the Business Committee has allowed up to 3.5 hours for this debate. The Minister will have 40 minutes to allocate at his discretion between proposing and winding. The Chair of the Finance Committee will have 10 minutes to speak, and other committee chairs will have 7 minutes. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. And I call the Minister to now open the debate on the motion. Minister.
As you have set out, this debate covers the supply resolution for the main estimates 2021-2022, which relates to the supply of cash and use of resources for the current financial year. This seeks the Assembly's approval of the 2021-22 spending plans of departments and other public bodies as set out in the main estimates, which were laid in the Assembly on Thursday, the 27th of May this year. These main estimates are based on the departmental spending plans set out in the Executive's Budget 2021-22, including the in-year allocations confirmed at that time. I announced the budget on the 1st of April, made an oral statement on the 27th of April, and was subsequently the subject of an Assembly debate and vote on the 25th of May. The main estimates also include allocations which legally could not be included in the budget, as the funding had not been confirmed in writing by the Secretary of State. For reasons that remain a mystery, the Secretary of State has still not confirmed confidence to supply a new decade new approach funding, but the Treasury has now confirmed this funding. The main estimates do not include the COVID allocations agreed by the Executive on the 20th of May 2021, as these had not been confirmed at the time that the main estimate document was being finalised. However, some £96 million for the extension of COVID business support schemes has been included, as this was agreed by the Executive at an earlier date. While the funding has not been formally allocated and discussions are ongoing with the British Government, I have included estimates cover of some £19 million for victims' pensions. This will ensure that there is no delay in making payments. I hope will provide much-needed certainty for those affected while we continue discussions with the British Government on its financial contribution to the scheme. The remaining allocations, along with any further allocations agreed later in the year, will be included in the spring supplementary estimates at the end of the year. The main estimate position is set out in the detailed document which has been provided to members, and the Budget No. 2 bill reflects this same position. Members will be aware that, as per NDNA commitment, I had hoped to bring forward a multi-year budget which would have provided departments with greater certainty and enable longer-term strategic planning of services. Unfortunately, this was not possible as the Treasury spending review on the 25th of November only covered 1 year. I recently discussed this with the Chancellor Rishi Sunak, and he indicated that he will announce a multi-year spending review later this year. I very much welcome that, as it will in turn allow the Executive to present a multi-year budget, and this will assist the Executive in planning for recovery, rebuilding the economy and tackling systemic issues such as health transformation and waiting lists. Turning back to the 2021-22 financial position, members will know that while the Treasury spending review provided an increased capital budget, the Executive's non-COVID resource settlement was essentially at a standstill. Once increased costs and service demands are taken into account, this effectively means cuts. Ministers must therefore prioritise their budgets. There has also been a significant reduction in COVID funding from the £3.3 billion last year to £1.3 billion this year. As part of the budget consultation exercise, three key priorities were highlighted: health, education and economic recovery. These are reflected in the final budget and the figures in this main estimates and in the Budget No. 2 bill. The Executive has continued to prioritise health. The Department of Health has been allocated nearly half of the entire resource budget and £430 million of additional COVID funding. This includes funding to support our health and social care workers, as well as the rollout of the vaccination programme. £250 million of this COVID funding was to help rebuild the health service, and the Health Minister has flexibility to use this money for waiting lists. Education has received 18% of the resource budget and £108 million of COVID funding to support the delivery of services to deal with the impact of COVID on the well-being and learning of children and young people. The Department for the Economy's Economic Recovery Plan has been funded in full, with an allocation of over £300 million to support businesses, town centres and high streets to recover and rebuild as we emerge from the pandemic. Rates have been frozen for a second year at a cost of £230 million. This will help families and businesses, and those sectors hardest hit by the pandemic will benefit from the rates holiday, which has been extended for a further year. The Executive also made a number of in-year allocations as part of the final budget process, and these have been included in the main estimates, including £35 million for teachers' pay, £20 million for safe staffing in the health service, £12.3 million to recruit additional PSNI officers, and £1.4 million to extend the Bright Start school-age grant scheme. On capital, the increased capital budget will stimulate the economy as we move to the recovery phase. The Executive has agreed to borrow up to £170 million from the Reinvestment and Reform Initiative (RRI) facility. The Department for Infrastructure has been allocated £722.5 million, a record budget which represents over 40% of the capital budget available. The Department for Communities has received over £160 million to provide new social housing. Over £111 million is also being allocated to various departments to deliver on the Executive's flagship projects, including Casement Park. Cancora in this
for this and express the hope that these useful engagements will continue in a spirit of cooperation, as they have done so far, for what is left of this present mandate. Mr Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the foregoing, we have lost count of the number of times that we have indicated the committee's dissatisfaction with the budget process. We refer, of course, to the opaqueness of the estimates documents, the confusing and impenetrable accountants' terminology, the debates which are scheduled after the decisions have been taken and which usually don't deal with the budgetary matters anyway, and not forgetting the monitoring rounds, both scheduled and ad hoc, where money seems to appear from nowhere and the explanations seem to leave the committee confused, and I know other committees are similarly confused. In recent evidence from officials, the committee also noted that in terms of the votes that we will have today and tomorrow, the Assembly doesn't actually vote on capital, nor, it appears, does it vote on much of the spending of the non-departmental public bodies. Members of the committee were surprised to learn that all of this may account for around 25% of the Executive's spending. And that should be a significant concern for every House on the timing of the introduction of the legislation for the establishment of this independent fiscal council. The reason I am asking this now is that my understanding that this possibly isn't going to happen in this current mandate. I can see no good reason for this, but await with interest the Minister's clarification on what he's doing to expedite the legislation process that we can put the Independent Fiscal Council on a statutory basis this mandate. I would also ask the Minister to indicate if the current Fiscal Council will indeed produce an assessment of the Executive's revenue streams, its spending proposals and the sustainability of its finances, and if that will happen this year. Mr Deputy Speaker, in tomorrow's debate, I will, with your indulgence, address the issues of consultation on the public expenditure proposals and speak briefly about the accelerated passage for the Budget No. 2 bill. For now, I will address the supply resolution and the main estimates. I think it is worth beginning by mentioning again that 2021 was a very unusual year. If we look at the resource and capital spends for the last month of that financial year, we can see that they are very significant. Nearly £2.5 billion of resource and over £600 million of capital, all spent in the month of March. I expect that we will hear more about the provisional outturn at June monitoring, but it does appear that departments have undertaken a mammoth expenditure task successfully. It would also appear that only a limited amount of financial transaction capital will be going back to Westminster, which of course we will all welcome. Mr Deputy Speaker, although it is important to ensure that all of our money gets spent appropriately and none gets returned unnecessarily, I am a little concerned in respect of the capital surge in March. I do hope that other departments aren't disregarding the Finance Department's advice and settling up with capital contractors at the 11th hour of the financial year. This is a risky strategy which might one day lead to unspent capital money. In terms of 21-22, I refer yet again to the failure of the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to provide necessary clarity on the new decade, new approach and confidence in supply funding, even though it's quite clear that HM Treasury has largely approved this. This has led to considerable related sums in the main estimates being recorded as headroom, significant amounts. This has deprived departments of a necessary degree of clarity and certainty in respect of their spending. Mr Deputy Speaker, the estimates also include funding for a number of post-COVID recovery measures which we have discussed before, but which are nonetheless of undeniable importance as the economy recovers from the pandemic. I am thinking in particular of the rates holiday and the extension of the LRSS payments into May, and indeed the much anticipated High Street voucher scheme, which I think we in our committee and indeed the members of this Assembly would like to have some detail and clarity of when this is due and how it's going to be accounted for. Mr Deputy Speaker, I can't conclude my remarks on behalf of the committee without referencing the importance of also providing clarity and certainty to victims in respect of the Victims Payment Scheme. I note the Minister's remarks about the 19 million. However, I hope that as part of the process, the Department, with its responsibility for strategic finance, will come to a better understanding of the related need and thereby narrow down the size of the liability associated with this vital victims scheme. Mr Deputy Speaker, I expect that in tomorrow's debate, when I have a little more time, I may address some of the detailed feedback received from the other statutory committees, or that feedback that we have received. In the meantime, on behalf of the Committee for Finance, we would like to endorse the supply resolution motion. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Paul Free.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and again I raise in another budget debate where we will all talk about the same things over again, but they are useful. They are useful for the Finance Minister to listen, to hear when he's in this chamber, the various concerns and disgruntlements from chairs of committees and from other members who are frustrated and concerned. And it's useful for the Finance Minister and for the Executive to hear those concerns. That's what the very essence of this place should be about. So the Minister will have to sit through a few minutes of my disgruntlements and concerns here today. Just a few. Last week I talked about hope and inspiration, and where was it within the budget in the debate last week we had. Today I want to talk about direction, Mr Deputy Speaker. And whilst we are a devolved assembly, we don't have sovereign power and we have very little fiscal powers, and there's maybe good reason for that. But whilst we are a devolved assembly, we still need to provide direction for our people. And one of the main reasons and one of the main ways of doing that is through the budget process. Now, how do we get direction in a budget process, especially one that would be challenging? And the Finance Minister has already told us about standstill budgets and very little money and cuts then whenever you take all the inflationary aspects of it. And I get that, I really do, and I get the pressures. But how do we actually instil direction into a budget? And for me, having looked at this for many years, the only way I can really see of that happening is through a programme for government that's underlined and underlaid with a budget. And a budget that actually finances and populates with money the programme for government. It's the programme for government that gets you direction. It's the budget that funds that direction. And those two have to be coupled together, even in a devolved assembly. And we have not yet seen that alignment. And that causes concern. But it also means that we're not firing on all cylinders. And that is a problem for people, not least our businesses out there. And that's a big issue, especially when you have the issues around health, the challenges that we have in health, the challenges that we have in education, and the challenges that we have with economic recovery, and the lockdown restrictions that have placed an intolerable burden on some of our business sectors. They want to see direction. And whilst I talked last week about hope and inspiration, I'm now talking about direction, because our people need to see a way out of this mess. When you look at any sector in our economy, they have been affected one way or the other. Now, don't get me wrong, there'll be people who have endured the pandemic and the economic crisis quite well, but so many more will not. And I think that we are still living in this phony war period, where a lot of our businesses are on life support, whether that be a furlough scheme or a rates holiday, which are very, very good and very essential. But I think that business is on a life support machine. So when that life support gets turned off, as it will inevitably be at some point in the future, near future probably, we need to be assured that our budgetary processes and the budgets that we have on the ground actually cater and assist the recovery and direct our people, direct our businesses, and get them out of this mess that we find ourselves in. And that is something that frustrates me when I don't see that direction in this budget. I can also speak of the real grave concerns I have, as already been outlaid by the Chairperson of the Finance Committee, around the Victims Payment Scheme for the permanent disablements. This is money. This is a scheme that the Executive had to be taken to court on. And I worry about the budget lines and the provisions for this. And I hope that the Finance Minister will deliver this funding for those people. Those victims have read the newspapers over the last number of weeks. They will see the great wealth that the Finance Minister's party has in their party coffers. But yet they struggle day in, day out.
Member bring his remarks to close.
Those are just some of my comments, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will elaborate further tomorrow in the budget process bill. Thank you.
I call Melissa McHugh.
Cormagat, last concur agus buíhas leis na éire fásta fahian atchis. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister as well. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate on supply resolution, which will give effect to the main estimates for 2021-22. And I commend the Minister and the officials in his department for producing these estimates and the associated budget bill. The estimates are based on the budget 2021-22 document, which has been endorsed in the Executive and by all of the parties, and again here in this chamber only 2 weeks ago. It's been an extraordinary year for us all. The scale of the damage the pandemic has inflicted on our society, both in human terms and in economic terms, has been catastrophic. Thousands of jobs have been lost since the outbreak of the pandemic, bringing untold stress and hardship on families, with so much uncertainty about when the next paycheck will arrive and if it will be enough to pay the bills and put food on the table. We have seen a huge spike in the number of people suffering from mental health issues, with many struggling to access the services that are available. On top of this, there have been thousands of workers placed on furlough. These people face a cliff edge come September if they do not manage to find their way back into work before this time. The British Government should do all it can to ensure people on furlough are protected when this scheme ends. There has been 125% in the number of people claiming universal credit, and this will no doubt continue to rise in the months ahead. Our economy shrank by 11% last year, and the economic forecast predicts that we will not get back to the pre-COVID levels of economic activity until the end of 2022. Despite the significant scale of the problems we face, there is light at the end of the tunnel. The vaccine rollout has been a huge success, and we're now in a much better position, with businesses able to open up to the public once again and resume normal activities. The task now for us all is to start to rebuild the economy and get people back to work, to invest in our public services, to generate growth in the economy. We need to get back to a position where we can make real inroads on the ongoing issues in our health system. The crisis in our health service in terms of waiting lists is now at breaking point. This has been an ongoing issue for a number of years without any significant attempts to get to grips with the challenges. I'm regularly in contact with patients in my own constituency in West Tyrone who are suffering daily but have no realistic prospect of being seen by a consultant for years to come. A decade of underinvestment and cuts to our health budget due to Tory austerity have left it in a weakened state and struggling to cope with ongoing pressures. We need radical reform and significant investment from the British Government if we are to begin to meet the needs of patients. Brexit is still a concern going forward. So much of the current uncertainty and disruption is a direct result of Brexit. Boris Johnson and the DUP promised us that we'd be better off and that all lost EU funding would be replaced. However, I remain sceptical. We need clarity on the Shared Prosperity Fund and the Levelling Up Fund in respect of the size of the funding envelope and how these schemes are to be delivered. The £35 million which the British Treasury has committed will be used to assist the implementation of the protocol and will minimise the worst effects of Brexit. The Minister has described this budget as a standstill budget, and I agree. We're almost entirely reliant on the British Government to provide the necessary funding to enable our public services to function. And yet again, we've been let down by the same Tory Government which doesn't care about this place or the people who live here. To stimulate the economy into a position of recovery, we need investment from the British Government, yet they have chosen not to invest. It's also disappointing that we still have not got a multi-year budget settlement, which will allow more strategic planning going forward, despite a commitment to deliver this in the new decade new approach. I welcome the £230 million of COVID support funding for a 12-month rates holiday, which will benefit thousands of businesses. And I know that this particular budget, in fact, will leave us all much better prepared in many respects to meet the challenges of the future.
I now call Colin McGrath, and as Chair of the Executive Committee, you have up to 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on behalf of the Committee of the Executive Office. We heard from the Department about their spending plans on the 12th of May, and we look forward to engaging with them this week to hear what they're asking for in the current monitoring round. The Department was allocated over £120 million in the final budget for resource and £15 million for capital. However, the Department's planned expenditure for the financial year would require an additional £5.5 million in total. £33 million of the planned spending is for arm's-length bodies and the Department sponsors, with £29.6 million is for the Department spend, and the remaining, just over £62 million, is for ring-fenced funding. This funding includes £46 million for the implementation of the recommendations of the Historical Institutional Abuse Inquiry, including compensation paid through the Redress Board to victims. The Committee has taken a close interest in this issue and while pleased that there is now acknowledgement and compensation for those that have suffered through abuse, there is still much to do to ensure this is undertaken in a sensitive and appropriate manner. There is £6.7 million allocated to the implementation of the Victims Payment Scheme for permanent disablement, but nothing of the actual payments themselves, estimated at £19 million for this financial year. The Committee acknowledges and supports the executive approaches to the Northern Ireland Office to foot this bill, but in the meantime it is unclear where this money that the Department has a legal obligation to pay will come from. But what is of particular importance to the Committee is the fact that people who have been affected by the conflict will receive financial support. After years of endurance and campaigning for people to receive this support, the scheme is finally expected to open at the end of this month. The Committee was also pleased to hear that £12 million was announced to continue the excellent work being undertaken by projects working under the Together Building a United Community strategy. The Committee heard just last week from Community Relations in Schools as an example of the commitment and dedication of community-based organisations to promote peace and reconciliation in our communities. But can we not commit to a multi-year funding stream to ensure that they adequately plan and embed their work and retain the experienced staff that they need? A one-year funding cycle is barely sufficient to plan and to build the necessary relationships to begin the sensitive and challenging work, let alone run a full programme of activities. The Committee has raised some concerns that whilst £12 million of the shared future funding has been announced, we are concerned that only half of that has been committed, with the remainder to be found during the year. If we add this £6 million to the £5.5 million overcommitment by the Department, and then the £19 million that will be needed to pay victims of the conflict, and the additional £2.3 million the Department says that it needs for COVID recovery, that makes, by my calculations, over £32 million that the Department has to find somewhere, and that sounds like a lot to expect from monitoring rounds. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee will be monitoring the Department's financial commitments closely in the coming year, and we look forward to engaging regularly with the Department on how it spends its money. Mr Deputy Speaker, I now wish to make some remarks in my capacity as an MLA. Mr Deputy Speaker, government finances should be about people and how their government values them and seeks to invest in them. Currently, 1 in 4 people across the north is on an NHS waiting list. This should terrify and shock us. The waiting list crisis predates the COVID-19 pandemic, yet there is no aspiration within our budgets to address that waiting list crisis. Mr Deputy Speaker, it seems to be a recurring theme across so much of our executive that we do not aspire, but rather just react to some of the issues of the day. The uninspiring and lacklustre budget that we are financing today is one that deals with the short-term, temporary bursts of money and does not aspire to long-term budgeting that will effectively address the very real issues that affect us day to day. Where is the drive from our Finance Minister to bring forward finances that are aspirational, forward-thinking and transformative? After 14 years of successive DUP and Sinn Féin Finance Ministers, we are still reacting and playing catch-up to the issues of the day. It is people and their lives that are being impacted. The architect of this budget being supplied today, Minister Murphy, has achieved something quite remarkable, Mr Deputy Speaker, in that he is not only failing to fund the waiting list crisis, but he has still not sorted out the salaries of our nurses. I don't think we'll find many from the NHS out clapping for this. Mr Deputy Speaker, unless we are realistic and aspirational about the issues of the day and what is required, then we will become crisis legislators. Legislators who react to a mental health crisis, a waiting list crisis, a nursing crisis, and legislators who are themselves forever in a crisis thanks to DUP and Sinn Féin's incompetence. One of the excuses that we hear so often is that we cannot have a multi-year budget is because our finances are heavily dependent on allocations from the British Government. Well, until we reach a point of self-determination, then that is where we are. If we turn to the Troubles Permanent Disablement Scheme mentioned earlier, The Finance Minister has funded its implementation, but we still need the £19 million to actually issue the payments. If we are serious about addressing the legacy of our past, then the Finance Minister has the onus of responsibility to show the British Government, the very ones who made so many victims, that they must make this money available. Victims were failed by the British Government. They must not be failed further by Finance Minister Conor Murphy and DUP and Sinn Féin. Lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I mentioned earlier that £12 million is being made available to continue the excellent work done through TBUC. But ridiculously, only half of the money has been committed. So not only are we not able to do multi-year budgets, it would appear that there are areas where we cannot even do a single-year budget. And the people most affected, such as those on waiting lists, victims of the troubles, healthcare staff or those delivering TBUC, are left wondering, why don't you value us? Mr Deputy Speaker, the executive finances should be about people, and Sinn Féin Finance Minister owes these people an answer for this lacklustre budget. It's time to call in the debt and pay up.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the Alliance Party's Finance and Infrastructure spokesperson, I rise to support the resolution tabled here today, and I seek to speak primarily to that motion. The supply resolution authorises departments to spend money to provide for public services that we all rely upon. It is essential that this motion here today is approved. I would like to pay tribute to the many dedicated public servants across Northern Ireland who have continued to serve us so well over the past year and beyond. One good thing that has emerged as a result of this pandemic is we are less inclined to take our public services for granted, and long may that continue. I note that next week the Finance Minister is bringing forward his financial reporting bill for second reading. We will discuss the bill in detail then, but it is part of that process to simplify financial reporting to better align budgets, estimates and resource accounts. The ultimate aim is to improve the alignment and transparency of the financial information presented to the Assembly and also to the general public. I can tell the Finance Minister, who's someone in my second year of formally scrutinising, easy for me to say, the main estimates, there's a lot to do in that regard. No doubt the figures and the estimates have been meticulously prepared, but they are bafflingly incomprehensible to the non-specialist. I would be interested to hear if he agrees with me that it doesn't have to be this way, and there's much to be done over and above the bill next week to make these figures more comprehensible to the public. It is their money, after all. While in yes, no problem.
Would the member not agree with me that it would be very useful if we actually had a common reporting standard across all government in Northern Ireland, including government departments and indeed sort of arm's-length bodies?
The member for an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention, and hallelujah, long may that day come, please. While in effect much of the budget is flat cash, the baseline figures and the estimates continue to grow. In particular, the capital budget has increased by 15% compared to the final budget position this time last year. The Department for Infrastructure's capital budget, the largest of all departments, has increased by approximately double that, 29% to be precise. The increase in the capital budget, partially as a result of a decision to borrow £170 million in RRI fund, something which the Alliance Party has consistently called for since the outset of this pandemic, is welcome. All across the world, governments are agreed that investment is key to a successful recovery from this pandemic. The Alliance Party recently launched our Green New Deal document, a plan for a green, equitable and prosperous future in Northern Ireland. Whilst we welcome the increase in capital allocations for the departments in this financial year, there is more that could and should have already been done to ensure that this increased money is spent better. Proposals for an infrastructure commission are seemingly stuck in the mud. I don't know where it is. Maybe it's in the black hole that's called TEO. An infrastructure commission would set a 30-year vision for infrastructure in Northern Ireland to inform multi-year plans from the Executive Office. It would help to ensure that record levels of funding are spent in a strategic and a coordinated manner. The Ministerial Advisory Panel's report in relation to an infrastructure commission, which was commissioned by Minister Mallon, was made public in October last year, and I know that the Ministers of Infrastructure and Finance held discussions on its findings. I would ask the Minister for Finance for an update on what needs to be done to make this vital proposal a reality. I'm also concerned that the way we are currently spending money on major capital projects remains suboptimal, to say the least. The Audit Office's 2019 landmark report into major capital projects made clear recommendations around centralising procurement processes and sharing best practice on delivery. I would ask the Minister for Finance to confirm whether he is satisfied that the recommendations have been implemented in full and what the timescales are if they have not been. Finally, I fully acknowledge that a flat resource budget makes it more difficult for departments to effectively spend their increased capital budgets. However, once again, the Finance Minister is not powerless in this situation. The Audit Officer's report into capacity and capability of the civil service found serious issues in the way the civil service is currently operating. Responding in full to those recommendations to ensure we have a dynamic, attractive civil service with the right skills and processes in place will enable us to deliver more for the people of Northern Ireland. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am content to support the supply resolution here today and urge the Minister for Finance to lead the work required to ensure that departments are in a position to provide the greatest possible benefits with the additional funds available for our entire community. Thank you.
I call Michelle McIlveen, and as Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, you have up to 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to outline the Committee for Infrastructure's consideration and views in respect of the main estimates for the 21-22 budget, specifically in respect to how it impacts on the Department for Infrastructure and its ability to carry out its responsibilities and functions for the coming year. It's the Committee for Infrastructure's regret, albeit that we are living through unprecedented times, that the budget process continues to be far from satisfactory and certainly falls short of affording committees the appropriate time to carry out our scrutiny role. As one of the government's largest spending departments, this committee takes its scrutiny of the Department for Infrastructure's budget extremely seriously, and to that end, the current situation where there are still unknowns, such as waiting for commitments from the UK Government for the city deals, is untenable. The Committee for Infrastructure received a briefing from Department for Infrastructure officials on the draft budget 21-22 at its meeting on the 3rd of February and a further briefing on the 21st of April. The Committee also requested written briefings from the Department's arm's-length bodies, TransLink, the Drainage Council, Waterways Ireland and Northern Ireland Water on their expectations for the budget and what they had received. During the briefing on the 21st of April, the departmental officials outlined that it had received a final opening resource budget for 21-22 of £429.9 million and a capital budget of £772.5 million. This excludes EU replacement funding to come from the UK Government for the city deals and NDNA funding for low-emission buses. The Department advised the Committee that the resource budget is an increase of £12 million, 2.9% on the 2021 opening allocation. This £12 million uplift will be used exclusively for Northern Ireland Water, £9.2 million for COVID pressures and £2.8 million to partially meet its resource pressures and to meet a draft determination by the utility regulator to enable it to continue as an essential public service. Taking this into account, the Department advised the Committee that omitting the £12 million going to Northern Ireland Water, the resource budget has remained stationary and represents a real-term reduction. The Department advised the Committee that this was a disappointing outcome, especially given that the average resource increase of other departments is an average increase of over 6%. The Department advised the Committee that its total pressures for 21-22 will be £88.5 million. This is better than the £103 million resource pressures it had estimated when it briefed the Committee in February. It advised the Committee that it has identified its pressures for next year to be £58.8 million of COVID pressures and £29.7 million of other pressures. When the Committee questioned what the COVID pressures were, officials advised that TransLink has estimated a £50 million pressure this year based on how quickly people will return to public transport, which in turn is based on the planned stage recovery from COVID that the Executive have produced. Also, Mr Deputy Speaker, as members will be aware, driving tests and MOTs are returning. However, the DVA will still lose around £5 million this year. DFI Roads and DFI Rivers, the Crumlin Road Jail and the Rathlin Ferry will have COVID pressures of £3.8 million, £100,000 and £300,000 respectively. That makes total COVID pressures of £58.8 million. Officials also outlined that for Northern Ireland Water, the longer we work from home, the more water is used in residential settings, which does not create income for Northern Ireland Water, and the water usage by businesses that it does charge for is being reduced. The committee asked the officials to outline what the impact would be to the work of the department, and officials advised that it would mean that work would need to be prioritised and that the core work of the department, including public services such as gully cleaning, street lighting outages, grass cutting, bridge repairs, road markings, may not be carried out. Mr Deputy Speaker, with respect to the capital budget, the Committee for Infrastructure noted that the increase in capital for this financial year is £772.5 million. This is £164 million, or 29% uplift on the opening position for the 2021 year. This represents 40% of the total £1.781 million available to the Executive, and is the largest capital budget across all departments. However, the department has advised that after conducting an assessment of its capital requirements, that this does not meet its requirement for capital for this year. The department estimates that it needs £811.3 million to carry out its functions, and that £519.6 million of the budget will be needed for flagship, inescapable or pre-committed expenditure. The department has indicated that this is a large requirement due to the expected spend of a number of major projects and the investment requirements for Northern Ireland Water as set out in the regulator's draft determination. Mr Deputy Speaker, in our scrutiny, members were keen to understand the disparity in the increase in capital, 29%, and resource, 2.9%. Officials advised that such a disparity between the two was a disappointment and meant that the resources within the department to deliver on an extensive programme of capital projects would be under severe pressure. Mr Deputy Speaker, the impact of the lack of staffing resource was rehearsed in this chamber last week during a debate on unadopted roads, and how the department has only approximately 20 staff to cover that work, while prior to 2015 the department had double that number of staff. The result is an enforced reactive rather than proactive approach to enforcement, which is simply unacceptable.
Member for giving way and for being very generous with that. Will the member agree with me? Would it be her assessment that the Department for Infrastructure is underfunded in that regard, and therefore the Minister, it's practically impossible for the Minister to repair these roads and do the necessary work that is required for our communities with the budget allocated by the Finance Minister?
Members, an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention, and he will be aware that I have rehearsed that many times in this chamber. Mr Speaker, obviously this is just one example of the knock-on effect of suppressed resources, and in considering this disparity, the committee is in support of the department's call for an increase in resource monies. The committee has called on the department to think creatively about how to draw down funds into a range of its ongoing funding schemes, and to urge it to get road maintenance schemes up and running quickly to take advantage. The department has assured the committee that it is looking at contingency measures in case any big spending projects are delayed, to ensure that it can spend out its budget. However, the committee accepts that this takes an adequate resource budget. To that end, to avoid an underspend in this coming year, the committee supports an increased resource budget for the Department of Infrastructure to ensure that the resources exist to enable it to effectively manage its capital programme. I support this motion. Thank you.
I call Kiva Archibald.
And I welcome the opportunity to contribute in this debate on the budget, on the supply resolutions. And as the Minister has outlined and has previously been reflected, this is a difficult budget for the Executive as a whole, with many departments facing more or less standstill budgets. But it's a budget, despite some of the party politicking that we'll undoubtedly hear, has been agreed by all ministers in the Executive and voted for by all parties in the Executive here a fortnight ago. Despite the difficulties, I do welcome that there have been significant allocations in the funding, no, I'll not give away to you, that has been available to important items and schemes, including the economic recovery, to support young people into employment, for new social houses, and really importantly to tackle health, to tackle the problems of waiting lists. As Sinn Féin economy spokesperson, I welcome the allocation of funding to extend business supports and the funding that has been allocated to the rates holidays, both of which have been critical supports for businesses over the past 16 months. I also welcome that the funding has been allocated to the Economic Recovery Action Plan, which, as I reflected a fortnight ago, is also critical in driving forward the recovery from COVID. Within that overall allocation of almost $300 million, it breaks down to $20 million towards research and development and innovation, $50 million to skills and agile workforce, $20 million to a greener economy, and $200 million to trade and investment and exports. Over half of the total allocation, $145 million, is to the High Street Voucher Scheme, which the Economy Committee got some written update on last week, but which there are still some questions, including on the economic impact, which obviously as a policy tool in stimulating the recovery is important that it delivers to the absolute maximum, and I'm keen to continue engaging with the Department on how they will ensure this is the case. Almost certainly it will involve a promotion focus initially on uptake, but also in terms of buy local and support local businesses, which ensures something we can all get behind. In terms of other Economic Recovery Action Plan priorities, significant sums have been allocated to skills, which I'm sure is something that we would all agree is going to be really important in terms of not just the recovery, but also in creating a better economy with a focus on well-being as much as productivity. And last week, the British Government published some updated information in relation to the Community Renewal Fund, the deadline for which is the 18th of June. And I'm sure the Finance Minister might be able to reflect on this, but there are some concerns around ensuring that what is funded through that process aligns with the Executive's priorities and programme for government commitments. And I think that there's genuine concerns that there won't be proper oversight in that respect. In terms of supporting research and development and innovation, I think we would agree that it's really important that in terms of driving the creation of well-paid and secure jobs, and also in terms of encouraging entrepreneurship within communities to benefit communities, that is an important aspect. The focus, I think, of recovery very much needs to be on sustaining and creating jobs and giving people opportunities, and in particular our young people. And to that extent, I'm glad that the Communities Minister was able to bring forward the Job Start, which is something that we had all very much supported. I suppose I would like to raise, and I consistently raise this in budget debates, but Mr McHugh had also mentioned it earlier, the furlough scheme is due to end in September. Last week there was further announcement of redundancies in Thomson Aero, and I think that really highlights the importance of a sector-specific approach to the furlough scheme, and I think that it would be a strong signal if we could send a consistent message from the Executive and Assembly that there does need to be a sector-specific approach to extending the furlough scheme. And just, I suppose, a final point to make around the Economic Recovery Action Plan. There has been a lack of priority within it given to maximising our benefits that we have under the protocol and the continued access that we have to the European single market, as well as to the British market. And the Economy Minister last week published a trade and investment strategy that you have to scroll to page 10 of a 13-page document to find any reference to that unique ability. And it's something that I think that should be front and centre of our investment strategy. I think it's unacceptable that the Economy Minister would ignore the opportunities that exist there because it's politically uncomfortable. And just as the points have been made around the waiting lists, and I think it is really important that we do have a renewed focus on that. I'm really glad to see that $250 million of the COVID funding has been allocated to the health budget to help alleviate some of the pressures within it.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As I have stated in previous budget discussions, the pressures on our finances at this time has never been greater. Whilst in my committee role within the DARE Committee, we have had many discussions on the challenges that have hit the sector throughout COVID. I again put on record my gratitude to the many farmers and those involved in agriculture, food processing and food preparation on their sterling efforts in what has been unprecedented times. This collective effort has ensured that our industry has weathered a significant storm of COVID-19 and ensured that consumers' needs were met. The Department and the Minister has also ensured that those who experienced difficulties in various agri-food sectors due to COVID has been supported with specially targeted financial aid. That has been welcomed by many within the industry. Those COVID support interventions right across the spread of departments and responsibilities have of course cost a lot of money and have had an impact on spend, and it is easy to see why in this unique period of time, budgets have become so stretched. So we have a pending High Street Voucher Support Scheme, which is another unique measure, which will aim to provide people with a voucher and what to spend in local retail and therefore assist in the bounce back of our high streets at a critical time. I am asked that the Minister of Economy ensures that this voucher is not limited solely to the high street scenario, and that retailers of all types, and indeed those who are not considered on high street as such, are also included to give the broadest possible target base for the redemption of the vouchers and in turn support for our local economy. It is of course difficult to completely predict the longer term impacts of the pandemic. However, it is safe to assume that we will take a significant period of time for full impacts to be felt. That will have a further impact on spend, as issues may have to be focused upon and responded to financially that may not have been fully expected or calculated at this stage. That firmly in mind, there is a looming concern over health service and the impact that will come from the thousands of cancelled surgery appointments and other treatments. This impact will be felt for some time, and the debate is now intensifying in terms of how waiting list crisis will be responded to. Health accounts for half of everyday spending in Northern Ireland, and with the continual requirements for additional finance, what were pre-COVID times, the requirement for extra resources has only become much greater during the current crisis. I was recently contacted by a person awaiting a cataract surgery and questioned the Health Minister on the issue of waiting times back in October. It was astonishing to note that at that time the waiting list was 4 years. This may well have now become an even greater wait due to the impacts on services due to the virus. And for someone with very poor sight, that could be vastly improved with surgical intervention, 4 years is a really concerning situation. This, of course, is only one example. There are, of course, many other areas of concern. The debate is moving again towards how our health and social services are distributed and delivered in Northern Ireland, and how best this could be shaped to ensure that what course is an already significant amount of money can be spent to the maximum advantage of patients and their care. That is the core of the issue, and of course also at the core of the welfare of health and social service care staff right across the sector. That is a paramount concern, as they have been under such immense pressure for an extended period of time. I know that within this House many have been grateful for the unprecedented levels of support provided by the Treasury in response to COVID, including of course the furlough scheme, which has undoubtedly been a lifeline for many families throughout the UK who have been able to have the security of continuation of wage whilst the specific sector has been under restrictions. We look forward to better days ahead, and of course there will be much more debate to come on these issues of financial resources and their management spend. I support the motion.
I now call Colm Gildernew, and as you're speaking as Chair of the Health Committee, you have up to 7 minutes.
I rise to speak first of all on behalf of the Health Committee, and then I will make some brief remarks as my party spokesperson on health. There is no doubt that the last 15 months have been an extremely challenging period for everyone, with the pandemic, lockdowns, disruptions and the loss of many loved ones in very difficult circumstances. It has been especially challenging for our health and social care system and its workers. I pay tribute to those staff who have sacrificed so much over the past 15 months. They have worked beyond what was expected of them, and we thank them all for their service. The committee was briefed by officials on the 2021-22 budget and was advised that, as things stand, the Department anticipates additional funding of £495 million as compared with its opening baseline last year. The committee welcomes the additional amount. However, the Department did outline that with the lack of recurrent funding, this is essentially a standstill budget that will make it difficult for the Department to make any inroads into the waiting lists. Over the coming years, we need to focus on the transformation programme. However, the 2021-22 budget provides only £49 million for NDNA transformation. This is 0.7% of the overall health budget, and that while allocations for additional nursing staff and mental health are welcome, it just doesn't go far enough. Over the past number of months, we have heard significant evidence of the very real benefits of multidisciplinary teams in primary health care. GPs have told us how beneficial they are. However, in the budget, there is only an allocation of £22 million for MDTs. That doesn't allow for the expansion of those MDTs. It merely provides continuing support for those that are in place. I think we all have very sure concerns on the length of waiting lists. The Minister outlined that it would take £1 billion over 10 years to address the waiting lists. I think we can all agree that this needs to be a priority over the coming financial years and that there is a clear need for recurrent funding in the coming years to make inroads into those waiting lists. Indeed, the committee has written to the Executive to outline the need, in our view, for an executive meeting solely on the issue of waiting lists, as we understand that if this is to be addressed, it will require the whole Executive to commit to it. I would also outline that the committee has some difficulty in identifying spending on specific priority areas within the Department of Health budget. For example, how much is proposed we spend on mental health, how much on cancer, or the split between primary and acute care, how much is being spent on inequalities, and even how much is going towards addressing the waiting lists. When officials came to brief us on the budget, it does mean that significant time is taken on identifying the detailed proposals and allocations, and the committee would therefore welcome further work on providing more detail and granularity in the financial briefings to allow members to identify spending priorities and associated funding. The committee will continue to monitor the budget and will continue to seek to engage constructively over the coming months. I'd now like to make a few remarks as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. It is fair to say that the COVID-19 pandemic has upended our entire economy. Nowhere is that more evident than in the health and social care sector. However, our problems of waiting lists and workforce pressures started long before this pandemic. We are not out of the woods yet, members, in terms of the COVID crisis, as evidenced by the numbers of Delta cases that are being discovered here in the north. I have heard recently from healthcare professionals and others working in testing centres of the low uptake of available PCR testing, with the suggestion that people are not aware of that programme. One of the practical measures the Department of Health and the PHA can undertake is a better communication strategy that informs our community of the full availability of testing and allow members of the community to take that up. If we are to go into the autumn and winter better equipped to deal with the pandemic, the Department of Health must ensure that a comprehensive testing, tracing, isolating programme is at our fingertips and that it can be mobilised instantly when and wherever the need arises. And in that light of that, I do welcome the additional testing we've put into Kilkeel over the weekend. That's the type of localised, fine test, trace, isolate and support that we need to apply to defend the community against this Delta variant and COVID itself. I will.
Would the member agree that also in terms of lateral flow tests across the water, they're available in pharmacies? I'm not aware that they're available in pharmacies here now. I actually know people, constituents contacting me going, how do I get hold of them? And we need to be able to increase awareness and availability of also lateral flow tests as well.
Members, an extra minute.
And yes, I do agree, and I think we need to utilise and mobilise every single piece of testing, following that up with the tracing, following that up with the supported isolation. So I do absolutely agree, and I thank the member for raising. I want members to welcome the additional £495 million from the Department of Finance, though, as I and indeed the Minister himself recognise, this is merely a drop in the ocean for what is needed to tackle the problems across health and social care sector. At its very core, the budget for health is problematic as it is non-recurrent and denies us the ability to plan and develop a first-class healthcare system that workers and patients are entitled to. We do, though, need to do everything we can in the short term and not to be paralysed by the lack of longer-term funding, and we need to take the same level of commitment and creativity and urgency to dealing with the waiting lists that we have done with COVID-19. Members, mental ill health has seen many services faced with not only an increase in referrals but also a noticeable increase in the severity and the complexity of care that is required. For example, between March 19 and September 2020, referrals to eating disorder services jumped by 43% and those needing a review jumped by 64%. There are two considerable strategies that have recently been consulted on: a new substance use strategy and a new 10-year mental health strategy. There will be a lot of focus given to the content, but also to the funding allocated to these strategies,
and that is indeed rightly so. This week, members, I also want to touch upon the fact that this week is Carers Week, and we have seen a recent report issued from Carers NI highlighting that 79% of carers here in the North have not had a break from caring over the past 15 months. That is unsustainable, members, and is driving those carers to breaking point, and we need to urgently take that into account. Carers cannot be left behind and ignored. They need to be supported and recognised, and that needs to be done through restoring daycare and respite services, and also to moving forward to dealing with the restoration of those services, progressing the COVID-19 recognition grant for carers, which appears to be no further forward, and making sure the future reform of social care places carers central to any changes. And I would like to thank all carers and health and social care workers. And I also just would like to ask the Minister, finally, there has been an indication from the Minister for Infrastructure that she will be prepared to supply or allocate money back towards health. And I would just like to ask the Minister if there's any further detail, if such a bid or such a proposal has been brought to the Executive, and if he could provide any further detail on that.
Members, question time is due to commence at 2 p.m. I suggest, therefore, that the House takes these until then. This debate will then continue after question time, when the next speaker scheduled to speak will be Matthew O'Toole.
Okay, members, ready to resume this item, business? Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Minister for the Economy, and I call John O'Dowd to ask the first question. John O'Dowd.
I can call you Case Everheen, question number 1.
And I call the Minister for the Economy.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. The public consultation was published on the 26th of April 2021 and will be open until the 25th of June 2021. I therefore hope to be in a position to publish my response to the consultation along with any emerging policy proposals shortly thereafter. The implementation of any policy changes from that consultation will most likely take place in the next Assembly mandate, but I do hope that they can be brought forward as quickly as possible. I clearly recognise the current differences in the levels of available support for Northern Ireland students compared with elsewhere in the United Kingdom. However, in seeking to resolve this, we must be careful not to simply replicate the type and level of support in place in other jurisdictions when it would be inappropriate to do so, especially when that results in increased financial burdens being solely placed onto students. Moreover, we must also be careful not to create perverse incentives. When additional postgraduate support was first made available in England, for example, what this actually resulted in was universities there increasing their level of tuition fees, thereby taking away any advantage to the individual student. As such, what we need is a fair and balanced support system, and including the consideration of repayment terms, which will not unnecessarily become a financial burden to the individual student.
Supplementary, John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Ken Corey, and thank the Minister for her answer. And I welcome the Minister's expressed views that increased support should not lead to increased fees by the universities. That's a very important matter. But one of the areas I want to raise with you, Minister, is this. Postgraduate students from here who have paid their taxes and their families have paid their taxes, if they go to study in the South, they don't get any support. If they move to Britain, they do get support. And one of the perverse reactions to that is we may lose those students to Britain because it's seen as a large amount of students who go to Britain do not return. Will the Minister ensure that those students who are studying from here in the South also receive support? One, because it's fair and equitable, but also to ensure that we can keep them closer to home.
As the member knows, the consultation is out, and it will of course be for people to make that case during the consultation. I am quite exercised about this, and we introduced this consultation with a view to a change in support levels as quickly as we could, because this is essential not just for individual students or for the good of universities. It is essential to drive forward the economy, that we retain support where we need it most, whether that is support of students who go to the Republic of Ireland to study or those who go to England and Wales. As I've said, I have two principles which I think are which should guide this going forward. And one is that we do not place an unfair burden on students. I do not believe that for students, either undergraduate students or postgraduate students, that the total financial burden should rest with those students. And I think that we have a duty, if we want to drive forward our economy, to look at that very, very favourably. And I also think that what we need to do is to try to ensure that more of our students stay at home with us and therefore drive the economy. And we will have to look at those issues, particularly the issue about how we fund those students and hope to retain them closer to the home economy.
Kellie Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, are you concerned that the maximum level of postgraduate support of £5,500 is discouraging postgraduate study for Northern Ireland residents?
Yes, obviously, which is why I launched the consultation. Currently, in England, the maximum amount of support is over 11,000. In Wales, it is over 17,000. In Scotland, it is 10,000. And in the Republic of Ireland, postgraduates receive a loan to cover course fees of between €2,000 and €6,270. If we are to grow, and I keep saying this over and over again, the central mantra of all of the documents that I have produced over the last number of weeks. So we have our 10x vision for the Northern Ireland economy. We have launched our skills consultation in order to drive forward prosperity, in Northern Ireland. To drive forward jobs and growth, we have to retain skills at all levels within the economy.
Call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her answers so far. Can I ask the Minister, has she considered increasing financial support for Northern Irish undergrad students living in London? Currently, NI students in London receive £6,780 in maintenance grants. Meanwhile, English students in the same circumstances are given over £12,000, so there's nearly a £6,000 difference there. Is this something you and your department are looking at and addressing? Thank you.
I think that this Assembly will have to address the way we support students, whether they're in Northern Ireland or whether they're actually studying in, for example, London, where the cost of living and the cost of accommodation is extremely high. And of course, we will have to balance that across the Executive with the amount of funds that is available for support to our students. In going forward, this is one of the crucial issues that this Assembly will have to grapple with, how we support our undergraduate, and we have our consultation as to how to support postgraduate students going forward. And that will be a whole Executive decision because, of course, the financial ramifications of that will go across the whole Executive.
Call Nicola Brogan.
Question number 2, please.
Can I thank the member for the question, which I think is very, very timely and extremely important. It is essential that students are kept informed of teaching arrangements, and I have previously written to our higher institutions in relation to this. I have reminded them of their legal responsibilities towards students and how they carry these out. With vaccination now being offered to over 18s, reduced levels of virus transmission and positivity and availability of testing, I believe that we should be facilitating a return for all students in the new term. I have asked Executive colleagues to currently consider the advice and we have agreed an increase in face-to-face teaching and extracurricular and student support activities, all to be resumed. As our universities are autonomous institutions, the model and implementation of provision is for them to consider based on the public health advice. However, Ulster University and Queen's University have informed me that they have already written to their students to set out their vision for the new academic year, and I am pleased that both are committed to a return to face-to-face learning for our students. I am hopeful that this will mean our students regaining the learning and indeed social experience that they deserve.
Nicola Brogan, supplementary.
And thank the Minister for her answers, and that sounds like a very positive development. But many students still are in the dark really about whether or not their course will be or teaching will be online or on campus. So the guidance really needs to be issued now for them so that they don't take up accommodation that isn't required and they end up. So could the Minister outline if she's willing to set up a working group with universities and students that will outline exactly how teaching will be facilitated in the next academic year?
I absolutely agree with you that students need to know now. I think that last year in the way that we helped, or the way that the pandemic developed, many students had taken on rental agreements for which they were responsible. Obviously, they're private contracts between students and those who own the houses. So I would really like to see the universities setting this out very, very quickly. I'm not against a working group, but I think this is for the universities to set out very, very quickly. I understand that Queen's and Ulster have already done this. Stranmillis has communicated to all students that they intend to return to learning on the site as quickly as possible, and I'm told that St Mary's will inform their students after the 21st of June.
We call Daniel McCrossan.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answers to your questions so far. Minister, it is vital that we avoid the mistakes of last September when many students were in very difficult circumstances. Will the Minister commit to a regular meeting schedule with the NUS USA, similar to your counterparts in GB, to engage on this issue and others, and to ensure that our students' voices are heard? Because last year, Minister, as you will know, they felt ignored for too long. Thank you.
I have already met students' representative bodies and will continue to meet students' representative bodies. Throughout last year, we put in place financial measures for students which were probably the most generous in the whole of the British Isles. I'm not undermining or in any way decrying the difficulty that students had. I know from personal example how difficult it was for them, how they experienced loneliness and indeed the increase in mental health issues for students as they went through a year that was literally like no other.
Call Gary Middleton.
And can I thank the Minister for her answers? And she's just touched on what I was going to ask, is in relation to as many students return to face-to-face teaching, and many have faced mental health issues over the past year. What support, Minister, is available for those students who are affected by mental health issues?
Can I thank the member for his question? It is absolutely vital that we enable students to get as much support as we can possibly do. And for that reason, in my last financial package, I assured that money was allotted not just to the universities but also to the student bodies themselves, so that they could reach out among their own peers and offer guidance, help and for mental health issues. I know that each university has a slightly different way of tackling this, but I would ask students not to feel alone. There is help there, and I want universities to be proactive with their students in ensuring that they are reaching out and giving the maximum level of help that they can.
Can we please now bring Claire Sugden on screen?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 3.
Can I thank the member for her question? Food and drink tourism plays an essential role within the visitor economy. In 2019, 5.3 million overnight trips in Northern Ireland generated over £1 billion of revenue. Food and drink accounted for approximately 30% of that spend, £350 million. Tourism NI research tells us that visitors position food and drink as one of the top 5 factors when choosing a destination. The Northern Ireland Year of Food and Drink in 2016 played a central role in showcasing our food revolution and resulted in Northern Ireland being awarded World's Best Food Destination at the International Travel and Tourism Awards in 2018-19. This highlights the growing strength and recognition of our food and drink offering. I have recently launched the next phase of my Tourism Recovery Action Plan to respond to the devastating impact of COVID-19. The plan includes a range of measures to stimulate consumer confidence and demand and to enhance the competitiveness of our tourism sector. Food and drink will be an integral part of these measures as the continued development of this sector remains critical to our recovery. For example, under Tourism NI's recent Experience Development Programme 2020-21, food and drink experiences represented approximately 1/3 of successful awards, commensurate with the overall contribution to the economy. A total of 11 food and drink tourism businesses were awarded over £1.5 million to enhance the experience they offer to visitors.
Claire Sugden, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. And I appreciate your recognition of the importance of food and drink within our wider tourism here in Northern Ireland. But can I ask the Minister if there are any specific programmes that her department is developing to try and support this? For example, we have a wonderful platform on the North Coast called Taste Causeway, and I think that would really benefit rolling something similar like that out across Northern Ireland. And I think we also see with the pandemic a number of food producers and food trucks popping up right across Northern Ireland, but people want to know where these are so that they can go to them. I'd be really keen to hear your thoughts on how we can do better specifically in relation to food tourism.
I think that you're absolutely right. In the middle of lockdown, many of us relied very, very heavily on those pop-up offerings of food and drink and so on when we were out and about. And I think that is an avenue. I think that will continue to actually grow over the next number of years. In relation to Taste Causeway, this was funded via InvestNI's Collaborative Growth Programme and was awarded a Phase 2 grant of £169,200. That funding allowed Taste Causeway then to draw in further funding from DAERA, from Tourism NI, and indeed from the local council, which in many ways enhanced the experience and the drive for growth in one of the most important aspects of the industry. We have just launched our Tourism Recovery Action Plan. That is a fully funded action plan which we hope will help to revive and revitalise not just tourism, but included within that the food and drink tour element of that over the next year. I think every one of us in this House recognise and acknowledge the real difficulties that our hotels, our restaurants, etc. Have experienced over the last year. We have put in place many different schemes to support them over the next year, and I hope over the last year, and I hope that our Tourism Recovery Action Plan will help them to grow and to recover from a very, very difficult time.
Thank you, and I call Keith Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for her responses so far. And can I just ask, as Minister with responsibility for tourism and economic development, who leads InvestNI and jointly Tourism Ireland, does the Minister agree that it's entirely inappropriate and disrespectful to her as Minister and to the Executive, and in fact undermines the Executive and devolution for the British Secretary of State to appoint someone without any consultation to a role that is mooted to be about promoting investment in tourism, and therefore cuts directly across the work of the NI Bureau and InvestNI in the States with no oversight or input from the Executive?
Well, of course, I do take a contrary view to the member in relation to this. I think that the appointment of Trevor Ringland is an entirely positive one. I think that there is room for all of us to do our bit to promote Northern Ireland as a wonderful place to live, to invest and to do business in. And it can only help to grow jobs and prosperity here in Northern Ireland. The members should remember that it's not only Norreid's voice that needs to be heard in America.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Grateful if the Minister could tell the House what steps her department is taking to ensure that hospitality outlets are able to source product from local agri-food and drinks organisations. For example, is there a dedicated website? Are there meet and greet events to ensure that hospitality outlets are aware of what they can source locally?
This is one of the questions that comes up on a frequent and regular basis. And I do think that it is important that the member acknowledges that some of our restaurants and our food and hospitality outlets are absolutely amazing at sourcing and promoting local food in Northern Ireland. I am constantly amazed at the breadth, the variety, and the length that our restaurants go to actually promote local food, and we don't have to look very, very far to actually do that. And of course, we do continue to work through InvestNI with local companies and the local agri-food sector to promote Northern Ireland produce. And just recently, I announced a review in conjunction with the Dairy Minister of the agri-food sector. And I would encourage the House and those who are listening today to actually respond to that review, because I think it is really important that we launch a new drive to promote the provenance, the safety, the traceability of food in Northern Ireland. As I finish, I was delighted a short while ago to visit Foyle Group up in Londonderry, and was really delighted when I saw a tweet from the British ambassador in Washington, where she was able to enjoy steak, the first meat that was provided from the United Kingdom into America, and it came from Northern Ireland. I understand that many of our companies are also looking for USDA approval as well. I think that the opportunity is enormous.
I'm going to call Pat McGlone.
And I thank the Minister for a response. Minister, just in regard to a number of sectors, but in particular hospitality, but also construction, many employers are finding vacancies and they can't find staff. Some of those staff indeed have returned back to European mainland to their homes. Over the pandemic, others have found alternative employment. Can the Minister advise just what methods or what actions have been taken by the Department to try and help those employers recruit and identify new staff?
Well, of course, the member addresses something that I think even political opponents in this chamber will admit that it has been a passion of mine since taking up this office. If we are to grow the Northern Ireland economy, we have to grow the skills of our people. We have to widen the opportunity for people to get more and better skills. We have a fantastic programme, the Assured Skills Academies. And for many in the advanced manufacturing sector, which you're very familiar with in your constituency, and indeed in the wider construction sector, we have now run very successful academies for people, for example, in welding. A recent academy in welding ensured that all of the participants got employment after they'd finished that Assured Skills Academy run in the North West Regional College. I was also really delighted over the past number of weeks to be at the opening of a new college in Banbridge, £15 million of investment for the future of Northern Ireland, a new college in Armagh, £35 million of investment for skills in Northern Ireland, a new college in the South West, £35 million of investment for Northern Ireland. We are on site with a new college in Coleraine. We have a contract out for a new college in Ballymena. We have a new college in Dungannon. These are really important investments in the future of skills in Northern Ireland.
I call Claire Bailey.
Speaker, question 4, please.
Can I thank the member for her question? The High Street Stimulus Scheme is a cornerstone of my Economic Recovery Action Plan and one of the largest and most innovative responses to tackling the consequences of the pandemic for local businesses. It is a £140 million injection to support towns and city centres. Local business leaders have welcomed the scheme and see it as a practical support in helping businesses recover from the pandemic. We want to encourage people to play their part and become a hero by spending their £100 in supporting local businesses that were either forced to close or severely impacted by the pandemic. The financial stimulus will help to boost demand and protect local jobs. I want every person resident in Northern Ireland aged 18 and over to register for a prepaid card. The scheme should launch towards the end of the summer and the card used to purchase goods and services in local businesses, but not for online purchases, gambling or financial or legal services. The multiplier effect of the scheme from people spending more than the value of the card and the ripple effects from purchases will deliver greater economic benefits and make a significant step to kick-starting recovery. There will be an advertising and public messaging campaign, including engagement with organisations representing those who are hard to reach or vulnerable, including elderly people, persons with a disability and the wider community and voluntary sector.
Supplementary, Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, you've already alluded as well that there are so many businesses across Northern Ireland who have really struggled throughout this COVID crisis. So, and I'm sure that I'm not alone in listening to so many who have concerns about the scheme and the reimbursement of it. Can you give any guarantees today in this House that particularly independent traders and our small businesses will not be forced to go through heavy admin and will receive this money in a very timely fashion? Thank you.
Well, of course, the money will be received by individuals in Northern Ireland who will choose where they spend that money. And the parameters around that and the restrictions around that are, as I said, around you'll not be allowed to use it online or for gambling or financial and legal services, etc. We are currently out to procurement, and I think that process has almost finished for the procurement of a provider for the card. And we will then launch and work with local chambers in order to make sure that we get a buy local message. This stimulus scheme is an investment in local businesses, local high streets, and in local families who have had such an incredibly difficult time during the pandemic. And as I said in my introduction, this is the largest stimulus scheme across the United Kingdom.
Linda Dillon.
Corlia, and thank the Minister for her answers, and particularly the point that you've just made around the buy local. And is there going to be some kind of an incentive in order to buy local? Because I certainly want to see the vouchers used in my constituency of Mid-Ulster, where we have a large number of independent retailers who have worked really hard to keep their businesses going, and some of the best restaurants, I would say, across this island. And I really, really would love to see people from Mid-Ulster using their vouchers in Mid-Ulster. Can you also confirm the 16, 17-year-old, the rollout to that age group, if that will be happening and how much that is likely to cost? And just to say, I also welcome that because these people do work in our communities and they're paying taxes and national insurance also.
Can I deal with the issue of those who are younger? I mean, the Department, the rationale for the scheme was to provide, and the funding provided for the scheme was to provide everybody over 18. If we were to roll that out to a younger age group, then we would need to look at how that would impact the amount of money that was available and whether there was additional funding available, etc., etc. Officials are currently looking at the equality impacts of the scheme across the board, and we will be producing that. But it is something that is on our radar, although something that has not been priced into the scheme as we currently have it. I am absolutely adamant that I would like to see this scheme used in supporting local businesses, local people who have come through the toughest of times over the last year, and businesses that need support. We will be working with the local chambers. We will be perhaps encouraging local chambers to maybe have their own incentive schemes to draw people into their area as we launch the card across Northern Ireland, so that perhaps businesses can give their own incentive for that money to be spent in their own local area. This is about keeping up the stimulus and the demand for retail, which has suffered so horribly over the last year, and we will work over the course of the summer with local businesses and indeed business organisations to make sure that the messaging is absolutely right around it.
Sinead McLaughlin, and very, very brief, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister, for your answer so far. You indicated that there would be a multiplier effect. Have you done an economic impact assessment on what that multiplier effect is, particularly around job retention and business sustainability?
We are currently looking at the issue of the multiplier effect and how we can do it, but in Jersey and Malta, where this scheme has been rolled out, there was a significant multiplier effect, and of course that's not just about increased trade on the high street, that is about greater sustainability and stability of businesses and jobs within local areas. We will produce an equality impact, and we will produce the business case for it as well. Thank you.
Members, that ends period for list of questions, and we move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And I call Sean Lynch, and before I call Sean Lynch, just to let people know that question 3 by Philip McGuigan has been withdrawn. So, Sean Lynch.
Minister, over the past year, as students' unions have been appealing to you to provide support to those students excluded from the COVID disruptive grant, will you give a commitment to include these students for the money that not only they deserve but also need?
I'm presuming you're talking about the additional £500 that was given to students. We have, of course, looked at how this could be rolled out in other areas, but this has proved incredibly difficult to work with. Meanwhile, we have ensured that £22 million is spent on students who go to local institutions, that there is a significant level of funding for students, for mental health and for other issues that students face. I have also instructed universities to make sure that their students are aware of the funds and how those funds can be drawn down, because when I talk to local students, that is one of the criticisms that they level, that maybe these funds are too opaque in the way that universities treat them. Students from here who go to university in London or anywhere else in Great Britain are also able to claim the hardship funds that are available within those institutions. So there is help, and I would encourage students to avail of it.
Supplementary, Sean Lynch.
The Minister for her answer. Minister, can you confirm that 100 master's degree bursaries that you recently announced will be available for master's students seeking to study the Irish language and translation services?
There is no specific rules around the bursaries, but I am absolutely delighted that in Northern Ireland's centenary year that I've also been able to acknowledge this by ensuring that 100 students are able to undertake a one-year master's degree, and that each of those students will have their fees paid and an additional £10,000 of living expenses paid for them. This is not just important in acknowledging 100 years of Northern Ireland, but it's also important in building the critical skills that are absolutely necessary to take Northern Ireland forward. I recently published my 10x vision for the Northern Ireland economy. There is a consultation out on the skills that are required to grow that economy, and it is absolutely important that we do this at every level in every community across Northern Ireland.
Oh, Linda Dillon.
Minister, it is a constant source of frustration to further education colleges that the awarding bodies of many of the courses are delivered through English-based awarding bodies, and they're not aware of the needs that we have here in the North as awarding bodies here would be. What are you doing through your skills strategy to address that issue?
I agree with the member if she's telling me that the number and complexity of awards is very confusing, both for employers, for students, and indeed difficult to administer for further education colleges. I think, though, that it is important that we keep some kind of parity across the United Kingdom so that our qualifications are recognised in all areas of the United Kingdom. And that is massively important. Can I also just say in response to this question and offer my congratulations to further education students across Northern Ireland. And I've been out and about at a number of the colleges where those students have completed theory online and are now working very, very hard to make sure that they have the practical element of their course completed so that they can move on in their lives and in their careers. And I was extremely impressed. I was up at the Further Education College in Newtonabbey last week, where the Young Apprentice of the Year was just finishing his plumbing course. And he's looking forward to moving on with his life, but has worked extremely hard, like so many other of our further education students, to manage very difficult conditions and ensure that they have all the practical skills necessary to continue.
Supplementary, Linda Dillon.
And thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, would you commit to looking at, or at least doing a feasibility study for a Centre of Excellence for Engineering Skills in Mid-Ulster? This is something that we have campaigned for a long number of years. We have many engineering companies who pay £2 billion, comes out of Mid-Ulster, into this economy every year. If we didn't have that, we'd be in big trouble. And without the skills, without us providing the skills for these people to keep these factories open, the factories will close. We will not have that into our economy. So I'm asking, will you please commit to a Centre of Excellence for Engineering in Mid-Ulster?
I am absolutely and always astounded every time I visit some of the advanced engineering companies in Mid-Ulster, indeed across Northern Ireland, both about the range and the skills that are available, but also the way in which they trade across the world. And there are companies headquartered in Cookstown that are selling in Texas and Australia and right across the world. It's always a source of great admiration for me. I think that there are two things that we need to do to ensure that we, one, retain skills, but two, that we grow skills within these industries. And working with the companies is the absolutely critical aspect of this. So I think that our further education colleges need to be aware that their skills programmes need to be flexible. And we've just introduced our Flexible Skills Fund, which will help companies adapt to the needs and help us adapt to the needs that companies are identifying. Every time I go to Mid-Ulster, and the member will know this very well, I am constantly asked about the shortage of welders. And we have run a number of welding assured skills academies, and indeed the last one in the North West College, every one of those young people retained a job at the end of that, which is really very, very satisfying to see. The other element of this for the Mid-Ulster is really the area around the City and Growth Deal and that advanced manufacturing centre that they're proposing within Mid-Ulster, and how that relates to the advanced manufacturing centres that are proposed within, for example, the Belfast deal. I would like us to see a lot of coherence in how we take advanced manufacturing going forward. It's one of the areas where we have identified in our 10x vision where there can be huge growth for the Northern Ireland economy, huge export sales to her more for the Northern Ireland economy, and it's an area that I think will really blossom in the years to come.
Thank you, and I call Carol Killen.
And thank the Minister for her responses thus far. So, under your strategy for training, trainees got to level 2 qualifications will move from local training providers to the FE colleges. I'd like the Minister's response in relation to certainly the bespoke and often sustained support that some of those trainees get. Will that be transferred to FE colleges? Because that's one of the big concerns many constituency MLAs will have.
This was one of the very first issues that I took up when I became a minister, because I know that the member will recognise that I know many of the training organisations that she knows and know them very well. And I want to publicly put on record the work that training organisations do with young people who come into them in sometimes very difficult both social, family and even educational circumstances, and how they give them that wraparound support to grow as individuals and to train and have skills so that they too can prosper in future life. So I think we need to put that on record in this Assembly, and I'm grateful for the member for identifying that as an issue. I would also like those individuals who, if they reach level 2 within the training organisation, that the training organisation is also able to take them forward a little bit further, because some of them will not be able or will feel uncomfortable perhaps in going to, for example, Belfast Met, or out of an environment that they have an enormous amount of support within. And our new level 1 and level 2 skills programme, which will launch in September, will help the training organisations to do that, and I've worked very closely with them to make sure that that's possible.
Supplementary, Caroline Killen.
I suppose the obvious answer is to try and equip some of them to go to level 3, so to stay in that support bubble, another word introduced. But the issue is as well, the Minister will know that beyond 2022 and the withdrawal of the impact of ESF funding, which was very much geared towards skills, how can we ensure that that impact is reduced and mitigated, as well as exploring opportunities to look at level 3 for students who are ready to progress, and also to support our local training providers who, without that funding, are going to be in real difficulties?
It's a complex and emerging area that we all must work really hard to make sure that we have appropriate proposals for. In order to give a little bit of time, I have worked with the Finance Director in the department, and where we are able now to offer an additional year of ESF funding for organisations. It will be on a competitive basis, but the general parameters have not changed, and therefore that will offer an additional year of funding in 2022-23, so that organisations will have time to look at what the new funding world is like for them in that. And I'm really grateful that the Finance Director and indeed the Minister for Finance have worked with me to make sure that that is in place. In the meantime, of course, applications are being sought for the Community Renewal Fund, and applications will then go forward in the next year for the Shared Prosperity Fund. I would hope that these will be directed at training and employment opportunities. And I would hope that we will be able to support local training providers who know local areas, who know local problems and local kids, that we'll be able to support them in getting the training that they really need, and which is vital to making Northern Ireland both stable and prosperous.
I call Rachel Woods.
Mr Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister about the annual minerals return. And under Article 18 of the Quarries Order 1983, the Department has a statutory duty to produce an annual minerals return. So could I ask why the Department hasn't published the returns for 2019 and 2020, and when can we expect to see them?
I will write to the member with the specific information that she requests on the mineral returns for 2019 and 2020, and will ask officials to do so as quickly as possible.
Supplementary, Rachel Woods.
The Minister for her answer. I think this further answer might be something similar to the last, but it is important that trends and outputs in respect of quarries operating in Northern Ireland can be reliably monitored. So just if the Minister is going to write to me, can I ask if and when the previous minerals returns can be calibrated to ensure variations in responses for individual years are sufficiently robust enough to ensure that this can be happening and can be compared?
Again, I will ask officials to take those comments into consideration and the response.
Call Mark Durgan, you won't get a supplementary.
I'd like to ask the Minister what conversations she has had with her counterpart in the Irish Government about joint actions that could ensure the economic well-being of border areas.
Well, of course, my department is responsible for Intertrade Ireland, and Intertrade Ireland is working and continues to work to ensure that businesses on either side of the border have the support that they need, both to manage the implications of the protocol and also to manage and to grow in light of the current COVID pandemic that they had. And can I also say that I have been monitoring very closely some of the work of Intertrade Ireland, and it has been successful in encouraging businesses not just to be stable in a very challenging environment, but also to grow and to innovate.
And that time is up, members. And members, please take your ease for a moment or two. I'll move on now to the questions to the Minister of Education, and I call Mike Nesbitt to ask the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 1.
Thank the member for the question. Strictly speaking, the only circumstances in which there is a undertaking of a formal assessment of sustainability of a school is when a development proposal has been published seeking to make a significant change to provision. At the moment, there is no published proposal in relation to Saintfield, nor indeed, to the best of my knowledge, a plan for a proposal. And therefore, there isn't, I don't propose to take a formal assessment of this nature at this particular time. I would say, however, I'm sure like the member himself, when I visited Saintfield High on a number of occasions, it is, I think, a very successful school, one in terms of financially, one which is in surplus and therefore has a level of security there, and also in terms of admissions has been in a situation that while the figures are below what would be the recommended number in total for a post-primary school, has been in a situation with the numbers of particularly those applications have been growing in recent years and always completely filled according to its enrolment and admissions figures, has been able to fill those positions and indeed has availed, I believe, of temporary variations as well.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister. I'm sure he's aware it's the third highest oversubscribed school in the area after Lagan and Saintfield. Up to 88% oversubscribed in recent years, and yet the admission number is a mere 68, and the largest temporary variation in recent years, a mere 4. Would he support, either as Minister or as a local MNA, the school's desire to move from 350 enrolment to 500, to have a sixth form centre, and importantly, will he work with me to ensure the development plan proposing a mid-down integrated school does no harm to Saintfield High?
Well, I deal with a couple of those points in relation to that. I wasn't expecting a cheering crowd from the side there. Can I say in terms that when looking at any development proposal, there are a range of things, first of all, which are taken into account. Obviously, for instance, regards an integrated school, it will be the statutory duty on the department, but also across the board, we will look at any development proposal as to the impact for children within the area. Clearly from the position, obviously in terms of answering, I can only answer in the capacity at question time as Minister in that regard. But in that capacity, in terms of the changes that the member has mentioned, in terms of numbers. That would require a development proposal. Now, the problem with that is, first of all, the instigation of a development proposal will come from the managing authority, which is the education authority. But very specifically, as regards to DP, as the department, and more specifically the minister, will be the person who will then give the legal determination on any development proposal. It would be inappropriate for me to comment on any potential development proposal, because I would potentially therefore be seen to be prejudging any applications. It's a very quick way to end up in court, but I understand the point that the member has made.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister St Field High, obviously, in your constituency, abuts and overlaps in terms of its intake with the southern part of my constituency, South Belfast, and there are real issues around oversubscription across the post-primary sector in South Belfast. We had an adjournment debate about it here a couple of months ago. Can I ask the Minister for an update on what he is doing to increase post-primary provision in the control sector, but also in the integrated sector and indeed in the maintained sector, because we really are facing a post-primary oversubscription crisis in South Belfast?
Specifically, I know he may be stealing Ms. Bradshaw's later on question 7 in terms of that. It's a very good way of getting in at an earlier stage. In terms of the sufficient places from those transferring, there is obviously the issue that, and I know that there is a proposal in terms of particularly the integrated sector. With the development proposal, again, as I said, I can't comment directly on that. That's a matter for the direct development proposal. I am acutely aware, as indicated before, that particularly South Belfast tends to act as a certain level of magnet for places from well beyond its boundaries, and as such, I think probably has one of the largest number of pupils coming from outside that. Can indicate that in terms of post-primary schools, what we have had a situation, because even if there's a development proposal was agreed, that will take some degree of time to work its way through the system. So consequently, I think in terms of the short-term position, that is one that is dealt with by way of temporary variations. As such, for instance, September 2021, in terms of temporary variations at present, there has been additional places that have been approved at Aquinas Diocesan School and Wellington College, and indeed also further places have improved. Well, strictly speaking, Lagan College, and I know it was part of the wider debate that was had, strictly speaking falls geographically within Strangford, obviously strongly draws from the South Belfast area, and therefore there have been further places approved on that basis as well. Similarly, the scenario is that as we're due to, I think students are due to be notified this Saturday of the allocations, if there is then further pressure because there's been a lack of allocations to some pupils, that there is the option of further places can be approved if required.
Thank you, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to come in, but just while we're on the subject of South Belfast, my question actually wasn't about post-primary. It was actually, no, you're right. It was actually about primary schools and the pressures then within the maintained sector, and I'm speaking specifically about St Bernard's, and you'll know that there are huge pressures there from some families where the eldest sibling has got a place, but the second child hasn't, and it's going to cause great difficulties. And I'm just wondering what your department's doing to remedy that. Thank you.
Part of the problem there is in terms of the primary school places in South Belfast. Again, I know that there has been some allocation of additional temporary variation places. Part of the problem, particularly in terms of, and the member can bear with me a moment, I know that, for instance, there's been additional places this year allocated both St Bernard's, St Joseph's and Carryduff and St Ita's. But part of the problem, I think, in terms of St Bernard's, and we are acutely aware of the situation, and there's an opportunity once allocations are confirmed up on the 12th of June. Part of the problem there has been, and it is up to schools to set their own admissions criteria. However, the advice that the department has given for a period of time, and indeed we tried to work with CCMS also in relation to this, is that prioritisation for siblings has not actually been something that's been prioritised within St Bernard's. They put those within both the existing parish and the neighbouring parish as being as the top criteria. So I think a lot of the problem at St Bernard's seems to be derived from the fact, and I can understand the concern of parents whenever they're not seeing a place directly for their siblings on the criteria, the way admissions criteria have been derived at St Bernard's. But look, we will continue to work as regards temporary variations beyond what has been admitted already to the school, and I think there was a small temporary variation increase. We can give, there is the opportunity in any school for the department to give a temporary variation to increase on that. But as present beyond what was initially allocated and a small temporary variation, there's been no further cases actually been submitted by CCMS or the school on behalf of the school for additional places. And we will look at any situation, but we can only respond to a request from the school. We can't, I suppose, try and retrofit from above in terms of what should be the places.
Question 4 has been withdrawn, and I call John Stewart.
Number 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you had me briefly worried whenever you said question 4 had been withdrawn. I thought we were heading straight into question 5 on that basis. Look, I'm committed to delivering equality for all school sectors. I have written to the Executive Office in support of repealing Article 71 of the Fair Employment and Treatment Order 1998, and I know it's something which I think there is a broad support across the Chamber. FETO itself is the legislative responsibility of the Executive Office, and any amendment to that legislation would ultimately be a matter that they have to bring forward for them to address. And while my department is not taking a lead in taking this forward, DA facilitators will facilitate and act as a point of contact through to the education sector and work with the TEO on any further consideration that they are giving of the matter.
Supplementary, John Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far. And I appreciate this isn't directly within his remit, but does ultimately affect the department that he has powers over. And he'll know that this issue has been in the news both through motions recently, and that the parties opposite blocked an Ulster legislative amendment to remove the teacher exemption in 2016. His predecessor said in this House that when he was Minister, he'd written to TEO to get this removed, and the First Minister said last month that she was not blocking it, and by de facto meant the Executive Office was not blocking it. Can you give us your best guess as to what is holding this up and why it's taken so long to overcome?
I mean, look, I know that probably frequently members in this House will think I'm in the process of making guesses, maybe not even giving the level of quality of belief that's necessarily a best guess in that regard. Really, for me to try to drill into what is in the minds of other people, I think is very difficult to say. All I can indicate that in terms of the FETO issue, and I know where you have come from, I know my own party, I know obviously as well the chair of the committee, I think, is looking at private members' legislation in relation to this, where we would all stand in relation to it. So I can only give an indication that in terms of the First Minister, because it lies in TEO, she has stated very publicly that she's not the FM side of TEO is not the blockage. I suppose from that point of view, if there are some forms of concerns or reservations over proposed legislation, and it lies in a department beyond mine, it is really probably up to that department to give their particular views as to why, if they see a particular stumbling block, as to what that is.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Education Minister has referenced the public consultation I'm conducting on a proposal for a private member's bill to remove the exception of teachers from the Fair Employment and Treatment Order. Will the Education Minister support this legislation in principle?
Yes, in principle, and hopefully in practice as well. I obviously haven't seen the finished draft of what the member brings forward. So I suppose ultimately there is that slight degree of limitation, but I'm sure that in terms of anything which is looking to repeal Article 71, I think that both myself and my colleagues on this side of the House would be supportive of that.
Emma Sheeran. Call Emma Sheeran.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far, and I think, as you've outlined and as others have outlined, all parties agree that the exemption to the fair employment legislation needs to be removed so that teachers can receive the same protections that other workers receive. And I know as an MLA I would engage with teachers from schools across Mid-Ulster who are all working hard and have done so across this year. Particularly, can you outline if you're aware of any outside objection to this repeal?
I'm not aware of that. I'm glad what you've said in terms of it seems to suggest that there is broad unanimity across the Chamber. From that point of view, I'm not aware of any outside objection, but I suppose because the legislation lies ultimately within the purview of the Executive Office. You know, they may have a greater insight if someone is creating any level of any concern or disagreement, or indeed, I know, has been mentioned, I think, which may be smoked out by the consultation in terms of the private members' legislation, may also be that the chair of the committee, albeit acting in an individual capacity, may get a better insight that if there is any level of concern or opposition to it, what the basis of that is, if there's any rationale in connection with that, or it may simply be a question that everybody is in favour of the repeal.
Well, Daniel McCross.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answers to your questions so far. I too want to put on record my appreciation to all our teachers who have worked tremendously hard over the course of the last year and continue to do great work in supporting our young people. Minister, I'm a wee bit confused here because you're saying that you're in support of scrapping it and your department. The First Minister has clearly stated that she is in support of scrapping it. Am I right to suggest that it is the Deputy First Minister that is holding it up because it might require the joint signatories of both to move this forward, because it's really becoming a game of guess who? Can the Minister shed any light on that?
Well, you know, we've moved from best guesses to guess who, which I think, from memory of my youth, I think was a game where you had to establish whether somebody had a beard or whether they were bald, etc. Look, I will gaze into my crystal ball. I don't know if there's been discussions in TEO. I don't know whether there has been any formal position put by the Deputy First Minister in opposition to it. All I can indicate that my party colleague, the First Minister, is in support of it. I would be in support of it. But because ultimately the remit for the legislation lies within another government department, maybe the member is suggesting that if there's a vacancy there, maybe I could unlock that particular issue in that regard. But I suspect that's not necessarily what he's saying. But look, I can't really speculate on what is necessarily happening within, as regards legislation, on another government department on that basis.
Okay, can we bring the member Sinead Bradley on screen, please?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 3.
Member for the question, I suppose this is going to involve a few statistics. The Education Authority has advised that over the past 3 years, from September 2018 to the 17th of May 2021, the EA Critical Incident Response Team has been called out on 145 critical incidents. The direct breakdown of that, and obviously particularly during the current year, that has obviously been impacted to some extent because the critical team will deal with a range of pupils, has been impacted by COVID. But the figures are such that in the year from September 2018 to August 2019, there were 67 critical incidents. In September 2019 to August 2020, there were 51 critical incidents. And from September 2020 to the latest figures we have is the 17th of May 2021, there's been 27 critical incidents.
Sinead Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his response. Does the Minister anticipate in a post-pandemic world where children who have been isolated, the effects of that isolation may only come to, I suppose, to bear whenever they're back in school and in a normal period of schooling? And does he anticipate that there will be an urgency to set up a service for counselling for those children and have it ready for the return to school, as opposed to trying to respond on an individual basis?
Well, to some extent, there's probably two separate issues there. There is already an independent counselling service, and I think it's, I think later in terms of question time, in fact, I think it might have been actually the one that was question 4, which had been withdrawn. So there is an independent counselling service. There is also we've recently received some funding in terms of counselling of a pilot because for primary schools, because counselling the ICSS currently focuses in purely on post-primary. That is different from the particular critical incident team, which deals with a particular. It's not about here is a particular issue involving an individual. It is more the impact of a particular critical incident on the children of the school. So for the most obvious example is if there has been a traumatic death which has taken place, quite often the impact will be on the classmates of the person who's involved, or sometimes when it's been a teacher that has died. Similarly, that can have a degree of impact. And obviously, most pertinently, and I think unfortunately we've seen in a number of instances where, for instance, there's been a suicide of a young person, it is that situation where the critical incident team is directly involved. However, it is the case that individual counselling is available through the ICSS. And as such, I think the member makes, I think, a very valid point that there was probably an expectation where there would be resumption of counselling, that there would be a large spike upon resumption. That hasn't really happened and is able to be coped in within that. But there is no doubt that we may be seeing, and there is a danger, particularly with COVID, of a certain level of delayed trauma, that children may be very good on day one, but where they are on day 101 may be in a different situation. And I think we need to be ready for all those situations.
And I call Orlia Flynn.
Milgut, I can call you, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Just to pick up on that last point around there might be that delayed sort of trauma that's impacting on the children and young people. I know that the interim mental health champion did say recently that she is fearful of a potential tsunami, in terms of our children and young people's mental health and well-being. And with that in context, I'm just wondering, is the Minister confident that that critical incident response team that's in place at present, that there's sufficient resources and sort of funding that's in place if we do see a surge over the coming months or indeed years?
Well, I think in relation to that, I suppose, at present, I think the indications are that we are in a position to be able to cope with what is there at present. So, for example, in terms of counselling sessions, they've been able to draw down some counselling sessions for the summer and front those into May and June, for example. And as I said, I think probably the expectation was that there would be a considerable spike when children resumed. It seems to be, at least at this stage, that the overall level of resilience, fortunately enough with children, has been that the level of trauma has been actually a lot less than anticipated. However, with the new emotional health and wellbeing framework, which is mainly sponsored by my own department, but with the assistance of the Department of Health, there is an opportunity as we move ahead next year towards greater resources that can be put in place within that. And I think that if we do find a scenario in which there is a particular level of additional pressure, there's always the opportunity to put in resources and then try to backfill those, if you like, by way of a bid from a monitoring round, so that things can sort of react as quickly as possible.
Oh, Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer and actually reinforcing that the untimely death, perhaps through suicide sometimes, brings the greatest amount of trauma within a school setting. With that in mind, Minister, what steps or partnerships exist for the authorities' critical incident response team at their disposal to mitigate further harm, given that the stress can often extend well beyond the gates of the school?
Well, we would have, I think, I mentioned earlier on about the 145 critical incidents at all, or whatever. During the last 3 years, I think there's been 33 of those have been, not necessarily while suicide has been part of that, where it's maybe been sudden deaths or unexplained deaths. As such, the EA critical incident team will be the first point of contact. If there are particularly then follow-ups through professional statutory agencies, or indeed we know that there is a level of expertise that happens in the voluntary sector, in various charities, I think they can draw down on those to help. But they are, if you like, the first point of assessment within that. And I have to say, one of the saddest duties that I've often had, that it's not been something which has necessarily always been in the highest profile. During periods where schools have been in session, where I've tried to make some quiet visits where there has been a suicide within the school, and you can clearly sense the difficulty in the atmosphere. Schools have been very good at being able to cope with those, but it is always, particularly the loss of a young person, is particularly hard and pertinent, both for their friends, for the family, because in many ways it seems to go against the natural order of things. I think any death is terrible, but when somebody who's very elderly, it is perhaps always seen as it was their time in life. It's very difficult, I think, for those at school, for those teachers, for the family to be able to cope with a scenario where a child under the age of 18 has passed away.
Well, Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers, and he may already really have answered my question there, but obviously teenage suicides are a terrible tragedy within our society, and I wanted to ask the Minister to outline if he knew how many of those critical incident school interventions related specifically to suicide.
I would be aware, as I said, that I think there's been indications over the last 3 years that there's been 33 critical incident visits where it has been, call it an unexplained or a sudden death. And obviously I think within those, probably a large percentage of those would be directly from suicides. However, I suppose where there's probably a little bit of a disjoint in terms of the numbers, obviously what happens with that, the critical incident team has to be there on the ground, generally speaking on the day in which that has taken place, or at the very latest depending upon notification the day after. With suicides, with other unexplained deaths, often, even if it is very apparent, to get any sort of official direct recognition would come through the coroner's office, and they will then establish whether it's a suicide, whether it's a death by misadventure, or some other form of medical sudden death intervention in that regard. As such, I don't think that those figures are not the Education Authority, while they will provide the critical incident team, are not directly informed of the cause of death by the coroner's office. And so therefore, while I referred to 33 deaths where there's been sudden deaths, many of which have been suicide, there's not a breakdown within those as to how many are suicide, how many are other forms of sudden death.
Gerry Kelly. Call Gerry Kelly.
Good morning. Question 5, please.
So my officials have been working with representatives from the Irish medium sector over the last number of years to try and identify a suitable site for the post-primary Irish medium school in North Belfast. Indeed, we met recently in terms of cont'd first, myself with representatives of his party and also the principal of the school via Zoom. I've also physically been at cont'd first. As part of that examination, there have been several site searches being carried out, and while detailed consideration has been given to a number of sites, as yet an appropriate site has not been identified. However, I can indicate to the member and assure the member that my department will continue to work with the sector, indeed go beyond any scoping that we can do in this regard to establish where a second site should be established.
Supplementary, Gerry Kelly.
Going break this lesson or Lahan Fragger Guji Shaw. I thank the Minister for his answer up to now, and actually was glad to hear that he is very aware of the upsurge or the surge in demand for Irish medium education, and particularly that there is an oversubscription in College to First Year, which is the post-primary school in Belfast. In terms of what he has already said, I suppose to finish that, because you have given a commitment that you are searching for a site for an extended campus for College to First Year, it's just to ask him for his commitment that will continue, that the search will continue, and that there is a development plan for such a campus.
Well, from that point of view, I can also indicate that, to give maybe a little bit more specific details, obviously initial examinations, as obviously the members were, that perhaps more so than most areas in North Belfast, land is relatively scarce in that regard. So my officials have also engaged with the Strategic Investment Board, also for them to carry out, I suppose as a second string to this, a search of properties. And the commissioning brief, because I think it's important, particularly if we're looking at post-primary school, which is going to be covering quite a large area, that again we don't necessarily rule out potential sites, and consequently I think the commissioning brief covers the Greater North Belfast area, also goes into the wider Newton Abbey area, as well as looking at potential sites that may be closer to the city centre.
Call Jim Allister.
Considering that the Minister was elected to this House on a manifesto which contained this pledge, tackling the preferential treatment of Irish medium in school build, will the Minister write to me setting out the total spend in capital and resource on Irish medium education since that sector came into existence?
Well, from that point of view, look, I'm always happy to either write to the member or indeed also as part of that, because I think if we're talking about since that sector came into existence, Clearly, that will stretch back over many, many years on that basis, so there would probably be a little bit of work done to establish the exact amount. Where there is action being taken in terms of, we take a look, for instance, the cost of first situation, it is actually to meet particular bits of need of where there is demand in terms of the number of places on that basis. So from that point of view, this is not about giving any level of preferential treatment. It's about trying to treat all sectors with an equal position. And in the same way as, for instance, there will be temporary arrangements probably made at cost of first this September to be able to deal as it's outgrown its numbers. In a similar way that as we look towards other sectors where there are numbers from the point of view of requiring additional temporary accommodation before there can be a fuller move, we've always got to make sure that there's somewhere physically for pupils to be able to have their education.
Call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, in terms of area planning, and you'd made the remarks there that no sector will be given either preferential treatment above any other sector. Would I be right in saying that indeed when area planning is carried out, that the Irish medium sector is an integral part of the area plan as it's being developed, rather than being treated separately to the area plan?
Absolutely. I think that the whole point of area planning is to have all the different sectors around the table at the one time. I think there is still some work, which I think part of the problems in terms of area planning was it did have a level of disruption because of COVID. And I still think there is a little bit of further work to be done in terms of trying to find cross-sectoral solutions at times to particular problems. And I think there's still a bit of work of try within sectors to try to break down a little bit of a silo mentality on that basis. But I think that work is progressing, and area planning in terms of all the formal structures tries to ensure that all the key players from the different sectors are around the same table at the same time.
That ends the period for a list of questions, and we'll now move to 15 minutes of topical questions. And can we now bring the member Sinead Bradley on screen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister if he could provide an update on any discussions he has had or any work that his department is undertaking to help remedy the breakdown within the General Teaching Council for Northern Ireland?
As the member, I thank the member for her question. There has been, I think, question marks over the General Teaching Council for some period of time. As a result, the department, and I'm aware of obviously the recent developments in terms of resignations from the General Teaching Council. As part of that, the position on that was, as the member may be aware, I commissioned from the department an independent board of effectiveness review, which will look at examine whether the GTC's current composition and structures, standing orders, internal procedures continue to provide a robust basis for its operation. That, I think, is due to report within a number of weeks in that regard, and I think that what action we need to be taking, rather than simply trying to fill a particular immediate gap, that we actually need to take the findings of that review. It was commissioned and indeed has been done, I think, by then a private company won that commission from a tendering exercise and is doing it therefore independently. I think it is important that whatever findings emerge from that, that there's an expedition of what needs to happen in terms of the General Teaching Council once those findings emerge. But obviously at this stage I can't particularly directly prejudge what the answers will be in terms of that effectiveness review.
Supplementary, Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that. Minister, do you anticipate within that effectiveness review the charge that was brought to the Education Committee that there is a risk to children and young people because the General Teaching Council can vet teachers but not remove them from the register? Will that be within the remit of the review, and do you agree with that assertion that was made at committee?
I think there is concerns. There's been concerns over the remit of the Council and indeed also its effectiveness for some time. I think it is important that action is taken off the foot of those reviews, but that may also mean that if there is an area which is not 100% covered by the effectiveness review, that shouldn't create a limitation on what action should be taken. I have been concerned over the, the level of potential barring, for instance, of a teacher who has perhaps been convicted of any serious offence, and that could also mean create a child safety issue, which is why I think that any actions that ultimately emerge in terms of changing the dysfunctionality of the General Teaching Council, and there are different routes that can be pursued, is comprehensive in its nature and actually ensures that we have solutions which actually fill all of the problems, rather than something which is simply a patch-up job, given where the GTC is at the moment.
I call Steve Aiken.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Could I ask the Minister whether he's had the opportunity to respond to the joint request from the elected representatives in my constituency, reference Strayed Primary School, for a meeting with yourself and the Education Authority?
I'm not, in terms of that now, I don't want to give an inaccurate answer. I'm not immediately aware of having received in personally that request in that regard, but I have no problem in terms of meeting with the representatives of Strayed, and indeed I think that would be part of, I think, is a development proposal in relation to that. I mean, from that perspective, there is a particular period in which I am able to meet in terms of development proposals, and as such, for instance, that has been quite often where it has involved either a school or indeed sometimes elected representatives. So, to take an example, without prejudice to any decision, I've met with his new party leader as regards Craigavon Senior High. I'll be meeting actually with people who are representatives of my own party on that issue later on this week. So I am always happy to receive, and it's very routine that I receive a range of representations as regards that. As the member obviously is again aware, because the department, and more specifically the Minister, is the decision maker within that, those are an exercise which gives an opportunity for those who are presenting the information for me to be able to hear what's being said, and also a record will be kept of that meeting, which will be formed part of the evidential basis whenever a decision is taken on the development proposal.
Supplementary, Steve Aiken.
I thank the Minister for his reply so far. Obviously that he will not be aware, because he hasn't had this meeting so far, that there are a degree of what I can only concern some concerns we have about the process that was raised about Strayed Primary School, the timings and commitments that were given previously through the EA to elected representatives in the area that are not being met. And indeed, there's considerable concern amongst the community, as well as amongst the elected representatives, of how this approach has been going forward. And could we ask the Minister to look urgently at this situation?
Well, look, I will view whatever evidence is there. It is within any meeting or indeed submission, because in addition to meetings, obviously, within any development proposal, there's also an opportunity, a window of time, and fairly frequently used for people to either should put in letters of support or raise concerns, and that can also be in terms of the process. I can give the assurance that all evidence will be looked at before any decision is taken, but clearly in terms of any decision, as the Department and the Minister is directly responsible for that decision, I can't comment on whether there are, whether there's merit, if you like, in any concerns over processes, but that will be looked at.
Can we bring Claire Sugden on screen, please? Can you invite Claire to ask her question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In managing the GCSE awarding for the incoming second year of the course, will the Minister explain why he didn't follow the similar approaches last year, given the same challenges?
In terms of the GCSE, I'm a little bit, I think, first of all, we are in a slightly different situation. I'm a little bit unclear of the specificity of the member's question. In terms of the progress of GCSEs, we've had different levels of disruption that has to be taken into account in terms of the position. It is best if we can reach a point which is, again, in line with what's happening in jurisdictions, that we begin to move back to a situation of examinations. And again, as part of that, be it on GCSEs, AS levels or A levels, there is a need to have a level of similar playing field across the whole of the United Kingdom, so that our pupils are not disadvantaged, either that there is some level of perception that they are given an unfair advantage in terms of their GCSEs, which would then count against them when it comes to either employers or universities, or indeed that we create a higher hurdle. And so consequently, I think the work that has gone on reflects both where we are in terms of the pandemic at present, and also actually tries to ensure that the position in Northern Ireland is one to enable portability and comparability of our examination results with other parts of the United Kingdom.
Supplementary, Claire Sogden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. And I do appreciate the consistency that's required across the UK in terms of competitiveness. However, a teacher in my constituency has raised an issue where she feels that 2 years' work will be crammed into one, which she says will put pressure on both pupils and teachers. So how has the Minister consulted with teachers on the ground to understand the realistic delivery of these courses?
Well, it's not a question, it shouldn't be a question of 2 years being crammed into one. We've given a situation where, in terms of GCSE, there can be unit omissions in the bulk of cases. But, you know, we've also got to realise that while this year has not been clearly in as robust a situation as would be the case elsewhere, teaching has gone on within that. And in terms of the unit assessments, there is then, because of the omission of units and because of the fact that schools will be in a position through CCEA to be able to follow a particular pattern. There's no reason in any course why effectively 2 years teaching should be truncated into one. And we should also remember, because of the valuable work that our teachers are doing, teaching has gone on throughout the pandemic. It has got, I think, because given probably the initial experiences of roughly a year ago, where I think everybody was probably scrambling to try to make sure that they could fill the gap, because there's actually been, in terms of remote learning, a lot better preparation and indeed acknowledgement from September of this year onwards. I think we have seen a much more consistent pattern of teaching, and I think it does very much to the credit of teachers and to staff. So I don't think any pupil should be disadvantaged, particularly compared with those doing GCSEs in a different jurisdiction.
I call Colin Gillerny.
Minister, you will be aware of the ongoing campaign by educational welfare officers seeking pay parity with their colleagues in health and social care. These welfare officers provide crucial support for some of the most vulnerable students out there and their families, and their work will be of particular importance as we emerge from the pandemic and begin confronting the many issues of emotional health that have emerged. Can I ask the Minister what engagement you've had, Minister, with educational welfare officers and their representatives on that pay parity?
Correctly speaking, I think there are established procedures in which disputes over pay can be dealt with. I'm not the direct employer of the educational welfare officers, so for me to try to parachute in an industrial dispute where I don't have the power then to produce a particular settlement, I think would be wrong. It is the case that there's a lot of good work that's been done by educational welfare officers. It is also the case that a lot of good work is done in a range of activities.
Colin Gillerny, supplementary.
And given your acknowledgement of the complex issues that education welfare officers are equipped to deal with, Minister, have you given any consideration to investing in more educational welfare officers in the time ahead to help us emerge from the pandemic?
Well, look, there will always be an assessment. I mean, look, I welcome the commitment of the member to lobby the Finance Minister to provide additional support to the Department of Education, and I think it's good that we're all on the same page. Clearly, as regards, I think there's a commitment to try and resolve the pay issue. And as such, from the point of view of the numbers, I think that will also, I think, reflect probably where there needs to be agreement on the basis of the workload that each individual education welfare officer is undertaking. And I think that will show a pathway to what level, if any, of additional workers that are required.
I call Paul Given.
Primary education settings and what criteria needs to be met.
Thank the member for that question. Ultimately, as with any lifting of restrictions, it's overall executive position and indeed what is there from the task force situation. While there is some evidence that would indicate that the wearing of face coverings will reduce levels of transmittability, the member, I'm sure, will also be aware. It seems to be distractions to the left, distractions to the right and distractions to the left today. It is the case, balanced against that, is the fact that particularly for relatively young children, there is a period of time in class which goes beyond what I think adult population such as himself and myself would be facing in terms of the requirements. So I think that this is an imposition which should be kept to an absolute minimum. We have put into the task force a position from the Department of Education that we want to see this move to an entirely voluntary situation, as was there from the very start of the position, because no one is denying anybody the right, if they so desire, to wear a mask. But we believe it's time that we move within that. The indications, I think, that have been given from the medical officers, because the situation was lifted in England, that when we reached the point of community transmission, at the point at which it was lifted in England, that they would be supportive of that then occurring within Northern Ireland. I think we're getting to that position. And I think for our young people, the sooner that we can move back to as much normality as possible, I think the better.
Supplementary, Paul Given.
Thank the Minister for that response. I know the Children's Commissioner shares that view about it's time to do the removal of it. Can we look to the Executive meeting on Thursday for that approval to be given by the Executive so that this requirement can come to an end?
It certainly is potentially, and I know it's not always that myself and the Children's Commissioner find ourselves. Indeed, I suspect he may not always be on the same page as the Children's Commissioner either. But once, I don't know if this is a virtuous circle or not. It has been put within the task force. The task force itself will bring forward the proposals for Thursday. As yet, as this is Monday, we will not, as executive members, be notified as early as that as to what has emerged directly from the task force. But I would hope as soon as possible we can reach a situation in which we move to that voluntary situation.
Time is up. Can members please take your ease for a few minutes?
Okay, members, and we'll resume the business of the supply resolution for the Northern Ireland main estimates 21 to 22. Agus and Kate Canch, Relation, Matthew Toole. The next speaker, Matthew Toole. Here him, Sir Canch. Call on him to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I won't detain the Assembly for all that long. Obviously, I can't detain the Assembly for all that long because this is a time-limited debate, but I will be boring everyone, including the Minister, tomorrow. We in this place, as has been said before, make something of a habit out of debating both budgets and then what these are, supply resolutions and money bills. And it can be said, it should be said, that frankly the amount of heat generated is in inverse proportion to the amount of light shone for the benefit of the people we serve. I think this is now, in fact I don't know, we're possibly getting on for close to a dozen budget statements and supply resolutions or budget bills that I've debated as the SDLP's finance spokesperson in the Assembly since I started here last January, which is remarkable because it's barely a year and a half since I came in here. But in all that time, as I have said repeatedly, we haven't been able to debate a joined-up strategic budget. That is a matter of not just great regret, immense frustration. Some of that is, of course, down to the fact that, as the Minister has said before and will no doubt say again today, the UK Treasury has failed to provide us with a multi-year budget. That is, as it were, on them. They do need to provide us with the tools to make a multi-year budget, but we aren't powerless here. There, in a sense, isn't much point in us being here if we aren't going to at least debate what our priorities are and seek to deliver long-term plans against them. I will say more about this tomorrow, but it is worth saying again as we pass this supply resolution, and yes, we will be supporting the supply resolution associated with the main estimates today, that we do need more strategic direction. It simply isn't enough to say that we have to wait for London to provide us with the resources. We do need London to provide us with the resources because that's how we're funded. I'm not being disingenuous, but there is a chicken and egg situation. It is not beyond us to sit down and, for example, come up with a draft plan for funding over a 5-year horizon the crisis in our health service. And we should all, whatever our political party, be committed to doing that, because 1 in 4 of our citizens is languishing on a waiting list. That is not just regrettable, but totally unconscionable and unacceptable. It would be unacceptable in any other jurisdiction. We sometimes wonder why people have such a low opinion of this institution. In part, it's because they don't see us addressing the issues that matter to them, and few things matter to them at the minute more than addressing our waiting list crisis. So I would have rather have been debating, as I said a couple of weeks ago, and I said it fairly directly, I would have rather been debating with the Finance Minister at least a draft plan or a set of intentions for how we will fund our waiting list crisis in our health service over the next few years, but we don't have it yet. Nor do we have a thought-through economic recovery plan to get us out of the COVID crisis. I will happily give way, yes.
If the member would outline any alternative suggestions that were put forward to the Executive in relation to this budget from your own Minister.
Members, next a minute.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm aware there was a discussion at the Executive. Of course, I'm not in the Executive, so I wouldn't have been there to hear exactly what those discussions were. But I do know that we have been raising consistently the need for a more joined-up and strategic approach to funding all of these questions. And we are open, and indeed we've written to the Finance Minister on this, we are genuinely, sincerely open, not to play party politics with this, but to sit down and discuss how we allocate better monies to deal with the health crisis. But I do just want to briefly touch on a couple of other things, Mr Deputy Speaker, because time is limited, but I will be boring people more tomorrow. What we are approving today involves high numbers of COVID allocations. It is welcome that we have moved swiftly, and I welcome the hard work done by civil servants in terms of allocating those COVID monies, but there must be a degree of risk around some of those allocations. It would be helpful to hear from the Minister about whether he thinks any of the hundreds of millions in COVID allocations that that we are approving today will all be spent, and if they aren't spent, where he thinks they could be reprioritised to. Could they, for example, be reprioritised into our health service? And of course, there are some fairly big ticket items that have been approved, including involving a ministerial direction from the Economy Minister for the High Street voucher scheme. It's a very large amount of expenditure, and there is still a significant question mark around the economic impact of that scheme. And there was a ministerial direction attached to it. So we do need to hear more about that. I welcome the fact that the Minister has moved in setting up a fiscal council, but I'd like to hear more about the Fiscal Commission. I'd also like to hear more about how he thinks those institutions are going to help us bring more rigour and more strategy to this process, because we all agree, certainly I have said repeatedly, that we need much more strategy to our approach, and again we'll be saying much more in much more length about that tomorrow. Finally, but not finally for me, the protocol and how we deal with the opportunities, how we prioritise taking advantage of those opportunities, but also how we deal with the broader consequences of Brexit, of which the protocol is One, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will draw my remarks
please.
to a close now. We know there is significant loss of funding. It would have been helpful to have either in a budget statement or in one of these a clear line of sight in terms of how much has been lost in terms of EU funding. But for now, we will be supporting today's resolution, and I will be saying more and possibly slightly more robustly tomorrow in the budget bill debate. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak as the DUP member of the Health Committee today. And there's no doubt that the challenges facing our health service are unprecedented, and as such we must be looking towards unprecedented levels of support for our health service. We've all heard the figures in relation to our waiting lists, and they're heartbreaking figures. Every person on these lists represents a health need. Every one of those living with worry or in pain each day, living with a worsening condition and a doubt over their health outcome due to the wait. It is our duty above all else to ensure that we do all that we can to lift this burden from the shoulders of those we represent in this place. Additional allocation through monitoring rounds, such as the 50 million set aside in June, is very welcome. Yet, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is only a drop in the ocean as to what is required. Unprecedented demands in our health service, the resumption of services, the need for reform, the need to remunerate our staff at an acceptable level for the work they do, the care they provide, their professionalism, skill and expertise. Needs of patients and of staff must be met. Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the proposed waiting list summit as agreed by the Party Leaders Forum last week, but we need be in no doubt that the talking to be done at this summit will need to be resourced. And it is in this we absolutely must share the political will and find consensus to make significant inroads into the mountains of referrals on desks around our health service. We can all set aside, I hope, our own party politics and interests to back up our claims in regard to waiting lists, and our health service needs to be our top priority. I do fear, though, however, that we may hear some speaking out of both sides of mouths, saying we regard health service as our #1 priority while pursuing a narrow political agenda at the behest of the loudest voices within our voter base. This is a test for this place, a test for leaders, to really decide what is important and work for all the community right now rather than the few. And it's within this vein that we must also address another budgetary challenge facing our health service, that being the impact of the protocol. Significantly, a £10 million resource bid has been made in relation to the impact of pressures associated with the EU exit and the protocol, including medicine price rises. And we would welcome a more detailed breakdown of where these costs are rising from, to what extent the 12-month agreed derogation is masking further financial and logistical problems, and the fuller potential impact of the Department having to reorientate to source supplies from markets outside of the United Kingdom. Go on ahead.
I appreciate the member giving way. I agree with her that the medicines issue is something that we do need to look at. I've never denied that she would agree with me. I think she indicated that the costs associated with Brexit more broadly, and they've been indicated, I'm sure the Finance Minister will indicate himself when he speaks, the costs associated with the protocol are significantly outweighed by the broader loss of funding from European funds.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank the member for the extra minute, which I won't be needing. A protocol that impacts on the delivery of the health care is a protocol that's not fit for purpose. It is... Go on ahead.
Mayor, thank the member for giving away. Obviously, one of the issues here is the fact that there's a 6-month call that needs to be made for the providers of these medicines that are coming through to Northern Ireland. And now, if we look, we're past the halfway mark of this year. Does the member agree with me that there is real concerns now about the future security of medicine supplies to Northern Ireland because of the Northern Ireland Protocol?
I thank the member for that intervention and completely agree. I do think that the protocol is not fit for purpose. It's not as good as it gets, and it's not the best of both worlds. It's damaging to our constituents, and as such I would urge others in this House to work with us for better. Mr Deputy Speaker, the next number of months are going to pose more challenges in relation to COVID, but thankfully we can put more and more focus toward other challenges in our health service and what the health service is now facing. So many have paid a huge price for the restrictions placed on the delivery of healthcare in the last 12 months. The cancer patients, the stroke victims, the heart surgery candidates, to name but a very few. It is now time to give priority to them, politically and pecuniarily. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Initiatum Sir Declan McAleer on Kanshin Kahirlach and Kosti Talaviachta agus Timpelachta Forbridge Twisha and Twistle McAleer. Declan McAleer, I'm inviting the Chairman of the ERA Committee to speak.
I welcome the opportunity to speak in this supply resolution motion today. And the ERA Committee recognises the challenges with planning future budgets and the fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic and the significant financial difficulties posed by Brexit. The Committee has recently taken evidence from the Department on the budget plans for 21-22 and the plans for the June monitoring round. Well, the Committee welcomes the continuation of recurrent funding for many of DAERA's core work programmes. There are several outstanding economic challenges that need addressed urgently in order to ensure that our public bodies and rural communities are supported to recover and modernise in the next financial year. As you outlined in the budget debate several weeks ago, the Committee is pleased to see the development of some important investment proposals over the next financial year, including investment of £9.8 million in the 21-22 in order to support the agri-food sector as it emerges out of the pandemic. Rollout of the new surveillance scheme co-led by DAERA and the Belfast Trust to facilitate early detection of coronavirus and wastewater outlets. £2 million of investment to support green growth strategies in rural communities. The Committee also welcomes the commitment from the Department to contribute £7.5 million of capital funding to Project Stratum, working in collaboration with the Department of the Economy to support the rollout of high-speed broadband across rural communities. This is a vital and worthwhile project to enhance the infrastructure, connectivity and capability in rural areas, and will be essential in driving equality and improving livelihoods in rural communities. However, the Committee is concerned about the significant economic challenges facing our agriculture and environment sectors and urges the Department to be mindful of the current and future pressures that will emerge over the coming year and to take appropriate action to ensure that these sectors are supported. It is crucial that our rural communities are provided with sufficient investment to support the transition to eco-friendly practices, and that such innovations are encouraged and incentivised within the sector so that the farming community can do its fair share in helping to mitigate the effects of climate change. It is also essential that DAERA is provided with the investment needed to ensure sufficient resource and staffing levels are in place at our ports of entry to comply with the checking of goods as they are imported in Britain in accordance with the protocol. And indeed, these, in the event of these requirements could increase over the next year ahead. It is also vital that there are appropriate support for businesses and industries that may encounter any delays or disruptions as a result of checks. The Committee is particularly concerned about the projected £19.5 million shortfall in DAERA's budget this year, which is due to a loss of EU funding that could have been rolled over. This deficit is a direct result of the British Treasury's decision to net off £34.4 million of ring-fenced EU funding against other manifesto commitments, and a failure to fund £5.1 million towards programmes to support disease eradication. The Department has confirmed to the Committee that it anticipates having sufficient funding this year to meet Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 farm payments. The £19.5 million shortfall represents significant resource opportunity loss that could have been directed to support innovations and developments in our rural communities. This also relates or is compounded by the lengthy time frame taken to launch a consultation on the new rural policy framework, and which the Committee welcomes the recent progress from the Department in this. We have been calling for this consultation to be brought forward for many months, and had more progress been made, it may have been possible to launch or pump prime new strategies for this financial year. The delay in engaging in this is unfortunate, and I hope that this consultation will generate viable strategies for economic development in our rural communities in the future. The Committee welcomes the planned capital investment of over £90 million in 2001-22 that will support improvements in research and development strategies, ICT, infrastructure and rural development programmes. However, it is essential the Department is supported to access any additional capital monies that may become available over the next year to boost our rural development framework and ensure that our agricultural industry can continue to modernise its equipment, infrastructure and estate to deliver innovations and best practice. The Department has advised the Committee that it does not intend to make any bid against the June monitoring round, as it has sufficient budgetary allocation in this year to cover its resource and capital expenditure. However, given the challenges highlighted by the Committee, the Department is urged to actively horizon scan for pressures and areas where securing additional resource could improve capability and policy development in our rural and environmental sectors. The Committee also welcomes the recent moves by the Department of Finance with regards to the establishment of an independent fiscal council and hopes that this body will be granted sufficient autonomy and powers to support the development of multi-year and sustainable budgets across economic sectors. This is welcome progress against the new decade new approach and will hopefully provide better assurance and scrutiny and build greater levels of trust among the public with regards to expenditure. On behalf of the Committee, I would like to close by highlighting the challenges associated with the budget planning process and why we are having these debates and discussions on financial planning now when the budgetary forecasts for this year have been largely agreed. The Assembly should be engaged in budget planning as early as possible in order to allow members sufficient time and latitude to challenge the projected strategic expenditure of departments and help steer them towards initiatives that will have the most policy benefit and outcome. I want to thank you, Last Concordia, and indeed during tomorrow's debate on the motion on the budget, I will speak tomorrow in my capacity as the Sinn Féin spokesperson on agriculture and rural affairs.
Now call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to focus my comments on health, but I want to make an early comment on the whole process by which we do this. Ultimately, these estimates are for legislation, policy and service delivery over the financial year. In other words, the period of 1 year, and we are already over 2 months into that period as we speak here today in the Chamber. Waiting lists should probably have been the biggest issue for the past decade, never mind the past few days, but let us just consider how inadequate it is for a budget to be over a single year, based on a single year of programmes and a single year of allocations when we face a crisis as acute as the one before us, with hundreds of thousands of people waiting up to 6 years or more for treatment and diagnostics. And at Health Committee last week, when the departmental officials came before us, we did ask many questions across different MLAs, different parties about waiting lists, and unfortunately, because of this 1 year setup, it's very difficult to recruit staff, and really the crisis very much hinges on that issue of the vacancies. To tackle a problem which has developed over years and has resulted in waiting times measured in years will itself also inevitably take years. In the short term, we need to have funds available for targeted interventions as soon as clear evidence for them becomes apparent. In the longer term, we need a guaranteed transformation package, which is about reforming the whole system and improving primary care options so that fewer people end up on the waiting list in the first place, and so that those who do end up on them do not experience the appalling waiting times they are currently experiencing across many specialties. Let us even consider something else which emerged just on Friday there, but about which we are already well aware, and that's the level of physical activity in young children in Northern Ireland. It is the worst of any comparable country. This emerged from a report to the Education Department and Committee, yet it has profoundly worrying impacts on the overall health of our people. It is absolutely a health matter, therefore, yet there is not a penny in the budget entitled Health allocated towards tackling this issue. The estimates themselves state that Department of Health spending is for promoting good health and well-being, yet, just as one example, spending on physical activity in schools would unquestionably contribute to that objective. Our whole system of budgeting is designed to ignore this. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are assessing these estimates here, which are broken down by department, even though we have a programme for government which is about breaking these down by outcome. In the end, our entire budgeting process is about just that process. Does it really work? Turning to the immediate issues, my proposal to the Health Committee for a committee inquiry into waiting lists, which I was pleased that the Deputy Chair, Pam Cameron, supported, is designed with real reform in mind. I want the granular detail of exactly why we have got into such a bad situation in Northern Ireland compared to the rest of the UK and down south. I want that examined in detail. We are spending over £6 billion a year on healthcare, so I want to understand how the healthcare system got into such a state, looking at the financial management, looking at the human resource management, looking at all aspects of the estate as well. Waiting lists do not have to be part of the system. We could have a much more responsive system based around better resourced primary care and regional specialisms, which would minimise waiting times and truly provide taxpayer-funded universal health care free at the point of access. Never has it been more important to look across the silos and base our spending on outcomes including a health service which is not so vulnerable to a pandemic, which does not rely on people making people wait so long that some services are effectively not delivered at all, and which cannot be described by the Health Minister himself ever again as in serious trouble. To conclude, our job here today is to safeguard the finances of Northern Ireland and most of all the people of Northern Ireland. We trust that in voting through the estimates we are very much helping to do the latter. However, we must consider urgently whether that is really the best way that we could be doing this and how we deliver much more effective outcome-based budgeting to deliver a truly universal health service and delivery in areas such as children's physical health or developing primary care hubs in a way which is genuinely transformative in the longer term. Thank you.
Now, Sheehan, Sir Pat Catney, on Cancha, I call Pat Catney.
There will always be pressures on the amount of public spending that can be provided. You just have to look at the funding bids put forward by most ministers that show that the amount bid for was many times more than the amount that they could be allocated. I don't underestimate the difficulty in making those decisions and the difficulty that limited resources will put on the running of major departmental programmes. However, let's look at what this budget does include. We're about to vote on £13 billion of departmental resource spending and £1.8 billion of conventional capital, with around £74 million of financial transaction capital and £170 million of RRI capital. The Treasury has signed off on a number of additional allocations. £411 million from the Chancellor's statement, plus another £224 million of Barnett coincidentals, as well as additional carryover of resources left unspent in 2021. The Secretary of State is yet to sign off on these, but they are expected to be included, though, through in-year monitoring. Thus, there is £687.4 million of additional allocations. There is an additional £306 million associated with the funding package like NDNA and confidence in supply that, although not yet confirmed, is expected to be paid by the Treasury. The Minister issued a written statement on the 20th of May 2021 indicating that a further £114 million had been made available by the Treasury. The Department has already advised that a further £14.9 million resource and £33.6 capital DEL and £19.3 financial transactions capital is to be allocated in the June monitoring. Departments all received income from the EU that is used to fund European programmes. However, post-Brexit, there are some concerning shortfalls. The Department advised that the UK Government spending review will provide funding for farm support direct payments of £315.6 million and fisheries funding of £3.1 million in 21-22. Thus, there is a shortfall of around £15 million in farm payments. The Department also advised that it's expected that the Peace Plus programme is expected to provide replacements for Peace 4 and Interreg funding. The Department indicated that limited information has been provided on the planned Shared Prosperity Fund. The department suggested that the SPF will not provide for replacement of EU structural funds in 21-22, leading to an anticipated shortfall of around €69 million in 21-22. €45 million of this shortfall is understood to sit with the Department of the Economy. And finally, there is €6 million from the Irish Government for the R5 Road Capital Project. My somewhat long-winded point is this: we have the highest per capita public spending than anywhere in the United Kingdom. It is therefore acceptable that departments are failing our citizens in so many areas. We have the highest per capita spending in health, and yet our waiting lists are out of control and are many times worse than other parts of the United Kingdom that have less funding. In fact, the more money we put into health services, the more inefficient it seems to be, and yet we have historically low levels of productivity of business, birth rates and lower wages, not the indicators that you want to be leading in many ways to rebuild an economy post-COVID. We have a benefit system that spends billions to treat claimants with contempt and access them within an inch of their lives. This is to try and weed out a relatively minute amount of those trying to cheat the system. Instead, we could use this money to tackle the overbearing poverty, which is the only proven way of actively helping those on benefits. We spend and spend and spend without a plan or even a notion of a plan. We throw money away.
I would ask the member to draw his remarks to a close,
severely underfund the projects that can make the most differences. If you want to improve the prosperity of Northern Ireland, this is what we need to tackle, but it will make proper scrutiny and proper consultation, not the £13 billion of spending rushed through in a matter of weeks. Thank you.
Agus Nish, Éireann Sir Sinead McLaughlin, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, today's budget debate on the approval of supply resolution and main estimate requires members' consideration of scrutiny. And this, as members right across this House has indicated, has been extremely difficult for numerous reasons as outlined. We have many financial difficulties and pressures right across every single department, and we have serious problems in Northern Ireland, and these problems are so severe that we should not pretend that it's business as usual. Yet the Finance Minister seems to be trying to pretend exactly that. What Sinn Féin seeks to portray is a crisis in the Republic of Ireland. The ministers here in the North are saying, nothing to see here, let's just carry on as normal. Last week I was accused of politicking and electioneering. I make no apology for calling out the elephant in the room. The SDLP has no interest in blocking allocations that are much needed. But we have consistently raised concerns inside and outside of government at this budget. Our Minister is effectively taking a budget cut in her budget, so of course we wanted a better budget. So let us just remember the SDLP have one vote in the Executive. As I have said, there's multiple problems. We have a health service that is unable to meet the needs of our citizens before COVID. The levels of health waiting times and health waiting lists have now gone a Richter scale. It's absolutely appalling and it's embarrassing. And meanwhile, we're faced with climate change on a scale that risks enormous damage to the health of the population globally. Yes, okay, thank you.
Whilst the SDLP has only one vote on the Executive, do you accept too that it was agreed by all of the Executive in terms of the budget?
Members, an extra minute.
Yes, I do. As I said, as I indicated, we have no interest in blocking allocations of money that are desperately needed by departments, but we have one vote. We would do things differently if we had more. You wouldn't realise, as I said, you wouldn't realise that, though, if you looked at either the Finance Minister's budget or the Economy Minister's plan. Mr Deputy Speaker, can I just give a little example of why things are so frustrating? Earlier this afternoon, I asked the Economy Minister to outline the economic impact assessment and the multiplier effect details of the £145 million High Street voucher scheme. I specifically asked on how the scheme would support job retention and business sustainability. Unfortunately, the Minister was not in a position to give me those details, as no full economic impact assessment was available. Yet the Minister has made an allocation of £145 million for the scheme with no clear understanding of the economic impact. I find it actually quite unbelievable. And in a way, it really illustrates the rather chaotic manner in which money is spent in Northern Ireland. It's really not good enough. Mr. Speaker, we all know what we need to do. We must create a resilient and flexible health service, reskill our workforce across the whole economy, restructure our energy industry, and at the same time we need to find ways to support thousands of jobs at risk of being lost, particularly at the end of the furlough scheme. And this will be particularly difficult for those sectors that will have a longer recovery period. And I'm talking here about the aerospace industry, travel industry and the event management industry. We need to find a way of ensuring that we support these businesses beyond furlough. As I said, this is a time when dynamic leadership is required, and what it is not is what we see here today. We don't need a steady as she goes Finance Minister, but one who seizes the moment by recognising that real change is needed, who oversees a major reconfiguring of the budget that responds to the massively changed situation that we are now in. With all the generosity in the world, this budget isn't it. This isn't the time for a slight bit of reform here and there. And while I'm talking about substantial reform, I wish to make a comment about the role of the utility regulator, as the motion specifically references that in the estimates as well. I look forward to the new Economy Minister, whoever that might be, bringing forward proposals to redefine the role of the utility regulator. Because this is an extremely important position as our economy changes shape. Instead of the regulator with a legal duty to promote the gas industry, the role must change. It must prioritise the rapid decarbonisation of the energy sector, the ending of the use of fossil fuels, the promotion of a market in which renewable energy sources are readily and affordably available, and in which much faster progress is achieved on making homes energy efficient and properly insulated. We urgently need effective plans for making social housing, owner-occupied homes and the privately rented sector all fit for the climate challenges that we collectively face. Mr Deputy Speaker, what we need are plans for the future, just as we need a budget that looks forward, not one that simply looks backwards and photocopies it for the next year. This is a budget that fails people, those who need healthcare, but also those who need hope for the future, who need jobs that make our society a better place. Budgeting in Northern Ireland needs a complete overhaul.
Ask the member to draw remarks to a close, please.
I will indeed. And we need to carefully rethink the impact and value of every pound spent. Is this spending having a positive and productive impact? Is it improving lives and livelihoods? If the Minister doesn't know the answer, then he should not spend the money. Thank you.
I now call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement comments earlier. I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to join with colleagues in supporting the motion of supply resolution and to make some brief observations as a member of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, and some additional comments on matters relating to justice as a member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. As other members have alluded to previously, this has been an incredibly difficult year, but despite the challenges we have faced as we emerge from the catastrophic coronavirus crisis, our immediate priority must be, as I've said before in this House, avoiding further disasters. I will keep, as I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, my comments brief, but I must raise in this chamber again on this occasion the pressing need to dramatically reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and to avoid devastating tipping points that would shatter the global economy and pose existential human threats. This is a crucial juncture in our history. As we get back on the path to recovery from the pandemic, we must integrate solutions to both crises in a coherent response. We must take this opportunity to create green jobs, to propel the economy towards sustainable growth and also increased resilience. It is therefore vital that high-line budgetary provision is targeted specifically at environmental protection and tackling the climate emergency moving forward. It would appear we are not quite at that stage at this juncture. Moving towards matters relating to justice, Deputy Speaker,
And they say that funding to progress outstanding New Decade New Approach targets for policing are welcome. I note the significant unmet pressures within the Department, and I commend the Department of Justice for firstly securing the additional resource to secure 7,000 officers for the PSNI, and secondly to enable the police to begin recruitment for an additional 100 officers this year. It will be a matter for future budgets to ensure that this is baselined and built upon. We have made some progress, not as much as we might have liked, but given the current financial situation and other pressures, it is commendable that the Department are at least able to start moving in the right direction, as opposed to regressing, which might have been the case in such a challenging year. Again, Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for the earlier statement, and I am pleased to support the supply resolution motion. Thank you, and thank you, Minister.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Traditionally, and without fail, we hear much lip service in this House to the need to address the huge needs in respect of our health budget. And I do not gainsay or dissent from that whatsoever. Under devolution, our health has suffered greatly, not least because of the reduction of nigh 2,000 beds and all the accompanying staff, which has been removed from our system. No wonder then we have the waiting lists that are crippling the service. But when I hear all that lip service to spending money on health, then it causes me to look around this budget and to see, well, have we gone for efficiencies? Are we in the business of ending squander? And on the very day that we hold this debate, we all get a missive from the chair of the Procedures Committee telling us that we now have a proposal from that committee to spend £321,000 on translation services in this chamber. £321,000 that would employ 10 new nurses per annum. And yet the priority of the Procedures Committee, by the majority who are represented in that committee, is to take that money and spend it on needless translation services. There's not a member in this House who does not speak and does not understand English. And yet we have a proposition that in the depths of a health crisis and a money crisis affecting health, that we should squander an amount of money such as that on fitting out this place with 10 interpreters so that people in pursuit of this vanity project can, when they wish, speak in Irish or Ulster Scots, if there were any, and have the vanity of knowing it has been translated into English, and vice versa. What a total waste of much needed money. And yet that is the sort of project that some in this House would prioritise above fixing and improving the health for our citizens. What comfort is that to a man I spoke to at the weekend who waited 6.5 hours for an ambulance to arrive at his home to take his wife who'd fallen, broken her femur, smashed her hip, to take her to hospital? And the ambulance not arriving till 3 in the morning. What am I to say to that gentleman? Oh, well, there's more important things. We need to spend money on translation services into Irish and Ulster Scots. Get your priorities right, man. Don't worry about your wife lying in agony on the floor. We don't need to fix the health service until we've provided translation services. Really? And then this House wonders why it struggles with credibility in the community. We were awash with money over COVID. What did we do with most of it? Well, with some of it. Well, we decided Royal County Down Golf Club. It needed £1.5 million. Golf clubs needed £4.5 million. The IFA needed £6.5 million. The GAA needed £7.5 million. The Health Service? No, it didn't need that money. Of course not. And now the Health Service doesn't need the money that can employ 10 or a dozen nurses. Because this House has a different priority, a shamefully political priority of prioritising promotion of the Irish language over the health of its citizens. Shame on this House.
Agus Inishirim, Sir Gerry Carroll on Council. I now call Gerry Carroll.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. To say that the estimates and budgetary process is simple, straightforward and easy to navigate would be telling porkies indeed, and not just my view or my party's view, but one widely held. Indeed, the Chair of the Finance Committee stated his dissatisfaction with the process, something I would share, especially as he described it as opaque and confusing. Having said that, this estimates process will obviously form the basis of the budget going forward for this year. And when you trawl through it, many questions arise, Mr Deputy Speaker. As people have said, the process is far from clear or straightforward. I would absolutely concur with those comments. For example, you look at the DFC net resources last year compared with this year, there's a gap of around £300 million. And at first glance or guess, you might think this is about COVID and reduced demand and necessity. But when you dig deeper, you see that the reduction is in housing grants, with a huge reduction in the housing grants to the housing executive. Why is this? There's no reasoning or explanation as to why this is the case, nothing in the estimates or accompanying documents. I would ask, is this the reduction in order to speed up the privatisation of the landlord function, which the Minister previously, Communities Minister, indicated she wanted? I would hope not, but I honestly do not know. We also know that the resources to be allocated for community and voluntary sector and the arts have both decreased, and we need to be investing more in these sectors, not less, going forward. There's also a reduction in the resource provision for the Children's Commissioner and young people at a time when young people's rights and the need to support them is stronger than ever, and I would question that as well. At the same time, agency services have increased under these estimates and the budget. We need to reduce spending on agency firms and stop funding an unfair system for workers and taxpayers, and instead redirect that money into beefing up the public sector and providing secure long-term jobs with proper terms and conditions. When you look at the section under the Department for the Economy, there's some very worrying news indeed. Firstly, there is a significant reduction in provision from this year compared with last year's budget. Why is this? The resources sought for 21-22 is 36.9% lower than the final net provision for 2021. We face massive challenges of deprivation, wealth inequality, health inequality. Surely now should be the time to throw conventional economic wisdom out the window and adopt a fundamentally different approach that looks at putting money and wealth into the hands of working people, people on welfare, etc., etc. Also, under the estimates section for the Department for the Economy, there is, and I quote, recoupment of costs in respect of processing mineral and petroleum licences, application fees for mineral and petroleum licence. You may ask what that means, but to me, that suggests that the Department is continuing to allowing the practice of fossil fuel licences and petroleum licences to go ahead at a time when we have a massive environmental crisis. We need to keep these fuels, fossil fuels, in the ground. When you move on to health, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is obviously some additional money, as the Chair has referred to, but this is obviously not recurring and ultimately is nowhere near enough to meet the huge challenges faced by both staff and patients now and going forward. And from my reading of this quite hefty document, the estimates document, there seems to be and appears to be a reduction in the following sections. I would ask why. Hospital, paramedic and ambulance services reduction on what the estimates and the provision was for last year. Dental services, health support services, fire and rescue services. So I'm asking the question, why is that the case given the scale of crisis within our health service? And the provision sought for 21-22 is 6.2% lower for health than the final net provision for 2021. 2020-21 health. With all our waiting lists, mental health crises, why is this the case? Why is the Minister and the Department not shouting more loudly than he is for extra resources and support, making more bids, etc., etc. And when it comes to dealing with the waiting list crisis, the committee learned that the extra money over this year allocated will go directly, most of it, if not all of it, to the so-called independent, but the private sector. And I suppose some on the waiting list maybe will not care who treats them, but this approach is directly funding the two-tier health service, which says if you can afford to pay, you will be seen and treated, and that's a despicable state of affairs in a so-called modern society.
I'd ask the member to draw his remarks to a close.
I will do. So the truth is, we're being asked to endorse estimates which will allow for a standstill budget, as the Minister says. In real speak, that means a budget that reduces public services and doesn't meet the challenges faced by workers going forward. For that reason and many more, I will try to oppose. Thank you.
Agus nish, me an adagadish hon Gerry agus conclude a chur leis an díosparach agus suas le Kirawamat as Trach. I would now call on the Minister to conclude on the debate, and you have up to 34 minutes, Minister.
I know that supply resolution debates can often cover many aspects, not always directly relating to the subject being considered. And on this occasion, on the background of how we emerged from the COVID pandemic, I think it has helped focus most, if not all, minds on the importance of public expenditure decisions that we debate in this place. I will endeavour to address as many of the points as I possibly can in the time ahead, in the time allotted. Firstly, I want to thank the Finance Committee for its agreement to take this important the legislation that they have agreed. The Chair referenced that in his remarks in supporting accelerated passage for the legislation that will come alongside the budget. Some of the other points I think he has raised and others have raised, and quite a few people have raised this. I get this. I think Mr. Carroll raised at the end the complexity of the budget process, and of course that is something that we want to look to in the time ahead, and have already begun that process. We will be putting through legislation in relation to financial reporting, which is the first stage in what will be probably a lengthy process in trying to streamline and align and make accessible and understandable, not just to members in this House but to the public at large, the complexity of our budget process. And there's no denying that that is a very complex and a process which needs to change. The Chair had asked questions then also in relation to Fiscal Council. And it is currently, as he knows, out consulting and meeting a range of stakeholders. I think there is a session with the committee in the near future, and I expect, following that range of consultation from the Fiscal Council, to have a final set of terms of reference agreed and in place by the end of the summer. Now, we're considering possible legislative time frame, and he's correct, that's challenging in the time frame that we have ahead. Interest in other places, a Fiscal Council was in place for a number of years before legislation was put in place, I think in Scotland and some other places. So it's, the question will come at the end of summer whether we try to rush through legislation or we bring it to a point where in an incoming mandate legislation is done to make sure that that legislation is got right.
And thank the Minister for his remarks. May I give you the assurance that the Finance Committee will endeavour to do everything we can to get the Fiscal Council put through in a legislative framework this term, because I think all our members looking around here in the committee realise that this is a vital piece of legislation and we must get this through.
Yes, and if that is the case and that's possible, of course I would be content to look at the issue of accelerated passage. We just need to make sure we get the legislation right, and that means we'll see what the outcome of the consultation has brought over the period of the summer and what the final terms of reference look like for the Fiscal Council. The Council, he asked a question in relation to carrying out an assessment on the Executive's revenue streams and spent proposals and sustainability of Executive's finance, and that they will do that. That will be a matter for themselves as to how they do it, because they are an independent body. And that will include report on its first annual assessment of the Executive's revenue stream, spent and proposals, and how these allow the Executive to balance its budget, and of course on the sustainability issue going forward as well. As I say, I've referenced the review of the financial process, and that is, if you like, the first stage in relation to, I'd like to think, untangling some of the complexity around this. But it will be a complex and a lengthy piece of work, but it's nonetheless a piece of work that we are committed to. The question in relation to the High Street voucher scheme that he had brought up, been advised by the Economy Minister that the rollout of the voucher scheme is expected at the start of the autumn, in which everybody in the north aged 18 or over will be eligible to apply for a prepaid card that has to be spent locally on the High Street. The Economy Minister has advised that the scheme is currently at procurement stage and stated a card must be used in a bricks and mortar business here in the north and cannot be used online. The timing, I think, will be in line with, I suppose, some of the experiences elsewhere, in that there's, as people will have probably experienced, an initial surge in spending over this since reopening, which will probably taper off in the autumn. And my assumption is that the voucher scheme is been timed to take place in the autumn, then when perhaps an additional boost is needed for the High Street. If people wish to argue against it, as Shane McLaughlin appear to be doing, then that's a matter that they need to take up with the Economy Minister. But the Executive has agreed that this is part of an economic recovery package and that will have a beneficial impact on the High Street. The question was asked in relation to, by a number of members, in relation to the Victims Payments Scheme, and we have, of course, given the commitment that payments will be made to successful applicants under the scheme. That provides reassurance and confidence to victims that payments will be made when they fall due under the terms of the scheme, regardless of where the funding comes from. And so headroom has been included in the main estimates which accompany the bill to ensure there is no delay in making those payments. And of course, we are still of the view, and I did raise this with Treasury in recent times in London, that an Executive agree this, that the British Government should provide funding for the scheme, and the offer that the Secretary of State put forward fell considerably short of what is necessary, based on the estimates, and I know the Chair asked about estimates, the estimates from the Government Actuary Department, which put the overall cost is anywhere between 600 million and 1.2 billion over the lifetime of the scheme, and that's the estimates that they came from the government themselves. Mr Frew also raised the issue in relation to alignment, programme for government alignment with the budget, and a number of people raised that. I think Matthew O'Toole raised a question about strategic planning, strategic direction. The Executive set out last springtime, not just past the year before when it began back in office again, with a series of strategic planning days and away days, and then the pandemic came in and knocked everything sideways. So I want the Executive to get back. We have been told, I've been told by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, to expect that we will be doing a multi-annual budget from this year on. We haven't been told what the quantum is going to be, so in that sense planning is not just as straightforward. But I do want the Executive to get back to those strategic discussions. We will assist them in terms of projections of what the costs of priorities are, but the Executive need to plan over the summer and through into the autumn for a multi-annual budget, and that's certainly the territory I think that we want to be in. And of course we will play our part in assisting that in terms of costings, and I think it is incumbent. There is no big expectation of huge increases in budget, but we don't know what's coming until the spending review is complete. But it is incumbent on the Executive to agree a number of strategic priorities and to plan those out over the years ahead, and to commit the funding to them. And for people who are frustrated by the lack of ability to do that since the time we've been back, there's nobody more frustrated than those who sit around the Executive table who want to be able to plan in advance. And that's the exercise that people remember back to the number of way sessions that we had early on last spring. That was the intent. Clearly we were going, and as I say, the impact of the pandemic just knocked everything sideways in relation to that. So obviously the objective of that is to prioritise, to align with the programme for government, and to set out a clear budget spending over a number of years, so departments will know very clearly what they got. A number of speakers, I think both Militia McHugh and Keith Archibald, mentioned in relation to the extension of the furlough, and there are no proposals from even sector-specific extensions that we are aware of, although we continue to raise this with Treasury in our discussion with them, and because it's quite clear not all sectors will be able to fully reopen given social distancing and other mitigation measures that are required, and I think it's important that they continue to support businesses. So we will keep that dialogue ongoing with Treasury in the time ahead. A number of people did mention the health budget in general, but specifically in relation to the waiting lists. And the budget didn't provide the Department of Health with a specific allocation for waiting lists because, for reasons I'll get into, in terms of the fact that the Executive decided not to reprioritise given the level of money we had and the time frame involved. But the Department sought and received £430 million of COVID funding, and this included £250 million to support the rebuilding of the health service as we begin to emerge from the pandemic. They have been also allocated a further £50 million in year as part of the May COVID expenditure exercise, and they have the flexibility to use this COVID-related funding, and the Health Minister has the ability to use this to tackle waiting lists, which have been exacerbated by COVID. Now, and I understand we've had this discussion at the executive level, and I think that's why it's important going forward. We've had this discussion in relation to some have mentioned it here. I think Mr. Carroll mentioned as well the need for recurring funding in order to employ people, because that cut over many years to the health budgets over all those years of austerity, as I think Jim Allister's outlined, removed beds and removed posts from hospitals, which are essential in terms of dealing in the long term with waiting lists, and not simply throwing money to the private sector to try and, on a temporary basis, bring down waiting lists, and then we end up going back to the same problem again. So it is that longer term. The Health Minister and myself are in full agreement with this, as are the rest of the Executive, that it is that long-term recurrent funding we're needed. Although the COVID money is for 1 year only, it has to be spent in year. It doesn't provide that, but it is nonetheless a very welcome addition to help the Health Department cope with some of the significant pressures around waiting lists as everything else. Yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I do thank the Minister for his comments in relation to the strategic priorities. For a long time I've had the view that we need a priority framework because, and members have heard me say this in the House before, this place seems to have the ability to want to do everything and doesn't know how it's going to fund it all. But particularly in relation to health, what is it? Is it Bengoa, or is it a restructuring of the health? Because the reality for all the members in this House is, if it's Bengoa, that means there's services in each of our constituencies that are not going to be there. And I would just like to have some insight from the Finance Minister's point of view. Is he prepared to fund the Bengoa report, which basically means we go from 11 acute hospitals to 6? Is that the trajectory of improving services that we're looking at?
Well, firstly, it's going to be the Executive's decision as to how to improve. And I think the improvements that are required in health are a mixture of all of those. I mean, Bengoa give a plan going forward. There's restructuring plans. There's specific plans to tackle the health service and elective services, the waiting lists and elective services. And I think it needs to be a combination of all that. But I think the Executive needs a very clear picture from the Health Department and a costed picture as to what this looks like in the future. And better services are the ambition, co-designed with people who work in the health system itself, and access to those services is a key issue because we don't have the infrastructure here to give people access to all of the services. So that has to be balanced with that. It's very easy just to pick a figure and say 6 hospitals or 11 hospitals. What we have to have is access, and that's a key part of the debate in relation to it. Just some of the other points that were raised, I think I have dealt with the issue around simplifying the budget, and Andrew Moore raised the point of the Infrastructure Commission asking the Infrastructure Advisory Panel. I think the concern that has been expressed around that is the kind of overlap between an Infrastructure Commission and a duplication of work already undertaken by bodies such as the Strategic Investment Board, my own department's construction and procurement delivery role. And I think that we need to get some clarity to make sure that we're not creating additional, at a time when we're reviewing arm's-length bodies, at a time when we give a commitment under NDNA to actually rationalise the arm's-length bodies that we have, that I have no doubt that there is a good argument being made for such a body, but I think we need to make sure and see where it fits into the scheme with other public bodies that we have, and I expect that to be worked through in the not-too-distant future. Just trying to work. I mean, Colin McGrath launched. I had thought maybe in the last debate, because the SDLP launched a particular, we're in the Executive and we're not in the Executive approach to the budget, so we can criticise all that there is, even though they went into the lobbies and voted for it. So I assumed that kind of trying to ride two horses at one time and a very real danger of falling down in between them would have brought some sanity to it, but it appears that's still the strategy going ahead, so fair enough if they think that's going to work for them. But, I mean, the criticism was that there's no vision, and this was a recurrent theme 2 weeks ago. There's no vision in this document, there's no aspiration, there's no... I mean, we could write a narrative for that document. I could get the department officials to go and write a very flowery narrative, and it could be all motherhood and apple pie, and that might actually be something that pleases the SDLP because they generally have a priority of style over substance. But the substance is, and this is the reality that you're dealing with, is that we were told all last autumn we were getting a multi-year budget, and then we were told on the 25th of November that we weren't, and we were getting a one-year budget, and it was a flat cash budget. And as other people have said when they look through the estimates, that in effect then presents itself as a cut for some departments. And so the executive collectively were faced with a choice. If we wanted to meet some priorities, then we had to decide then to reprioritise the allocations to all departments, which meant some departments would have got more and a lot of departments would have got less. And they decided in the time available to us, given the very late outcome of the spending review, that we didn't have time to do that exercise in the way which was do it justice, and we decided to do a rollover budget for every department. So on that basis, I am at a loss as to how I could have presented some grand vision, if that's what you would have liked. But effectively, we told every department you have the same amount of money. And if you want to do new things, then you have to stop doing some of the things you're doing. So I think there has to be a reality check from the SDLP. I mean, as I say, it's playing this issue of being in the executive and not being in the executive. And fair enough, if they think that will work for them in the run-up to an election, knock yourselves out. But at least in some of the cases, they have to be accurate. I mean, I think Daniel McCrossan in one of his interventions, or no, it's actually Sinead McLaughlin, says effectively the Infrastructure Minister got a cut in her budget. She got 19% increase in her capital budget and an increase in her resource. I think it's about 21% increase overall. So I think at least be honest when we're throwing around some of these figures. And you know, if you wish to oppose the budget, if you wish to vote against it, if you wish to speak against it but vote for it, well then that's something I suppose you can talk to the public about and maybe try and get them to understand. But at least get the things right. I was told by Colin McGrath that we hadn't provided any money for health pay, and we allocated an additional £52 million for Agenda for Change pay to maintain pay parity with England, and an additional £85 million to be provided through NDNA as well. So, as I say, it's one thing to criticise things, it's another thing to actually make them factually correct. And if it is the case that all our proposals, as I think Sinead McLaughlin said in her contribution, you know, but firstly she said I'd said there was nothing to see, that we weren't shouting. I don't know anybody who's complained more about a lack of finances in this building than me. And to say that we're accepting this and we're kind of carbon copy 1 year into the next, I've been to Treasury, I've done multiple meetings with Treasury alongside Scotland and Wales finance ministers. I was in the Treasury 3 weeks ago talking to the Chancellor about the lack of budget that we have. The Deputy First Minister raised at the meeting that they did with the Prime Minister last week about rebuilding the health service and the need for substantial investment. So there's absolutely no way that we have said that you know, this budget is fine and there's nothing to look at here. But to do things differently, well, tomorrow we have an open-ended debate. So I look forward to the propositions. If you want to do things differently, you take the budget amount we have, take the tables and work your way through them tonight and tell me where you would take money off and put money into. And I'd be very happy to listen to that tomorrow. And you have an open floor tomorrow, so you can take all the time you want to make response to that. Because there's no point in talking about things like reconfiguring the budget unless you're going to bring forward propositions to do just that. I would give way, certainly.
But down here today, Minister, thanks for giving way. And we're talking about £13 billion. I've never been in the executive, but I believe the make-up of it is 9. 3 from Sinn Féin, 3 from the DUP and 3 from the other parties. That means collectively the 6 votes that you carry with the DUP is the lead vote maker within the executive. That's a simple mathematical equation.
All that would be relevant if there was a vote in the executive on the budget, but there wasn't. So your own minister didn't vote against it or speak against it. I was in the executives previously with the SDLP ministers, previous leader, and she voted against the budget. I think maybe Mr Story was there in the executive and she disagreed with the budget and she voted against it. I think the party even voted against the budget. So none of that's relevant because you didn't oppose it. And there's an obligation, if you're going to say that all the decisions we've taken are wrong and it needs reconfigured and the priorities are all wrong, then come back and tell us. and tell us where you get the money. And as I say, you have an open-ended debate tomorrow. It's on legislation, it's on the budget, second stage, and I look forward to hearing propositions from you in relation to how you would do things differently. If all that we're doing, and if all of the executive agreed without a vote, without division at all, every executive minister supported this, if that every one of us is wrong, then please tell us what you would have done differently with the same amount of money that we have to use in that. So, Mr Speaker, there were a number of other points raised. Jim Allister, as usual, thinks that the problem with the health services funding for the Irish language, but that's another day's debate, I suppose. And Gerry Carroll raised a number of questions in relation, you know, a lot of them in relation to other ministers and who would need to answer in relation to their own, because we have autonomy within ministerial departments, and we have the ability to spend money themselves, and I'm sure they can answer to that. The overall point is the same, is that a standstill budget is an effective reduction. And that's what we're dealing with here. So, last Concordia, I draw my remarks to close, and thank you for your patience and other speakers. The Assembly approval of the motion today on the main estimates 2021-2022 is a crucial stage in securing public expenditure with Department needs to continue to deliver services during this critical time. Failure to pass this supply resolution would put at risk the continuation of public services for the remainder of the financial year, and I therefore commend the main estimates 2021-22 to the Assembly, and I ask the members to support this motion.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that it is established practice that the vote on this motion requires cross-community support. The question, therefore, is that the motion relating to the supply resolution for the NI main estimates 2021-22, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Is Mr. Carroll? Yes. Mr. Carroll content that that be noted as a dissent? Okay. That's grand. Thank you. As there arise from all sides with one dissenting voice, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion approved. Thank you. Members, just take their ease, please, while we move to the next item of business. Members, we'll just deal with the next brief item of business is on the order paper, and that's the first stage of the budget number 2 bill, and I call the Minister of Finance.
Last Concordia, I beg to introduce the budget number 2 bill.
Clerk, would you please read the long title?
A bill to authorise the issue out of the consolidated fund of a certain sum for the service of the year ending 31st of March 2022, to appropriate that sum for specified purposes, to authorise the Department of Finance to borrow on the credit of that sum, to authorise the use for the public service of certain resources, including accruing resources for that year, and to repeal certain spent provisions.
That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it now shall be printed. I can also inform members that the Speaker has received a letter from the Committee for Finance informing that the Committee is satisfied that the consultation with it on public expenditure proposals contained in the bill has been appropriate as required under Standing Order 42.2. So if members now take their ease while we change the chair for the next item of business. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is a motion from the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs on nature-friendly farming. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the vital role that nature-friendly farming must play in tackling the nature and climate emergencies, at the same time as providing a profitable future for the sector, believes that future agricultural policies for Northern Ireland must enable a transition to profitable, sustainable, nature-friendly farming in order to provide nutritious food, increase farm business resilience and combat the nature and climate emergencies, and welcomes the comments by the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that future agriculture policy should ensure an industry that is environmentally sustainable and that displays improved resilience to external shocks.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. Proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. So I ask you now to please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Alex Concordia. The ERA Committee welcomes the opportunity to highlight the vital role that farming communities in the North play in relation to supporting the economy and protecting, sustaining and developing our environment. The Committee believes that nature-friendly farming practices are crucial to the long-term viability and success of our agriculture sector, and that farming communities must be adequately supported to adopt such measures so they can continue to thrive in the future. The importance of agri-food production to our society cannot be understated. Our local farmers turn well in excess of $2 billion of produce annually, and the high quality of our dairy, beef and crops are recognised across our markets and neighbours as some of the best in the world. Our agriculture sector is essential in supporting the local employment, particularly in the food and drinks industry, and in enabling rural communities to survive and prosper. However, our farming sector is facing stark challenges and uncertainties. The fallout from Brexit continues to present a threat, with the likes of the impending free trade agreement between the British Government and Australia likely to undermine our competitiveness and access to markets, as well as the uncertainty in terms of funding for direct payment due to the loss of EU finance. The agriculture sector also faces a slow recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, as local farmers seek to recoup the losses from the drop in consumer demand over the past 18 months and will remain vulnerable to any future economic shocks for some time to come. The challenge of climate change, which affects us all, also poses some significant questions for farmers as to how they can maintain output whilst at the same time contributing to strategies to reduce negative effects on our environment. In order to weather these challenges, it is vital that our local farming communities are supported to be resilient, sustainable and productive in their activities, and the Committee believes that nature-friendly farming should be included at the core of future strategies to enable this. Embracing nature-friendly farming means that local farmers should be encouraged, directed and supported to engage in practices that not only deliver high quality and safe produce, but also help our ecosystem to thrive and flourish. The Committee has heard in recent weeks from a range of stakeholders the importance of ensuring that our agricultural sector is sustainable, both economically and environmentally, and nature-friendly farming presents an opportunity to deliver this. There is the potential for each and every farmer to engage in nature-friendly farming through simple measures including hedgerow restoration, tree planting and placement of wildflower field margins, and there are many examples of local farmers actively engaging in sustainable practices that have helped to improve the organic and biodiversity health of their land, leading to better productivity and reduced costs. There are many opportunities presented by nature-friendly farming. For example, through measures to restore the land's capacity to store and sequester carbon, farmers can play their part in tackling the effects of climate change. There is also potential economic benefit to farmers by developing produce via sustainable methods, given the rising market demand for nature-friendly products and increasing interest from consumers with the origins of agri-food and the eco-effects of what they are buying. A shift away from intensive farming measures and overproduction, including excessive use of fertilisers and animal feeds, may also help to improve the long-term sustainability and viability of our natural land resources, therefore ensuring our farming communities can continue to produce goods and be productive for years to come. However, our farmers cannot do this on their own, and the Committee recognises the challenges faced by our sector in making changes at a time of uncertainty. This is why our farming communities must be actively and appropriately supported by making a just transition to engage in nature-friendly farming. In particular, consideration will have to be made as to how future payment schemes manage the dual aims of agri-food production and engaging in eco-friendly practices, and how farmers can be incentivised and rewarded for nature-friendly farming activity. Farmers will also need to be supported through formal training, continuing professional development and ongoing knowledge exchange to identify and deliver sustainable practices on their own farms, and how ideas and innovations can be shared with peers. Schemes must also be developed to ensure that practices at work will be replicated speedily and effectively through the sector, with farmers supported to undertake pilots through grants and provision of adequate resources. Government-directed policy oversight is essential, and it is vital that the importance of nature-friendly farming and its benefits are recognised and included in the planning and development of future agricultural strategy. The committee welcomes comments by the Minister that future policy will focus on delivering improved resilience and environmental sustainability in the agriculture sector, and the overarching aim of the Department's draft consultation on a future rural policy framework that seeks to create a sustainable rural community where people want to live, work and be active. The role of nature-friendly farming and the potential opportunities that it can bring to our farming communities must be recognised in future strategic planning, and our local farmers must be fully equipped and supported to transition to eco-friendly practices that will help them to be productive both economically and environmentally in the decades ahead. Thank you, Lascan Corlia.
Thank you, and I now call on Mr William Irwin to move the amendment that stands in his name.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to contribute.
Sorry, Mr Irwin, just say beg to move.
Moved.
Thank you. You'll have 10 minutes to propose. Sorry for interrupting you. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and sorry for that. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate today and to move the amendment which suggests some minor changes in terms of the fact that farming is already in transition, and the amendment also seeks a balance between environmental and financial sustainability. As someone involved in farming for many years, I fully understand the importance of working with nature and ensuring that farming is complementary to the countryside and the environment. In my experience and in my own lifetime farming, I would firmly be of the view that farming and the environment go hand in hand, and must be said, without the thousands of hours of hard work by the farming community right across Northern Ireland, our environment would be in a very different condition and state today. Managed farm land accounts for up to 75% of land in Northern Ireland, and farming in its purest form in the production of food provides a very important service to the environment and the maintenance of the countryside, whilst also providing a vital service in feeding the population. That being said, there are of course many challenges associated with the climate and the sustainable agri-food industry, and the broad thrust of this amendment focuses on the importance of balance. We need an industry that is both financially and environmentally sustainable. The two go hand in hand. Indeed, in recent weeks there has been a series of debates and questions centred around the climate, and the contributions farming has been and in the contributions farming has been a key part of the debate. I have in previous contributions urged a sensible approach around climate change and the future sustainability of farming, and I've urged against hurling down a path whereby over-ambitious targets are set which do more harm than good in the longer term. That still remains my view. Our committee heard a few weeks ago from officials from India as part of the study on nature-friendly farming, and in their presentation on the day they referred to the future agriculture and agricultural policy, and they outlined the Minister's 4 priorities around the issue. These are supportable objectives. I believe they are sensible and reasonable to enhance the industry and best equip it well into the future. The 4 priorities are all interdependent, and it is widely acknowledged by the Minister and his department that nature-friendly farming is at the core of this outlook and forward plan. The agri-food sector is a success story in Northern Ireland in terms of its employment provision and general worth to our economy. The economic aspect of this debate cannot be understated, and a thriving and responsive agri-food sector is critical to Northern Ireland's economic stability now and in the future. Thriving agri-food sector has every positive has a very positive economic knock-on effects. As I have said, it is therefore important when decisions are taken that have legislative power and which compel the industry to take a particular action or meet a particular target, that such instructions are balanced, achievable, and also come with support measures in place to assist the industry in taking that course of action. Indeed, Minister Poots has, in a relatively short period of time, delivered on a number of commitments, such as the Small Woodlands Grant, the Forest for Our Future, the Farm Business Investment Scheme, which has been so vital in supporting our farmers and moving to low-emission spreading systems. He also supported farmers to purchase equipment to increase the precision of use of inputs like GPS for fertiliser spreading, the protein crop pilot, and the Minister announced this year. These are only some examples. We have had in the past directives from the EU, and in many cases these have required considerable action from a farmer, and the Department has recognised that the best to achieve the necessary outcome, a model of financial support has been introduced to assist in transition with the use of a technology to achieve the target. That is a proven method of ensuring a level of success and also has had a knock-on effect in assisting other industries. If, for example, machinery purchase is required in recent schemes of support, there has been a very welcome additional benefit effect within the manufacturing and engineering sectors. That is a good news story. Such an approach must continue with regards to climate change and required actions in the agri-food sector. Support and assistance in any transition must be forthcoming. As a farmer and someone who listens acutely to the farming industry, I am all too aware of the issues of resilience and the need to try and limit the impact of what is referred to as external shocks. The issue of external forces affecting a business that are totally outside the control of the individual can be difficult to mitigate. There is certainly merit in trying to improve the resilience of the agri-food sector, especially as we move away from the EU support model and seeking to take the opportunities that will continue to arise from Brexit. During the pandemic, and despite the predictions of many people on the issue of Brexit that agriculture would suffer, it has been widely noted that our agriculture industry has performed very well and has risen to the challenge of COVID and has continued at pace throughout the pandemic in ensuring that the needs of consumers have been met. Demand for agri-food produce continues to be strong. That is important in terms of security of supply and the maintenance of our supply chain system in Northern Ireland. That any future changes to how agri-food operates has a firm focus on security of supply. The less we rely on other global markets for our produce, the more secure our supply chain can become. The Minister stated that he has a focus on an efficient, sustainable and responsive supply chain. And those are all attributes that can improve on general resilience. On the issue of climate change again, I have noted in previous contributions we have the private members' bill and we have the Minister Adair's own bill coming. I'd urge a reasoned approach on this issue, as I do feel the input of the Climate Change Committee, which makes a very sensible set of suggestions, should be used as a benchmark from which to move forward in a manner which reflects very much the broad direction of this amendment and ties in many of the aspects of nature-friendly farming in the process. I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr. Patsy McClone.
Thanks very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. The SDLP does support the motion, and I hope too the amendment. It's important to say at the outset that the vast majority of farmers want to play their part in tackling the nature and climate emergencies. Indeed, many of them already do, and I'm sure Mr. Irwin himself is of one of those. Many still need to be incentivised to make the necessary changes to transition to profitability, to sustainability and to nature-friendly farming to combat those emergencies. 75% of our land is managed as farmland. Agriculture remains the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions for the North at 27%. That share is expected to increase to 35% in 2030 as a combined result of the improved performances of other sectors and only a 3% reduction in agriculture emissions. That isn't sustainable. Nature-friendly farming practices provide a template through which farm businesses can remain productive, profitable and sustainable at the same time as addressing the climate emergency and enhancing biodiversity. And we have heard extensively from them already at the ERA Committee. The farming model that agriculture policy to date encourages has in fact contributed to the long-term decline in the health of our natural environment, in biodiversity loss, rising greenhouse gas emissions, declining water and air quality. And I was out late last night for a walk and I ran into a neighbour, and he did remark that on one of the small roadways, and I live in a rural area, one of the small roadways where he used to walk regularly every evening, he used to hear the various different birds no longer there. And that is an observation, a very acute observation by someone who would know. There is an economic benefit for farm businesses adopting nature-friendly practices. Better business planning can reduce costs and improve their ability to withstand those economic shocks. Nature-friendly farming systems can also deliver a more diverse farm landscape as well as premium products. Restoring healthy soils is key to maintaining a sustainable food production system that can protect the environment and boost the economy. Supporting pollinators and other beneficial insects can improve crop productivity. Natural pest management can be a more effective long-term solution than artificial pesticides and the damage that some of those have done. Restoring functional natural processes in upland areas and watercourses, wetlands and floodplains can protect against flooding and provide drought resilience. Local food supply chains are more secure and reduce the environmental costs of transporting those products. And I don't know what the implications of a trade deal with Australia might be in terms of environmental consequences. Australia, and indeed the domino effect that may well cause with some South American countries, but rest assured the transportation costs in environmental terms and financial terms will be much greater than what they would be through local produce. It isn't rocket science, but it might require a change of mindset for some. We have the opportunity to build a new farming system that's fit for the future, that supports profitable, productive farming, which also directly tackles the climate crisis and enhances biodiversity. Taking the lead to support a new model of farming and encouraging farmers to adopt its practices, those who need that encouragement, because we do know that many, in fact, are deeply committed as custodians of the land that they own and farm. We need policies to incentivise some farmers to deliver the public benefits that nature-friendly farming can, in fact, deliver. As a member of the ERA Committee, I have heard from the advocates of natural-friendly farming, and they were really inspirational to listen to, the efforts that they've gone into. And I have heard from departmental officials. There's a lot, in fact, much that they do agree on, the difference being perhaps one of focus. Our role as member of this Legislative Assembly is to ensure the focus on the Executive's policy on agriculture is in the right place, and every indication is that it has been erring up until now. We must ensure that we have the policies in place to support farmers who have already made the necessary transition and to incentivise those who still have to follow their lead. I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mrs. Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Nature-friendly farming demonstrates a way of farming which is helpful to wildlife, the environment and the climate, while still producing top-quality produce. This farming includes both organic and conventional farming methods, working together to highlight that farming and nature can be sustainable together, while ensuring that the countryside is both productive and bursting with wildlife. Nature-friendly farming aims to promote the best practices and demonstrate what can be accomplished for nature and the environment while producing the greatest and best produce. Nature-friendly farming strongly believes that agriculture not only needs to be profitable, but also sustainable, with farmers receiving adequate payments and support for undertaking environmental and nature-friendly activities. These farmers are committed to demonstrating to the public the value of their product and the need for government to ensure that there is a support needed for a number of interventions including incentives such as well-funded environmental land management schemes and environmental productivity grants. In Northern Ireland, fields and grass are the main assets on most farms, and as such, the growing of grass for food and fodder has to be maximised for the greatest financial return. With nature-friendly farming, there is encouragement to leave a margin and encourage good hedgerow so wildlife and biodiversity habitats start to become more and more important. As hedge growth is encouraged, a programme of hedge management starts to emerge, with hedges only being cut in rotation every 3 or 4 years for the benefits of our wildlife. And meanwhile, the berries and fruit growing are a vital supply of food for the birds and animals, thus encouraging more birds and animals into the countryside. And hopefully Mr McGlone will see some of the birds back that he talked about were missing from the countryside. In Northern Ireland, we have a number of very focused, nature-friendly farmers who have all diverse agricultural specialisms, producing a variety of produce, not all edible, but all nature-friendly, from keeping a suckler cow herd to arable farming, to the rearing of goats, the production of beef and sheep, and the growing of Christmas trees. While the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting this motion and the amendment, it must not be forgotten that all farmers shape our landscape in creating different environments which support our economy, our rural communities, our tourism and recreation. These farmers manage 78% of the land here in Northern Ireland. All farmers have an inherent interest in maintaining their land, protecting the environment to assure long-term productivity on their farm, to enable these natural assets to be passed to the succeeding generation in a better condition. In supporting nature-friendly farming, a balance must be established between climate, biodiversity, food production and rural development. With the ever-increasing demand for food worldwide, the production of it must be balanced with nature creating environmental sustainability. The use of more efficient methods of managing carbon emissions must also be taken into account, and the importance of fair prices being paid to ensure farms are economically sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr Stuart Dixon.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the committee motion today, but we will not be supporting the amendment as it's presented to the House today. I want to thank members for the involvement in bringing this motion to the House. Principal Deputy Speaker, we face a huge task. The challenge of climate emergency will require us all to change our lives to secure and improve our living standards and the living standards for generations that follow. That's why it's important that we have to balance sustainability with productivity. Our farmers do and continue to play an essential role in environmental recovery and in protecting our wildlife and our biodiversity. I think we all accept that farming ultimately needs to be sustainable, and if land becomes unproductive due to a lack of sustainable practices, then this benefits no one. As our nature-friendly farming lobby puts it, nature is good for business. So we need to be ensuring that we're not depleting our natural environment, but rather protecting it, building it and enhancing it, and indeed recovering much of which we have destroyed. Agriculture is a key industry in Northern Ireland. We produce some of the best and highest quality agri-food products in the world. If we are to meet that standard, then we must also make sure that the processes that we use are nature-friendly. It's vital that this Assembly and Executive makes the future of agricultural policy central to issues going forward. Farming is under threat. Farming is under threat from our own government that's trying to impose world trade deals upon us, which will have very serious and detrimental effects on farming here in Northern Ireland. Because most of our farms are comparatively small and family-run, we need to maintain and support this and to fend off the onslaught from the large factory farms. It's an asset that small farms with the right support may be better suited to changing practices quickly and leading the way in nature-friendly farming practices. However, we need to provide the right support and advice to farmers to do this, rewarding our farmers for taking measures to rewild and to improve management of land. In April, Principal Deputy Speaker, the Alliance Party produced our Green New Deal, which outlines our policies in moving forward towards a zero-carbon future in a just and indeed a sustainable manner. We proposed a number of actions to move us towards sustainability and nature-friendly farming. For example, we want to expand the environmental farming scheme to promote habitat restoration, to promote planting of trees and hedgerows, as well as protecting current woodland and peat bogs. As I've said before, we produce exceptionally high-quality food in Northern Ireland, so there's an opportunity to develop agriculture, food and tourism, a subject that was talked about in this House earlier today. We want to see concrete support, funding guidance from both DAERA and the Department of the Economy to promote and expand this sector, particularly as tourism seeks to recover from the impact of COVID-19. We want to see an increase in the promotion of local sustainable produce and invest in food markets, farm shops and reduce food miles, produce greater connection between our producers and our consumers. I, however, would like to note my concerns for the impact of Brexit on farming. As I've said already, last week in a response to a written question, the Minister commented, leaving the EU will create some uncertainty regarding agricultural funding. That's quite an understatement, Minister. If we don't have replacement funds for EU funding, nor control over spending of those funds, much of our aspirations with regards to nature-friendly farming cannot and will not be realised. I'd appreciate if the Minister could provide an outline where exactly this funding is coming from and where we are with this, what engagement he has had with the United Kingdom Government. Leaving the EU and the potential for quota-free trade deals across the world indeed presents real and present risks to Northern Ireland farming. The Minister, I know, will agree that, judging from his public comments, other nations are far more industrialised and intensive in their farming systems. So we need to ensure that we provide the right level of support for our farmers to be able to compete and maintain our high standards if such deals are to be signed. Farmers need leadership and direction. The Agriculture Minister has spoken of his support in providing future opportunities in friendly farming, nature-friendly farming, but we are still waiting to hear what those practical, on-the-ground details will be. The DAERA briefing to the committee notes that we now have an opportunity to redefine our agricultural policy for the first time in over 50 years and can build sustainability from the outset. However, we really need much more development from the Department on this policy. Right now, there is what feels like a vacuum where the Common Agricultural Policy used to fill. There are opportunities out there, real opportunities. We shouldn't be negative about the consequences of doing nothing. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, Northern Ireland now has a unique opportunity to redefine its agricultural policy for the first time in almost 50 years. An opportunity to develop a framework better suited to local needs and long-term sustainability within the industry. I note Minister Putt's vision for future agriculture in Northern Ireland was centred around 4 outcomes: an industry that pursues increased productivity as a means of sustained profitability, an industry that displays improved resilience to external shocks, which are becoming ever more frequent and to which the industry has become exposed, an industry that is environmentally sustainable in terms of its impact, its guardianship of air quality, water quality, soil health, carbon footprint and biodiversity, an industry which operates within an efficient, sustainable and responsive supply chain. This Assembly should be endeavouring to help the agri-food sector to be the best that it can be across these 4 areas, and nature-friendly farming is central to this. Farmers are pivotal to deliver on environmental outcomes. The DUP have always supported policies which deliver a profitable, sustainable and productive agri-food sector. And the Minister has delivered a wide range of programmes like reforestation, small woodland grants, farm business investment schemes, while recognising the positive role our farmers play in sustaining and improving our environment. Carbon sequestration, habitat creation, biodiversity, etc. etc. The Minister is also bringing forward a climate change bill which is based upon independent scientific advice and evidence and will set achievable but challenging targets requiring significant financial support. We need a just transition for our farmers delivering environmental change. Not just transition, but a just transition. While this motion is focused on farming, farming is only part of the solution. Business, transport, government and society have a vital role to play. Urban areas are also key. We could all be doing a lot more to protect biodiversity and wildlife. The industry is also exposed to trade deals and imports and no guarantee of a level playing field. We expect our farmers to go above and beyond, yet compete with imports of a lower environmental standard and lower costs. I referenced Brazil and the decimation of the rainforest as one destructive influence. Consumers will continue to want the product. If we in Northern Ireland reduce production, we could run the risk of land abandonment. If farms are no longer profitable, a loss of land which needs managed and protected to enhance the environment and wildlife. I'd like to take a point from Mr McGlone. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, as a young boy growing up, I listened every evening and every afternoon to the sound of the corncrake, the cuckoo and the grasshopper, something you don't hear anymore, and that needs to be addressed. Nature-friendly farming will help wildlife of all sorts. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I support the motion.
Thank you. I call Ms Emma Sheeran.
I raise in support of the motion as written, and I declare interest at the outset as somebody who was reared in a farming family in the Spearns. And it was this background, growing up in a rural community, which gives me a keen understanding of the challenges that face farmers, as well as the vital role that they play within society. I understand the economic value that our farmers bring, not just as local producers, but as a driver for other industry, for contractors, for machinery dealers, for vets and for pharmaceutical agents. Our farmers are the custodians of the countryside, and as such, whilst working the land to make a living, they are also on the front line in the fight against climate change. And it's somewhat ironic that farmers are tasked with responsibility when it comes to tackling the climate emergency, given that their livelihoods are probably the most affected by weather and at the mercy of our weather of any that there are. And I say that as somebody who grew up every evening watching the forecast religiously when there was silage to be cut or hay to be saved, hoping for a spell of dry weather. It will be no surprise that I, as a representative of Mid-Ulster, 30% of which is considered severely disadvantaged, have a particular interest in the naturally climate-friendly farming that we see in mountain areas. And I wish to see the people that are engaged in hill farming supported in doing so. As such, the reintroduction of the ANC payment would go a long way in making small-scale sustainable farming a viable and realistic option for local people who cannot make a livelihood without government support, forcing them to look at less climate-friendly methods. When you walk through the Spearns, as I have done, you see the natural ecosystem, aided and enhanced by the presence of livestock. The sheep and cattle who graze our mountains in small quantities make up part not just of our human food chain, but of the precariously balanced wildlife, contributing to the growth of heather and other foliage that other smaller animals rely on. Whilst agriculture might be a small part of the problem in contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, it's also part of the solution. That's an important point to make for a multitude of reasons, not least that we produce food for almost 10 million people, and we have a tremendous place on the island of Ireland for producing food. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we all witnessed the vulnerability of the short, just-in-time supply chain and the absolute importance of having our local producers. This is particularly true for primary producers who are essential for the production of our local markets and who oftentimes are farming with a low intensity, with small numbers of livestock over a lot of land, and therefore big opportunities for carbon sequestration. People seen during the pandemic that high-quality food continued to be on their table, and the health benefits of eating locally produced meat and vegetables can't be overstated. There are important lessons that we, as members of the Legislative Assembly, must learn from the pandemic, such as our over-reliance on imports. Without our primary producers, we won't be in a position to just turn the tap back on without our agricultural industry if needed. If indeed we were ever to experience another global crisis of whatever description, proper long-term targeted support to our farmers is needed in order to help them meet climate change targets. Whilst the aim of the agriculture industry should be to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions, agriculture should not be scaled back to lower greenhouse emissions, as this would lead to imports of food from other countries where farming systems have higher carbon footprints. We need to be careful that we do not inhibit production and offload the problem somewhere else. The reality of climate change means that every sector, indeed every individual in this country, is going to have to change certain habits and practices. However, if we base these changes on just transition principles, we can ensure that nobody is left behind and that we all benefit from the opportunities a carbon-neutral society can deliver. And I'm very pleased, deeply relieved, to see the change in the attitude the Minister has had over the past number of months towards the need for climate action, and I trust that he will now begin to put action to his comments and work with industries and other parties to ensure that our farmers are supported in making environmental improvements while protecting their livelihoods and generations of tradition. We'll be supporting the motion, not the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Principal. Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Farming in Northern Ireland could be about to change significantly and for the worst. The threat comes from the likely free trade deals with Australia and subsequently from New Zealand and future trade deals with the United States. Northern Ireland's farming and food production sectors have been placed in needless peril. The guilty parties are the Brexit Leave campaign and, I'm afraid, the DUP. We knew that the Brexit campaign, that part of the objective of Brexit was to leave the common agriculture policy, to lose farmers' direct support payments and also to buy cheap food on the world market. Those in the Leave campaign choose to pretend that this wasn't reality, but that reality has come home to roost. And it's probably now become very obvious to everyone. Farmers in Northern Ireland face a major reduction in much of their GB market. This is incredibly important for Northern Ireland farmers. It's almost 60% of their production is heading to GB. In future, Northern Ireland farmers will, it seems, be competing against Australian producers who have the advantages of much larger farms and enormous economies of scale. Meanwhile, the risk is that environmentally friendly farming practices that support animal and consumer welfare will be undermined in the future by imported products, and that includes hormone-treated beef, pig meat contaminated by high levels of antibiotics and chlorinated chicken. The Ulster Farmers Union is one of the many organisations that are very worried about the impact of the British Government's negotiations with Australia and now the United States and in the future. It says the British Government must ensure that UK farmers are able to continue to produce food to world-leading standards, which they are proud to uphold, while allowing them to compete fairly at both home and abroad. An even stronger warning has been issued by the Northern Ireland Agriculture Producers Association. In evidence it gave recently to the House of Commons Committee, it said Brexit in the hard version that has been implemented by the British Government has the potential to disseminate the farming industry, which plays a major part in the Northern Ireland economy. But the challenges facing our farmers in farming industry goes beyond Brexit. Let us remember that we rely on agriculture to be a core part of our move towards the economy that is net zero carbon emitting and is environmentally sustainable. More imports brought from across the world do nothing towards achieving that objective. This is the moment to promote what we have. Our farms are much more environmentally sustainable than many of our international competitors. Let us ask consumers to support and sustain that production by buying local produce that is environmentally friendly and organic where possible. We have already seen over the last decade serious harm inflicted to the farming sector in Northern Ireland. Farm incomes have fallen substantially. We need food processors and big supermarkets to recognise the market strength they have and not to exploit it. They need to pay fair prices that allow farmers a reasonable market. Too often farm produce is bought at below the cost of production. As a result, many farmers have been forced to leave their sector while others make very, very low incomes. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, this is about the welfare of our farms and our farmers. It is also about the appearance of our countryside. It is about the welfare of our animals, treating them with care and avoiding pain. It is also about the welfare of our consumers, recognising the role of fresh and nutritious produce has in the health and physical well-being of our population, whose best interests we are here to represent. I urge the Assembly to support the nature-friendly farming in order not just to support the farmers, but also to support all of our constituents.
Thank you. I call Ms Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I'm pleased to support this motion at what is a pivotal time of opportunity and change for farming in Northern Ireland, and also a time of crisis for our natural and ecological systems. As it stands, agriculture and related land use are the largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Northern Ireland. And we know that it makes up 27% of total emissions, but that is also predicted to rise to 33% of total emissions by 2030. Outside of emissions, the impact of intensive agriculture on our natural systems is startling. 95% of our lakes fail Water Framework Directive standards. Many of our priority habitats are in unfavourable condition, and Northern Ireland ranks 12th worst in the world out of 240 countries on biodiversity. However, farmers are, of course, have a unique and vital role to play in tackling climate and ecological emergencies. Farming can deliver improved water and soil quality, biodiversity, flood mitigation, and help restore nature while supporting a more productive and resilient food system. As we set the direction of agriculture policy for the future, we have an opportunity to reshape how we deliver for the environment while supporting, diversifying and improving farm incomes. Furthermore, any future agricultural policy must be underpinned by bespoke Northern Ireland agriculture legislation to provide a legal framework and a mandated timeline for the introduction of a public money for public goods model of agricultural payments. Future agriculture policy must mainstream nature-friendly farming, supporting those farmers already doing good work and helping others to transition to a more nature-friendly methods. Any scheme must be practical and accessible, making it easy for farmers to be financially rewarded for delivering against environmental outcomes. Environmental indicators must extend beyond greenhouse gas emissions to look at, amongst others, soil quality, water quality and biodiversity. The Climate Change Bill for Northern Ireland, currently going through this House, currently includes measures for this, and subsequent agriculture policy should reflect this. Farmers must also be paid more at a market level for producing a quality product, farmed with high levels of animal welfare on land that is managed in a nature-friendly way. The European Green Deal is set to create a system of footprint labelling on food, giving consumers information on details such as where food comes from, nutritional value, and its sustainability and environmental footprint. There is no reason why we could not have something similar in Northern Ireland. And finally, I would like to touch briefly on the need for a food strategy in Northern Ireland. A report released just last Thursday showed that low-income families in Northern Ireland need to spend almost half their weekly income to afford healthy food. Households on a low income struggle to make a limited budget go further and tend to eat less well, leading to health inequalities, including higher levels of obesity, diabetes and health disease. Northern Ireland has a rich heritage of food production, an economy heavily reliant on food and agriculture, and such pride in the quality and traceability of our food, and yet so many of our own population do not have access to locally produced healthy food, and many of our farming families live below the poverty line. Our focus must shift from this intensive, export-focused, production-focused and volume-focused agricultural model to thinking about how we can best deliver healthy, affordable food to Northern Ireland, improve farm incomes and resilience, and address the nature and climate emergencies. And finally, in relation to the amendment, I will not be supporting the amendment, which implies that the agricultural transition to nature-friendly farming is already underway. I also cannot support any amendment that supports increasing agri-food productivity in Northern Ireland. We have already intensified way beyond what our natural systems can cope with, and we are seeing widespread ecological collapse now as a result of this. Increased productivity will not address any of the problems that we have spoken about today: climate breakdown, ecological destruction, decline in water quality, widespread habitat destruction, rural, urban and farming poverty, and lack of access to locally produced healthy food. I support the motion.
Thank you. I now call on Mr Edmund Poots, the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and the Minister will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I made my way down to the Chamber and past the statue of Lord Craigavon, I thought it was a wonderful privilege that 100 years after the first sitting of the Northern Ireland Parliament that I'm here today debating this issue as a leader in unionism, and as a great opportunity to carry on the tradition of unionism even after this 100 years has passed. I do welcome the debate today, as it provides me with the opportunity to assure this House that I am committed to ensuring that moving forward we have an agricultural policy that enables a transition to profitable, sustainable farming, that continues to provide nutritious food, increases farm business resilience and delivers the environmental outcomes to which we all aspire. I don't recognise the agriculture that Ms Bailey has just talked about in Northern Ireland. The annual farm gate value of our industry is over £2 billion. It produces enough to meet the dietary protein requirement of 10 million people. We want to feed the world. Ms Bailey wants to starve the world. When you add this significant food processing sector and the fact that the majority of what we produce and process is sold outside of Northern Ireland, you can begin to appreciate how very important our agri-food industry is, not only to our economy but also to our customers in Great Britain and elsewhere. The importance of the agri-food sector has been highlighted throughout the COVID pandemic and reinforced the importance of resilient supply chains and the tremendous work our farmers in particular do. But as many have outlined during the debate today, it is no less important to the health of our local environment, our air quality, water quality, biodiversity, soil health, our landscape. These are all heavily influenced by agriculture. We have to accept that this influence isn't always positive, but the important point is that it can be positive going forward. And we will only address our environmental challenges if agriculture and farmers are part of the solution. So the UK Government is committed to achieving net zero carbon by 2050 for the whole of the UK, and we're currently debating Northern Ireland's fair contribution to achieving that goal. But whatever that target, it will mean a radical change for our economy towards a more economically and environmentally sustainable model based on innovation, recognising the true value of the environment and new development of our people so that they can drive this new economy. My department has been and will continue to incentivise environmentally sustainability. My department currently offers a range of support and measures aimed to deliver nature-friendly farming. The Environmental Farming Scheme aims to protect and enhance biodiversity and water quality, mitigate against climate change, sequestering carbon, and after 4 annual intake tranches, some 5,000 farmers are participating in this scheme across around 55,000 hectares of land. In addition, group projects fund external facilitators to provide farmers with additional advisory support. Currently, more than 500 farmers are supported in 5 EFS group projects targeting environmentally designated land, water quality, priority habitat and species in specific areas. I firmly believe education is critical to improving future performance, sustainability and resilience of the agri-food industry. The College of Agriculture, Food and Rural Enterprise continues to deliver knowledge transfer, innovation and technology transfer programmes. And within the DAERA state itself, CAFRE is an exemplar for the promotion and demonstration of sustainable productivity and resilience. CAFRE is the state's primary measure of sustainability. It's through linking Environment and Farming, or LEAF, mark accreditation. CAFRE is independently verified, having achieved LEAF accreditation since 2006, and the LEAF principle of integrated farm management is a whole farm approach to sustainable farming that enriches the environment and engages the local community. This reaches into all aspects of farming, includes areas of soil health and fertility, crop health and protection, pollution control, resource use and efficiency, animal husbandry, energy efficiency, water management, nature conservation, as well as community engagement. Each of the farm centres at CAFRE demonstrate the broad spectrum of environmental technologies, with the dairy centre showing industry nutrient management practices to minimise loss of nutrients to water and air. This includes a constructed wetland scheme, an artificial wetland, which acts in a similar manner to biofiltration action of natural wetlands, and all mitigating measures to minimise the impact of ammonia on nearby habitats are demonstrated in its buildings and management of its animal manures. The Hill Farm Centre is focused on biodiversity, where the upland habitat is managed to deliver a wide range of ecosystem services in tandem with sustainable livestock production, grazing management of appropriate suckler and sheep enterprises, along with predator control programmes, are used to demonstrate positive habitat management and have led to significant improvements for blanket bog vegetation, hen harrier, red grouse breeding waders and Irish hare. Blanket bog is being managed and monitored for reservoir quality services and flood alleviation through partnership projects, and re-wetting programmes have now started. As I have said many times in the House, Northern Ireland now has a unique opportunity to redefine its agricultural policy for the first time in 50 years, to develop a framework that is better suited to local needs and one that will underpin long-term sustainability within the industry. Any future agricultural regime must promote productive, efficient practices through greater innovation and capacity. Moving forward, we must join up our environmental ambitions with farm economic activity. We need to invest time, money, effort in recreating and redefining our support schemes and tools. I also recognise the key role that the food supply chains, primary agricultural production and food waste will have to play in reducing carbon emissions. As an example, the prevention and reduction of food waste across the food supply chain is a key area of focus for DAERA as we move towards achieving ambitious targets for carbon reduction and recycling. In my view, resource efficiency must be a key objective in driving better economic and environmental outputs. Input use should be minimised, recycling maximised and waste streams dealt with sustainably. Innovation and technological advances must be part of the solution. Legislation and regulation must keep pace with technological advance, and at times outdated or narrowly defined regulatory frameworks hinder the adoption of new thinking and innovation that can deliver both efficiency and environmental gains. So, turning to a few specific comments on future farming policy. EU CAP payments have been of vital importance in the past in sustaining the industry in Northern Ireland and underpinning its competitive trading position. This support must now continue now that we've left the European Union, but expectations being placed on farmers are increasing, and we must ensure public goods provided are adequately financed. We all agree that we need to do more. However, to achieve this, we must recognise the need for additional funding in line with the delivery of additional outcomes. I previously shared with this House my vision for the future agriculture, and we want to help the farm sector to be best across 4 areas: an industry that pursues increased productivity, an industry that is environmentally sustainable, an industry that displays improved resilience, and an industry which operates within a fully functional supply chain. Nature-friendly farming is central to this, and future policy must allow farmers to have the best possible tools at their disposal to deliver environmental outcomes. The ability to develop our own local policies opens the way to create a new dynamic for key stakeholders across the food, agriculture and environmental spectrum to work with the Northern Ireland Government to chart a new way forward with common purpose. Going forward, I want to devise support schemes that provide opportunities for all of Northern Ireland's farmers. Schemes and support are needed to help farmers develop their businesses, no matter what they farm, to become more efficient and to maximise the sustainable returns they achieve from their assets at their disposal. These assets include the environmental assets in the farm, and I believe that farms, especially those in hills and other disadvantaged areas, are well placed to play a major role in delivering more of the environmental outcomes that people who live in Northern Ireland want and we owe future generations. And I believe that farmers should be properly rewarded for delivering those environmental outcomes. We will work with our farmers, land managers and our environmental stakeholders to co-design a new approach to agri-environment measures that is focused on delivering outcomes and delivering a lasting legacy. We have the opportunity to create a new approach where management of the environment becomes a profit centre within the farm business rather than a cost centre. This offers a way forward where better economic performance and better environmental performance are the two inseparable goals of any farm business. Our farmers should be able to compete with imports on a level playing field when it comes to environmental, animal welfare or indeed labour standards, and it's absolutely critical that any future trade deal reflects those important issues. Looking to the shape of the future support regime, I see a role for a simplified area-based support safety net set at a level which doesn't blunt innovation or productivity. And this should embrace some of the recommendations of the Sustainable Land Management Strategy. I see a role for coupled support, targeting in particular suckler cow and breeding ewe producers. We need to explore how coupled support can be designed to better drive economic and environmental performance. I'm also keen to examine how genetics and livestock data programme can be embedded within this to improve the economic and environmental performance of our grazing livestock. We need to expand investment and knowledge tools to support better nutrient management and reductions in carbon, ammonia and nitrates emission. We need to explore the possibilities of encouraging the farming of carbon through a range of measures, including land management techniques and increased woodland planting. There is also a need for continuing professional development, something that is absolutely vital within farming as we move forward. It's also important to say that I see a better role for succession planning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, business as usual for many farmers will not be an option. The future is about delivering both food and environmental outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call now Mr. Harry Harvey to wind on the amendment. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise alongside colleagues to support the amendment in my name. I think today's debate has been useful. It has given members an opportunity to have a discussion in terms of the vision for agriculture for the years ahead. We have considered where we want to go in terms of a greener, more sustainable and more productive sector for the future. As has already been outlined, we as a party have always supported policies which deliver a profitable and productive but also sustainable agri-food sector. Then go on to a few comments. Mr. Declan McAleer said our farming is world class, and indeed all farmers can play their part, whether that's big or small. Mr. William Irwin said it had to be a need for a balanced approach and it had to be achievable. He also had concerns for external forces. Mr. Patsy McGlowan said the vast majority want to play their part and farm businesses can remain profitable and productive, and that's most important. I will indeed.
Mr. Harvey, indeed, for giving way. One of the key elements of the amendment, and reference Mr. Irwin's comments as well, which you also referred to there, would be, can you clarify for me how increased agri-food activity, farming activity, how that balance can be achieved with reducing the environmental impact of the agri-food and farming activity? If we could just get some clarity around that in regard to the amendment.
Well, we'll take your comments on board, Mr. McGlowan, surely. You also mentioned about areas where birds no longer sing. I think that certainly was an interesting one and something that we look forward to seeing happening in the singing again. Mrs. Barton also mentioned about being helpful to wildlife and incorporating best practices and the importance of hedgerows. She also mentioned the rearing of goats and Christmas trees, which is very good. Mr. Dixon, he was not happy with the amendment because concerns for Brexit and farming. Mr. Morris Bradley said about redefining agricultural policy. He mentioned air, water, soil quality and wanted things to be the best that they can be, and that there are also some great schemes which are available. Ms. Emma Sheehan mentioned that she was reared on a farm in the Sperrins and that we are custodians of the countryside and naturally climate-friendly farming, and our need for to support our farmers' production, and also about how that good food was produced during the pandemic. Mrs. Sinead McLaughlin said about her concerns for trade deals with Australia and America and about her concerns for imports. Ms. Claire Bailey said it was time for change for farmers here and of her concerns for high emissions. and a vital role that farmers can play, about biodiversity, improving farm incomes. She also mentioned food labelling and the need for a strategy and a concern for low-income families. Minister Poots, he mentioned 100 years of Parliament here, and he welcomed the debate. And in a short time, the Minister has delivered a wide range of programmes, such as Forests for Our Future, the Small Woodland Grants, and also the work carried out in relation to the Farm Business Investment Scheme and initiatives to protect pollinators. Many of these schemes are already supporting our farmers and moving towards low-emission, nature-friendly processes and procedures. This is the model of collaborative working that we must progress, one which encourages and supports the sector to develop further. In terms of nature-friendly farming, I agree with previous speakers. We must firstly acknowledge the work that those within the sector have been doing for decades. Those within the farming community and the agri-food sector have a love for nature and our environment. It is their bread and butter. Healthy farmlands produce healthy farm businesses, and our farmers have known this for generations. As such, it is important that we recognise the positive role that our farmers have played and continue to play in sustaining and improving our environment through habitat creation, waterways maintenance and carbon reduction. In recent years, the sector has engaged well with departmental schemes aimed at improving our natural environment, and I know that this will continue as the department seeks to ensure that future policy works to create an industry that is both environmentally and financially sustainable. The Ulster Farmers Union recently made the point that focusing on one of the sustainability pillars without considering the others will result in imbalance and will lead to difficulties for the future. I firmly believe that we can move toward greater environmental sustainability whilst at the same time achieving greater economic sustainability for the sector.
Members' time is up, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr John Blair, who will have 10 minutes.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. And can I start by thanking members also for their contributions. I will firstly reflect briefly on those contributions from members, but I want also to strive to dedicate sufficient time to the intent of the motion before us today. So in reflection on comments, the committee chair, Declan McAleer, in opening the debate, reminded us of the importance of the agri-food sector to Northern Ireland. It is one of our greatest assets, sustaining approximately 100,000 jobs and adding £1.5 billion to the Northern Ireland economy, as well as providing, of course, high-quality food. William Irwin, in his moving an amendment, referenced previous comments by the Minister in working towards more resilience. He also spoke of a forthcoming climate change bill. Patsy McGlone talked of farmers willingly playing their part in tackling the climate emergency, and that many of them are also great advocates for nature-friendly farming. Rosemary Barton, in her comments, mentioned that nature-friendly farming strength and believes that agriculture has to be sustainable as well as profitable. She also very helpfully mentioned birds and biodiversity and related that to tourism and also recreation. Maurice Bradley made a very telling comment that farmers are pivotal to delivering on environmental outcomes, and I'm sure members across the House would agree with that. Emma Sheehan talked of biodiversity in the Sperrins and the link of that to farming life there. Claire Bailey, in supporting the motion but opposing the amendment, said it was a time of opportunity and change, but also of challenges. And she referenced the climate change bill that is already before this House. So if I may, Principal Deputy Speaker, turn to speaking as the Alliance Party Agriculture and Environment Rural Affairs spokesperson, I feel compelled to remind members that nearly 30% of Northern Ireland's greenhouse gas emissions are from agriculture, compared to 10% in the rest of the UK. This reflects the importance of agriculture to our economy, as well as the demand for quality food. With around 25,000 farms in Northern Ireland, most of which are small and family-run farms, the Alliance Party is committed to supporting our farmers and embracing environmentally beneficial farming practices, reducing their carbon footprint and better using and protecting natural resources and biodiversity. This commitment was outlined recently in my party's policy document, the Alliance Green New Deal, mentioned by my colleague Stuart Dixon when he spoke, and this describes the essential role farmers play in driving nature's recovery. I have, with colleagues, met the Ulster Farmers Union on the matter, so I'm acutely aware of the huge efforts already being made by farmers to tackle environmental challenges. Agriculture was, as we said, the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions for Northern Ireland in 2018 at 27%. The share, these are the important figures, is expected to increase to 35% by 2030 as a result of improved performances of other sectors and with a 3% reduction in agricultural emissions. So setting the context and setting the proportion here is very important. ERA Committee colleagues today have also referred to the committee working with Nature Friendly Farming Network on a motion to protect our natural environment, and we have it here today, and tackle the climate emergency while providing a profitable future for the sector. Principal Deputy Speaker, the issue of future agricultural policies, which I raised recently during the question time here, must enable a transition whilst providing nutritious food and increased farm resilience. Farmers contribute to sequestration and take invaluable actions in the battle against climate change must therefore be assisted. We need new and better ways of rewarding them for their efforts as they continue to make progress. And I would note that the Minister responded very positively and talked of making bids in this regard when I asked that question previously. The central plank of our future policy must include environmental land management and sustainable farming incentive to pay farmers for actions that they take to manage their land in an environmentally sustainable way. This could include schemes encouraging catchment-sensitive farming, integrated pest management and sensitive hedgerow management. Local nature recovery will pay farmers for actions that support local nature recovery, creating space for nature and habitats on farms and encouraging cooperation between farmers. The landscape recovery component will support the delivery of landscape-scale projects to deliver ecosystem recovery through longer-term land use change. This will help us meet our targets to plant 30,000 hectares of woodland by the year 2025, create and restore peatland, and protect 30% of UK land by 2030, and reach the net zero targets that we aspire to. Nature-friendly farming is not only better for nature, but also ensures that our land remains productive, ensuring we can go on producing food forever. Nature is good for business and essential for our future. There is increasing recognition that environmental production practices are essential for robust supply chains, in short, to ensure we have food on the table and good food on the table. There is massive opportunity to roll out nature-friendly farming at scale as part of a future domestic agriculture policy. This will help deliver a range of important public policy objectives at the same time as providing resilient, sustainable, productive farm businesses. The Alliance Party, I would repeat, remain absolutely committed to nature-friendly farming and will champion for schemes through the new environmental land management system that will reward farmers for their efforts. We will be supporting the motion as it was tabled originally. We will not be supporting the amendment, which focuses on productivity over environment, credits departmental work which has not as yet reached the stage that some of us would like it to be at, and also because, quite bizarrely, the proposers of the amendment have not sought at various committee meetings, various stages and discussions to highlight the need for such amendments. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, in closing, I want to issue the reminder that climate change does not recognise boundaries, nor does it differentiate between communities. Now is the time for us, together, to set new measures and take big steps. I commend the motion to the House and I oppose the amendment.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Mr William Irwin, Mr Maurice Bradley and Mr Harry Harvey be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Aye. I think we're going to have a division. So if we clear the lobbies, the House will divide. And yeah, the question will be put in 3 minutes, and I would remind members to continue to uphold the social distancing rules. That members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should also not come to the chamber. Clear the lobbies. Thank you. If I could ask members to resume their seats, please. Before I put the question, I would again remind those members present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that the amendment in the names of Mr William Irwin, Mr Maurice Bradley and Mr Harry Harvey be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers? Order. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Mr Harry Harvey and Mr Maurice Bradley. The tellers for the noes are Ms Nicola Brogan and Mr Stuart Dixon. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind members that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division is taking place. I ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2 metres gap between yourself and other people when moving around the chamber or the rotunda, and particularly in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members, please resume their seat. Could I ask the clerk to please read the result?
84 members voted, 36 members voted aye, 48 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
36 members voted aye, 48 members voted no. The amendment therefore has been defeated. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is the introduction of the defamation bill. I call Mr Mike Nesbitt to move the first stage.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I beg to introduce the defamation bill.
Thank you. Can I ask the clerk to please read the long title?
A bill to amend the law of defamation.
That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. The next item on the agenda is the adjournment. The Assembly is adjourned.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed.